How do you work with psychotics? As if stressing the ABC of technique wasn't enough, with an audience as unprepared as that one was. I replied, the question is still somewhat in progress. We have to try to locate some reference points before we can discuss technique, let alone any psychotherapeutic recipes. They persisted, nevertheless, one can't just do nothing for them. No, certainly not. Before we discuss this, let's wait until certain things have been made clear. To take a further step forward here, we must, as is often the case, take a step back and return to the fascinating character offered by language phenomena in psychosis. As it happens, this is liable to reinforce what just now I called a misunderstanding. I hear it said that I hold that everything the subject communicates he expresses in words, and thus that I deny the existence, to which people are much attached, of the pre-verbal. This extreme position doesn't fail to produce, in those who dwell on this, fairly lively recantations, which manifest themselves in two attitudes: the hand on the heart, related to what we shall call the authentic attestation through a displacement upwards, and the bowing of the head, supposed to be weighed in the balance, which I reputedly unload too much at the wishes of my interpellator. 2. People sometimes also say to me, fortunately you're not alone in the Société de Psychanalyse. There's also a woman of genius, Françoise Dolto, who shows us the essential function of the image of the body and throws light on the way the subject leans on it in his relations with the world. We are delighted to rediscover a substantial relation here, which the language relation is undoubtedly tacked onto, but it is infinitely more concrete. I'm not at all criticizing what Françoise Dolto teaches. She makes excellent use of her technique and her extraordinary apprehension of the subject's imaginary sensibility. She speaks of all this, and she also teaches those who listen to her to speak of it. But making this remark doesn't resolve the question. I'm not surprised that something of a misunderstanding remains to be dispelled, even in people who think they're following me. Don't think I'm expressing any disappointment here. That would be to be in disagreement with myself, since I teach you that misunderstanding is the very basis of interhuman discourse. But that is not the only reason that I'm not surprised that my discourse may have created a certain margin of misunderstanding. This is because, in addition, if one is to be consistent in practice with one's own ideas, if all valid discourse has to be judged precisely according to its own principles, I would say that it is with a deliberate, if not entirely deliberated, intention that I pursue this discourse in such a way as to offer you the opportunity to not quite understand. This margin enables you yourselves to say that you think you follow me, that is, that you remain in a problematic position, which always leaves the door open to a progressive rectification. In other words, if I were to try to make myself very easily understood, so that you were completely certain that you followed, then according to my premises concerning interhuman discourse the misunderstanding would be irremediable. On the contrary, given the way I think that I have to approach problems, you always have the possibility of what is said being open to revision, in a way that is made all the easier by the fact that it will fall back upon me entirely if you haven't been following sooner. You can hold me responsible. It is on this basis that today I shall take the liberty of going back over an essential point. I'm not saying that what is communicated in the analytic relation passes through the subject's discourse. I am therefore absolutely not required to distinguish, in the very phenomenon of analytic communication, between the domains of verbal and pre-verbal communication. That this pre- or even extraverbal communication is always present in analysis is not in doubt, but it is a question of seeing what it is that constitutes the properly analytic field. What constitutes the analytic field is identical with what constitutes the analytic phenomenon, namely the symptom, and also a very large number of other phenomena that are called normal or subnormal, the sense of which wasn't elucidated before analysis, and that extend well beyond discourse and speech, since they involve things that happen to the subject in his daily life, like slips, memory disturbances, dreams, and the phenomenon of jokes, whose value to the Freudian discovery is essential. Because it enables the perfect coherence in Freud's work between the analytic phenomenon and language to be isolated. Let's start by saying what the analytic phenomenon is not. Analysis has thrown an immense amount of light on the preverbal. In analytic doctrine, this is linked essentially to the preconscious. It is the sum of internal and external impressions, of information the subject receives from the world he lives in, of the natural relations he has with it, assuming that there are any relations in man that are entirely natural. Some are, however perverted they may be. Everything of the order of this preverbal thus partakes of what we can call an intraworldly gestalt, within which the subject is the infantile doll that he once was. He is an excremental object, a sewer, a leech. Analysis has called upon us to explore this imaginary world, which partakes of a sort of barbaric poetry, though it is in no way the first to make it felt. Certain poetic works have been. Here we're in the innumerable shimmering of the great effective meaning. The words to express it come to the subject in great abundance, they are at his disposal, as accessible and as inexhaustible in their combinations as the nature to which they are a response. This is the world of the child, in which you feel at ease, all the more because you are familiar with his fantasies. High is equivalent to low, the back is equivalent to the front, etc. Universal equivalence is the law of this world, and it is even this that leaves us sufficiently uncertain whether any structure in it can be pinned down. This discourse of effective meaning attains the sources of confabulation straight away. On the other hand, the discourse of passional demands, for instance, is poor by comparison and is already drivel. This is because of the impact of reason. The preverbal support of the imaginary relation therefore quite naturally expresses itself in discourse here. We find ourselves here in a familiar domain, one that has always been explored by empirical deduction as much as by a priori categorical deduction. The source and storehouse of this preconscious of what we call imaginary is not unfamiliar. It has already been successfully explored in the philosophical tradition, and it may be said that Kant's schema ideas are situated on the border of this domain. This at least is where they might find their most brilliant credentials. The classical theory of the image and the imagination is obviously surprisingly inadequate. This is ultimately an unfathomable domain. While we've made remarkable progress into its phenomenology, we are a long way from having mastered it. While analysis has enabled the issue of the image's formative value, which tends to be confused with the problem of the origins or even of the essence of life, to be brought to light, it's unquestionably from biologists and ethologists that we must expect any progress. While the analytic inventory enables certain essential characteristics of the economy of the imaginary function to be displayed, the question is not thereby exhausted. Therefore, I have never said of this preconscious world, which is always ready to emerge into the daylight of consciousness, and which is at the subject's disposal unless there are orders to the contrary, that in itself it has the structure of language. I'm saying, because it is obvious, that it is recorded there and that it is recast there. But it retains its own pathways, its characteristic ways of communication. And this is not the level at which analysis has made its essential discovery. It is highly surprising to observe that an exclusive preponderance of the world of imaginary relations is responsible for the emphasis in analysis on the object relation, which has elided what is properly speaking the field of analytic discoveries. One can follow the increasing predominance of this perspective by reading what the analyst Chris has been producing in recent times. With respect to the economy of progress in an analysis, he emphasizes what he calls, since he has read Freud, the preconscious mental processes and the fruitful nature of ego regression, which amounts to placing the means of access to the unconscious entirely on the level of the imaginary. If we follow Freud, it is on the contrary clear that no exploration of the preconscious, however profound or exhaustive it is, will ever lead to an unconscious phenomenon as such. The excessive prevalence of ego psychology in the new American school introduces an illusion similar to that of the mathematician. We can assume he is ideal, who having got a vague idea of the existence of negative magnitude sets about indefinitely dividing a positive number by 2 in the hope of finally crossing over the zero line and entering the dreamt of domain. The error is all the more gross because there is nothing Freud places greater insistence upon than the radical difference between the unconscious and the preconscious. But one imagines that however much of a barrier there is, It's like putting up a partition in a grain store, the rats get through in the end. The fundamental image that currently seems to regulate analytic practice is that there must be something connecting neurosis and psychosis, the preconscious and the unconscious. It is a matter of pushing, of nibbling away, and one will succeed in perforating the partition wall. This idea leads authors who are even a little bit coherent to make altogether surprising theoretical additions, like the notion of a sphere that is, as they say, conflict-free, an extraordinary notion, that is not regressive but transgressive. The likes of this had never been heard before, even in the most neo-spiritualist psychology of faculties of the soul. No one had ever thought of making the will an agency located in a conflict-free empire. It's clear what leads them to it. For them the ego is the prevailing framework of phenomena, everything goes through the ego regression is the sole means of access to the unconscious. Where, therefore, are we to locate the mediating element that is indispensable for understanding the action of analytic treatment, if it is not located in this type of ego that is really ideal, in the worst sense of the word, which is the conflict-free sphere, which thus becomes the mythical locus of the most incredible reaction antifications? In comparison with the preconscious we have just been describing, what is the unconscious? If I say that everything that belongs to analytic communication has the structure of language, this precisely does not mean that the unconscious is expressed in discourse. The Traumdeutung, the psychopathology of everyday life, and jokes make this transparent. Nothing in Freud's Dieters is explicable unless it is because the analytic phenomenon as such, whatever it may be, isn't a language in the sense in which this would mean that it's a discourse. I've never said it was a discourse, but is structured like a language. This is the sense in which it may be called a phenomenal variety, and the most revealing one, of man's relations to the domain of language. Every analytic phenomenon, every phenomenon that comes from the analytic field, from the analytic discovery, from what we are dealing with in symptoms and neurosis, is structured like a language. This means it's a phenomenon that always presents the essential duality of signifier and signified. This means that here the signifier has its own coherence and nature which distinguish it from every other species of sign. We are going to follow its trail in the imaginary preconscious domain. Let's begin with the biological sign. In the very structure, in the morphology, of animals there is something that has this captivating value due to which its receiver, who sees the red of the robin redbreast for instance, and who is made for receiving it, undertakes a series of actions or henceforth unitary behavior that links the bearer of the sign to its perceiver. Here you have what gives us a precise idea of what may be called natural meaning. Without otherwise seeking how this might take place in man, it is clear that by means of a series of transitions we can manage to purify, neutralize, the natural sign. Then there is the trace, the footprint in the sand, the sign about which Robinson Crusoe makes no mistake. Here sign and object separate. The trace, in its negative aspect, draws the natural sign to a limit at which it becomes evanescent. The distinction between sign and object is quite clear here, since the trace is precisely what the object leaves behind once it has gone off somewhere else. Objectively there is no need for any subject to recognize a sign for it to be there, a trace exists even if there is nobody to look at it. When have we passed over into the order of the signifier? The signifier may extend over many of the elements within the domain of the sign. But the signifier is a sign that doesn't refer to any object, not even to one in the form of a trace, even though the trace nevertheless heralds the signifier's essential feature. It, too, is the sign of an absence. But insofar as it forms part of language, the signifier is a sign which refers to another sign, which is as such structured to signify the absence of another sign, in other words, to be opposed to it in a couple. I spoke about day and night. Day and night are in no way something that can be defined by experience. All experience is able to indicate is a series of modulations and transformations, even a pulsation, an alternation, of light and dark, with all its transitions. Language begins at the opposition, day and night. And once the day is there as a signifier, it lends itself to all the vicissitudes of an arrangement whereby it will come to signify things of great diversity. This characteristic of the signifier essentially marks everything of the order of the unconscious. Freud's opus, with its huge philological framework at work deep in the heart of the phenomena, is absolutely unthinkable unless we place the signifier's dominance in analytic phenomena at center stage. This reminder should take us a step further. 3. I spoke to you of the other of speech as being where the subject recognizes himself and gets himself recognized. This, and not the disturbance of some oral, anal, or even genital relation, is the determining factor in a neurosis. We are only too well aware how much trouble the handling of the homosexual relation gives us, since we bring out its permanence in subjects who are diverse at the level of instinctual relations. The issue here is a question that arises for the subject at the level of the signifier, of the to be or not to be one at the level of his being. I want to illustrate this for you with an example, an old observation of traumatic hysteria, no trace of hallucinatory elements. The reason I have chosen this one is that it brings into play, in the foreground, this fantasy of pregnancy and procreation which dominates the history of President Schreber, since this is where his delusion ends up, that a new humanity, Schreberian in spirit, has to be re-engendered by him. It concerns an observation we owe to Joseph Eisler, a psychologist of the Budapest school, made at the end of the First World War, which recounts the story of a chap who was a tram conductor during the Hungarian Revolution. 2. He is 33 years of age, a Hungarian Protestant, austerity, stability, peasant tradition. He left his family to move to the city at the end of his adolescence. His working life was marked by changes that were not without meaning. He started out as a baker, then he worked in a chemical laboratory, and finally he became a tram conductor. He used to ring the bell and punch the tickets, but he had also been a driver. One day, alighting from his tram, he stumbled, fell, and was dragged a short distance. He had some swelling and his left side hurt. He was taken to hospital where they found that there was nothing wrong with him. He was given a few stitches in the scalp to close the wound. Everything was fine. He left after a thorough examination. They took a lot of X-rays, and they were quite certain that there was nothing wrong with him. He had been putting on a bit of a show. And then, gradually, he fell victim to crises characterized by an increase in pain in his lower rib, a pain that spread out from this point and drove the subject into a state of increasing discomfort. He would stretch out, lie down on his left side, use a pillow to block it. And things stayed that way, getting worse as time went on. The crises would last several days, returning at regular intervals. They kept getting worse, reaching the point of actually causing the subject to lose consciousness. Once again he was given a thorough examination. They found absolutely nothing. They suspected a traumatic hysteria and sent him to our author, who analyzes him. This man belongs to the first generation of analysts. He sees the phenomena with a lot of freshness, investigates them from beginning to end. Nevertheless, this observation dates from 1921 and already belongs to this type of systematization that began to affect, correlatively, it would seem, observation and practice, and that would produce this turning point from which the reversal that stressed the analysis of resistance emerged. Eisler is already extremely impressed by the new ego psychology. On the other hand, he knows the early things very well, Freud's early analyses of the anal character. He recalls the idea that the economic elements of the libido can play a decisive role in the formation of the ego. And one feels that he is deeply interested in his subject's ego, in his style of conduct, in the things that indicate regressive elements in him, insofar as they are inscribed not only in the symptoms but also in the structure. His record of the subject's curious behavior is very pertinent. At the end of the first session, the subject abruptly sits down on the couch and starts looking at him with eyes like lottery balls, mouth agape, as if he has discovered an unexpected and enigmatic monster. On other occasions the subject gives some fairly surprising expressions to the transference. On one occasion in particular he stands up abruptly and falls down again the other way round, but with his nose against the couch, offering his dangling legs to the analyst in a manner whose general meaning does not escape him. This subject is adapted well enough. His relations with his friends are those of a militant unionist, he is something of a leader, and he is very interested in what binds him to them socially. He enjoys undeniable prestige there. Our author also particularly notes the way in which his being self-taught functions. His papers are all in order. You can see that Eisler is trying to find the features of an anal character, and not without some success. But the interpretation he finally gives the subject of his homosexualizing tendencies doesn't affect him either way, nothing changes. There is the same dead end that Freud encountered with the wolf man some years before, not all of the clues to which are given in this case study, because at the time the object of his research was something else. Let's take a closer look at this study. The onset of the neurosis in its symptomatic aspect, which made the analyst's intervention necessary, undoubtedly presupposes a trauma which must have aroused something. In the subject's childhood we find traumas by the bucketful. When he was very small, starting to crawl about the place, his mother had stood on his thumb. Eisler doesn't fail to point out that at this moment something decisive must have occurred, since according to the family tradition he is supposed to have started to suck his thumb after this incident. You see? Castration, regression. One can find others. However, there is one small difficulty, which is that it is noticed when the material is being produced that what was decisive in the decompensation of the neurosis wasn't the accident but the radiographic examinations. The analyst doesn't see all the implications of what he gives us, and whatever preconceived idea he has tends in the opposite direction. It is at the time of the examinations which subject him to mysterious instruments that the subject's crises are triggered. And these crises, their sense, their regularity, their style, very obviously appear linked to a fantasy of pregnancy. The manifestation of the subject's symptoms is dominated by those relational elements that in an imaginary way color his relations with objects. One can recognize in them an anal relation, or a homosexual relation, or this or that, but these very elements are caught up in the question that arises, am I or am I not someone capable of procreating? This question is obviously located at the level of the other, insofar as integration into sexuality is tied to symbolic recognition. If the recognition of the subject's sexual position is not tied to the symbolic apparatus, then nothing remains for analysis, Freudianism, but to disappear, it means absolutely nothing. The subject finds his place in a preformed symbolic apparatus that institutes the law in sexuality. And this law no longer allows the subject to realize his sexuality except on the symbolic plane. This is what the Oedipus complex means, and if analysis didn't know this, it would have discovered absolutely nothing. What is at issue for our subject is the question, what am I, or am I, a relation of being, a fundamental signifier? It is to the extent that this question was aroused as symbolic, and not reactivated as imaginary, that the decompensation of his neurosis was triggered and his symptoms became organized. Whatever their qualities, their nature, the material from which they are borrowed, his symptoms have the value of being a formulation, a reformulation, or even an insistence, of this question. This key is not sufficient on its own. It is confirmed by elements of his past life which retain all their significance for the subject. One day he managed, while hiding, to observe a woman from the neighborhood of his parents who was uttering these endless groans. He came upon her writhing about, her legs in the air. He knew what was going on, especially as she was unable to give birth and the doctor had to intervene and carry the infant off in a bag, in pieces, which was all that could be removed. Moreover, the feminized character of the subject's discourse is so immediately noticeable that when our analyst acquaints the subject with its major elements, he obtains from him this remark which the doctor who examined him had made to his wife, I fail to see what's wrong with him. It seems that if he were a woman I should understand him much better. He perceived the significant aspect, but he didn't perceive, for the simple reason that he didn't have the analytic apparatus, which is only conceivable in the register of the structurations of language, that all this is only material, favorable material admittedly, that the subject uses for expressing his question. Any other could have been used just as easily, in order to express what is beyond any relation, current or not current, a who am I? A man or a woman? And am I capable of procreating? Once one holds this clue, the subject's entire life is reorganized from its point of view. One mentions his anal preoccupations, for example. But what does the interest he brings to his excrement revolve around? Around the question of whether in his excrement there may be fruit seeds still capable of growing if they're buried in the ground. The subject has one great ambition, which is to be involved in raising chickens and, more particularly, in the marketing of eggs. He is interested in all sorts of botanical questions, all centered on germination. One may even say that a whole series of accidents that happened to him during his job as tram conductor is tied to the dismembering of the child he witnessed. This is not the ultimate origin of the subject's question, but it is a particularly expressive one. Let's finish where we began, with the last accident. He fell from the tram, which for him had become a significant machine. He fell down, he delivered himself. The sole theme of a pregnancy fantasy dominates, but in what way? As a signifier, the context makes this clear, of the question of his integration into the virile function, into the function of the father. It may be noted that he contrived to marry a woman who already had a child and with whom he could only ever have inadequate relations. The problematic nature of his symbolic identification underlies any possible understanding of the observation. Everything that's said, expressed, gestured, manifested, assumes its sense only as a function of a response that has to be formulated concerning this fundamentally symbolic relation, am I a man or am I a woman? When I set things out for you like this, you can't fail to compare it with what I emphasized in the case of Dora. Where does she end up in fact, if not confronted by a fundamental question on the subject of her sex? Not on what sex she is, but what is it to be a woman? Dora's two dreams are absolutely transparent in this respect. One speaks of nothing else. What is it to be a woman? And specifically, what is a feminine organ? Notice that here we find ourselves before something odd. The woman wonders about what it is to be a woman, just as the male subject wonders about what it is to be a woman. We shall take things up from there next time. We shall highlight the dissymmetries that Freud always stressed in the Oedipus complex, which confirm the distinction between the symbolic and the imaginary that I have taken up today. For the woman, the realization of her sex is not accomplished in the Oedipus complex in a way symmetrical to that of the man's, not by identification with the mother, but on the contrary by identification with the paternal object, which assigns her an extra detour. Freud always stuck by this conception, whatever people, women particularly, have since tried to do to re-establish the symmetry. But the disadvantage the woman finds herself in with respect to access to her own sexual identity, with respect to her sexualization as a woman, is turned to her advantage in hysteria owing to her imaginary identification with the father, who is perfectly accessible to her, particularly by virtue of his position in the composition of the Oedipus complex. For the man, on the other hand, the path is more complex. March 14, 1956. 13. The hysterics question, 2. What is a woman? Dora and the feminine organ, the signifying dissymmetry, the symbolic and procreation, Freud and the signifier. What was the meaning of my lecture last night on the training of analysts? It was that it is essential to carefully distinguish between symbolism properly so called, that is, symbolism as structured in language, that in which we understand one another here, and natural symbolism. I have summed this up in the expression, to read coffee grounds is not to read hieroglyphics. For the audience that it was necessary to bring the difference between signifier and signified to life a bit. I gave examples, some of them humorous, I gave the schema, and I went on to some applications. I reminded them that analysts' practice makes them fascinated by highly seductive imaginary forms, by the imaginary meaning of the subjective world, whereas what one needs to know, this is what interested Freud, is what organizes this world and enables it to be displaced. I pointed out that the dynamics of phenomena in the analytic field are linked to the duality that results from the distinction between the signifier and the signified. It's no accident that it was a Jungian who brought in the term symbol. At the heart of the Jungian myth, the symbol is effectively thought of as a flower that rises up from the depths, a blossoming of what lies in the depths of man qua typical. The question is whether this is what a symbol is, or whether on the contrary it's something that envelopes and forms what my interlocutor nicely called creation. The second part of my lecture concerned the consequences in analysis of forgetting the signifier-signified structuration. And there I was only able to give an indication of the way in which the theory of the ego currently being promoted in New York circles completely changes the perspective from which the analytic phenomena have to be approached, and that it is party to the same effacement. This effectively ends up placing the ego-to-ego relation in the foreground. And a simple inspection of Freud's articles between 1922 and 1924 shows that the ego is nothing like what it's currently made out to be in analytic usage. 1. If what is called strengthening the ego exists, it can only be the accentuation of the fantasy relation that is always correlative of the ego, especially in the case of the neurotic with a typical structure. As far as the latter is concerned, the strengthening of the ego moves in exactly the opposite direction from that of the dissolution, not only of symptoms, which are strictly speaking within their own meaningfulness but may when the occasion arises be mobilized, but also of the structure itself. What is the sense of what Freud contributed with his new topography when he stressed the imaginary nature of the ego's function? It's precisely the structure of neurosis. Freud relates the ego to the object's phantasmatic character. When he writes that the ego has the privilege of reality using, of reality testing, that it's the ego that indicates reality for the subject, the context leaves no doubt, the ego is here as an illusion, what Freud called the ego ideal. Its function, which is not that of objectivity but that of illusion, is fundamentally narcissistic, and it's on the basis of this function that the subject gives something its connotation of reality. From this topography there arises what in typical neuroses is the place of the ego. The ego in its imaginary structuration is for the subject like one of its elements. In the same way that Aristotle declared that one must not say, man thinks, nor, the soul thinks, but, man thinks with his soul, we shall say that the neurotic asks his neurotic question, his secret and muzzled question, with his ego. The Freudian topography of the ego shows us how a hysteric, or an obsessional, uses his or her ego in order to raise the question, that is, precisely in order not to raise it. The structure of a neurosis is essentially a question, and indeed this is why for a long time it was for us purely and simply a question. The neurotic is in a position of symmetry, he is the question that we ask ourselves, and it's indeed because it affects us just as much as him that we have the greatest repugnance to formulating it more precisely. This is illustrated by the way in which I have always spoken to you about hysteria, to which Freud has given illumination of the highest kind in the case of Dora. Who is Dora? She is someone who is trapped in a very clear symptomatic state, with the qualification that Freud, by his own admission, makes a mistake over the object of Dora's desire in that he himself is too centered on the question of the object, that is, in that he doesn't bring out the fundamental subjective duality implicated in it. He asks himself what Dora desires, before asking himself who desires in Dora. And in the end Freud realizes that in this quartet, Dora, her father, Herr, and Frauke. Frauke is the object that really interests Dora, insofar as she is identified with Herke. The question of where Dora's ego is located is thus resolved, Herke is Dora's ego. The function filled by the specular image in the schema of the mirror stage, where the subject situates his sense so as to recognize himself, where for the first time he situates his ego, this external point of imaginary identification, is, for Dora, placed in Herke. It is insofar as she is Herke that all her symptoms adopt their definitive sense. Dora's aphonia occurs during Herke's absences, which Freud explains quite nicely. She no longer needs to talk since he is no longer present, only writing remains. This leaves us a bit perplexed, nevertheless. If she has dried up, it's in fact because the mode of objectification hasn't been raised anywhere else. The aphonia arises because Dora is left directly in the presence of Frau K. Everything she has heard about Frau K.'s relations with her father revolves around fellatio, and here there is something infinitely more significant for understanding the appearance of the oral symptoms. Dora's identification with Herr K is what holds the situation together up until the neurotic decompensation. While she may complain about the situation, this is still part of the situation, for it is insofar as she is identified with Herr K that she complains. What is Dora saying through her neurosis? What is the woman hysteric saying? Her question is this: what is it to be a woman? This leads us further into the dialectic of the imaginary and the symbolic in the Oedipus complex. What in fact characterizes the Freudian understanding of the phenomena is that it always shows the structural planes of the symptom, despite the outburst of enthusiasm by psychoanalysts for the imaginary phenomena stirred up in analytic experience. Concerning the Oedipus complex, there has been no shortage of well-meaning people to stress the analogies and symmetries along the paths that the boy and girl have to follow, and Freud himself pointed out many common features. However, he never stopped insisting on the essential dissymmetry of Oedipus in the two sexes. What is this dissymmetry due to? To the primary love relation with the mother, you will say, but Freud was a long way away from this point at the time he was beginning to put order into the facts that he was observing in experience. He mentions, among other things, the anatomical component, which means that for the woman the two sexes are identical. But is this the reason for the dissymmetry? The detailed studies that Freud did on this subject are closely argued. I shall name some of them: some psychical consequences of the anatomical distinction between the sexes, female sexuality, the dissolution of the Oedipus complex. What do they bring out, if it isn't that the reason for the dissymmetry is located essentially at the symbolic level, that it's due to the signifier? I should say that strictly speaking there is no symbolization of woman's sex one as such. In any case, the symbolization isn't the same. It doesn't have the same source or the same mode of access as the symbolization of man's sex. Point 1. And this is because the imaginary only furnishes an absence where elsewhere there is a highly prevalent symbol. It's the prevalence of the phallic gestalt that in bringing about the Oedipal complex forces the woman to take a detour via identification with the father and therefore for a while to follow the same paths as the boy. The woman's access to the Oedipal complex, her imaginary identification, is accomplished via the father, exactly as in the boy's case, by virtue of the prevalence of the imaginary form of the phallus, but insofar as this form is itself taken as the symbolic element central to the Oedipus complex. If for the girl as much as for the boy the castration complex assumes a pivotal value in bringing about the Oedipus complex, it does so precisely as a function of the father, because the phallus is a symbol to which there is no correspondent, no equivalent. It's a matter of a dissymmetry in the signifier. This signifying dissymmetry determines the paths down which the Oedipus complex will pass. The two paths make them both pass down the same trail, the trail of castration. The experience of the Oedipus complex is evidence of the predominance of the signifier in the ways open to subjective realization, since the girl's assumption of her own situation is in no way unthinkable on the imaginary plane. All the ingredients are there for the girl to have direct experience of the feminine position, symmetrical to the realization of the masculine position. There would be no obstacle if this realization were to be brought about in the order of lived experience, of ego sympathy, of sensations. And yet, experience shows a striking difference. One of the sexes is required to take the image of the other sex as the basis of its identification. That things are so can't be considered a pure quirk of nature. This fact can only be interpreted from the perspective in which it's the symbolic organization that regulates everything. Where there is no symbolic material, there is an obstacle, a defect, in the way of bringing about the identification that is essential for the subject's sexuality to be realized. This defect comes from the fact that on one point the symbolic lacks the material, for it does require material. The female sex is characterized by an absence, a void, a hole, which means that it happens to be less desirable than is the male sex for what he has that is provocative, and that an essential dissymmetry appears. If all this could be grasped within the order of a dialectic of drives, we would not see why such a detour, such an anomaly, would be necessary. This remark is nowhere near adequate for us concerning the matter at hand, namely the function of the ego in male and female hysterics. The question isn't simply linked to the material, to the trappings of the signifier, but to the subject's relationship with the signifier as a whole, with what the signifier is capable of answering to. When I spoke about beings of language last night, it was intended to have an impact upon my audience. Beings of language aren't organized beings, but there is no doubt that they are beings, that they stamp their form upon man. The comparison I made with fossils was therefore quite appropriate up to a point. It nevertheless remains true that they don't have any substantial existence in themselves. 2. Consider the paradox that results from certain functional interweavings between the two planes of the symbolic and the imaginary. On the one hand, it seems that the symbolic is what yields us the entire world system. It's because man has words that he has knowledge of things. And the number of things he has knowledge of corresponds to the number of things he is able to name. This is not in doubt. On the other hand, there is no doubt either that the imaginary relation is linked to ethology, to animal psychology. The sexual relation implies capture by the other's image. In other words, one of these domains appears to be open to the neutrality of the order of human knowledge, the other seems to be the very domain of the erotization of the object. This is what initially manifests itself to us. Now, the bringing about of the sexual position in the human being is linked, Freud tells us, and experience tells us, to the trial of traversing a fundamentally symbolized relationship, that of the Oedipus complex, which includes a position that alienates the subject, that makes him desire an other's object and possess it through the proxy of an other. We therefore find ourselves here in a position structured within the very duality of the signifier and the signified. It is insofar as the function of man and woman is symbolized, it is insofar as it's literally uprooted from the domain of the imaginary and situated in the domain of the symbolic, that any normal, completed sexual position is realized. Genital realization is submitted to symbolization as an essential requirement, that the man be virilized, that the woman truly accept her feminine function. Conversely, no less paradoxically, it's in the order of the imaginary that we find the relation of identification on the basis of which the object is realized as an object of competition. The domain of knowledge is fundamentally inserted into the primitive paranoid dialectic of identification with the counterpart. The initial opening of identification with the other, that is, with an object, starts from here. An object is isolated, neutralized, and as such particularly erotized. This is what makes an infinitely greater number of objects enter the field of human desire than enter animal experience. In this interweaving of the imaginary and the symbolic lies the source of the essential function that the ego plays in the structuring of neurosis. When Dora finds herself wondering, what is a woman, she is attempting to symbolize the female organ as such. Her identification with the man, bearer of the penis, is for her on this occasion a means of approaching this definition that escapes her. She literally uses the penis as an imaginary instrument for apprehending what she hasn't succeeded in symbolizing. There are many more women hysterics than men hysterics, this is a fact of clinical experience, because the path to the woman's symbolic realization is more complicated. Becoming a woman and wondering what a woman is are two essentially different things. I would go even further, it's because one doesn't become one that one wonders, and, up to a point, to wonder is the contrary of becoming one. The metaphysics of the woman's position is the detour imposed on her subjective realization. Her position is essentially problematic, and up to a certain point it's unassimilable. But once the woman is locked into hysteria, it must also be said that her position presents an unusual stability by virtue of its structural simplicity. The simpler a structure is, the fewer the points of rupture it displays. When her question takes shape in the form of hysteria, it's very easy for the woman to raise it by taking the shortest path, namely identification with the father. In masculine hysteria the situation is certainly much more complex. To the extent that in man the Oedipal realization is better structured, the hysterics question has less chance of arising. But if it's raised, what is it? Here there is the same dissymmetry as in the Oedipus complex. Hysterics, whether men or women, ask themselves the same question. The question of the male hysteric also concerns the feminine position. The question of the subject whom I mentioned last time revolved around a fantasy of pregnancy. Is this sufficient to exhaust the question? It has long been known that phantasmatic anatomical fragmentation is a hysterical phenomenon. This phantasmatic anatomy has a structural character. Neither paralysis nor anesthesia occurs according to the pathways and topography of the nerve branches. Nothing in neural anatomy corresponds to anything whatsoever that occurs in hysterical symptoms. It's always a question of an imaginary anatomy. Can we now spell out the factor common to the feminine position and the masculine question in hysteria, a factor that is no doubt situated at the symbolic level, but perhaps isn't entirely reducible to it? It concerns a question of procreation. Paternity, like maternity, has a problematic essence. These are terms that are not situated purely and simply at the level of experience. Recently I was discussing problems, raised long ago, about the kavod with one of my students, and he reminded me of the light ethnographers have recently managed to throw on this problem. Facts of experience obtained from an investigation carried out on some Central American tribe, because this is where it appears clearly, effectively enable the resolution of certain questions that have arisen over the meaning of this phenomenon. It is now possible to see here that the function of the father and of what he contributes to the creation of the new individual is called into question. The kavod is located at the level of a question concerning masculine procreation. In this vein, perhaps it won't strike you as artificial if I elaborate in the following way. The symbolic provides a form into which the subject is inserted at the level of his being. It's on the basis of the signifier that the subject recognizes himself as being this or that. The chain of signifiers has a fundamental explanatory value, and the very notion of causality is nothing else. There is nevertheless one thing that evades the symbolic tapestry, its procreation in its essential root, that one being is born from another. In the symbolic order, procreation is covered by the order instituted by the succession between beings. But nothing in the symbolic explains the fact of their individuation, the fact that beings come from beings. The entire symbolism declares that creatures don't engender creatures, that a creature is unthinkable without a fundamental creation. In the symbolic, nothing explains creation. Nor does anything explain why some beings must die for others to be born. There is an essential relationship between sexual reproduction and the appearance of death, the biologists say, and if this is true, then it shows that they, too, mull over the same question. The question of what links two beings in the appearance of life only arises for a subject when he or she is in the symbolic, realized as a man or as a woman, but so long as an accident has prevented him or her from acceding to it. This may just as easily occur to anyone by virtue of his or her biographical accidents. Freud raises these same issues in the background of Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Just as life reproduces itself, so it's forced to repeat the same cycle, rejoining the common aim of death. For Freud, this reflects his experience. Each neurosis reproduces a particular cycle in the order of the signifier on the basis of the question that man's relationship to the signifier as such raises. There is, in effect, something radically unassimilable to the signifier. It's quite simply the subject's singular existence. Why is he here? Where has he come from? What is he doing here? Why is he going to disappear? The signifier is incapable of providing him with the answer, for the good reason that it places him beyond death. The signifier already considers him dead, by nature it immortalizes him. As such, the question of death is another mode of the neurotic creation of the question, its obsessional mode. I indicated this last night, and I'll leave it to one side today because we are dealing with the psychoses this year and not with the obsessional neuroses. The considerations about structure I'm proposing to you here are still a prelude to the problem raised by the psychotic. If I'm particularly interested in the question raised in hysteria, it's because at issue is the way in which it's distinct from the mechanism of psychosis, especially that of President Schreiber, where the question of procreation, of feminine procreation in particular, is also sketched out. 3. I would like to finish by pointing out to you those texts by Freud that justify what I said to you last night. My own work is to understand what Freud did. Consequently, to interpret even what is implicit in Freud is legitimate in my eyes. I say this to tell you that I'm not backing away from my responsibilities in asking you to refer to what certain texts have powerfully expressed. Refer to those years, around 1896, when, as Freud himself tells us, he was assembling his doctrine. He took a long time to state what he had to say. He stresses the time of latency, which always lasted 3 to 4 years, between the composition of his major works and their publication. The Traumdeutung was written 3 or 4 years prior to its publication. The same goes for the psychopathology of everyday life and the Dora case. One can observe that the twofold structuring of the signifier and signified doesn't appear after the event. As early as letter 46, for example, Freud states that he is beginning to see the stages of the subject's development appear in his experience, how to construct them, and also to show its relationship to the existence of the unconscious and its mechanisms. One is struck by seeing him employ the term Übersetzung to designate a given stage of the subject's experiences, according as it's translated or not. Translated, what does that mean? It's a question of what happens at levels defined by the subject's age, from 1 to 4 years of age, then from 4 to 8 years of age, then the prepubertal period, and finally the period of maturity. Point 2. It's interesting to note the stress Freud places on the signifier. Bedeutung can't be translated as specifying the signifier in relation to the signified. Likewise, in letter 52, I've already pointed out that he says this: I am working on the assumption that our psychic mechanism has come into being by a process of stratification, the material present in the form of memory traces being subjected from time to time to a rearrangement in accordance with fresh circumstances, to a retranscription. Thus what is essentially new about my theory is the thesis that memory is present not once but several times over, that it is laid down in various kinds of indications. Point 3. I'm pointing out to you the kinship between what is said here and the schema I gave a commentary on for you the other day. Freud emphasizes that these different stages are characterized by the plurality of mnemic inscriptions. There is Wahrnehmung, perception, first of all. This is a primary position which remains hypothetical since in a way none of it comes to light in the subject. Then there is Bewusstsein, consciousness. Consciousness and memory as such are mutually exclusive. This is a point on which Freud never varied. It always seemed to him that pure memory, qua inscription and acquisition by the subject of a new means of reacting, should remain completely immanent to the mechanism and bring no apprehension of the subject by himself into play. The Wahrnehmung stage is there to show that something simple must be presupposed at the origin of memory, conceived as consisting of a plurality of registers. The first registration of perceptions, which is also inaccessible to consciousness, is arranged according to associations by simultaneity. Here we have the original requirement of a primitive installation of simultaneity. This is what I showed you last year in our probative exercises concerning symbols. Point 4. Things became interesting, you'll remember, when we established the structure of groups of 3. Putting these groups of 3 together effectively establishes a relationship of simultaneity between them. Simultaneity is the birth of the signifier and, equally, its existence is a synchronic coexistence. Saussure emphasizes this point. Unbewusstsein is of the order of conceptual memories. The notion of causal relation as such appears here for the first time. This is the moment at which the signifier, once constituted, is secondarily arranged according to something else, which is the appearance of the signified. It's only subsequently that the Vorbewusstsein, the third mode of rearrangement, comes into play. It's from this preconscious that investments will become conscious, according to certain precise rules. This second thought consciousness is in all likelihood linked to the hallucinatory experience of word representations. 5. The emission of words. The most radical example of this is verbal hallucination, connected with the paranoid mechanism by which we auditive word representations. The appearance of consciousness which is linked to this would otherwise always be without any link to memory. In everything that follows, Freud shows that the phenomenon of Verdrängen consists in the loss of something of the order of a signifying expression at the moment of passage from one stage of development to another. The signifier recorded at one of these stages doesn't cross over into the next, with the mode of retroactive regrouping required by any new phase of signifier meaning organization that the subject enters. This is where any explanation of the existence of repression has to begin. The notion of inscription in a signifier that dominates the registration is essential to the theory of memory insofar as it's at the basis of Freud's first investigation of the phenomenon of the unconscious. March 21, 1956. 14. The signifier, as such, signifies nothing. The notion of structure subjectivity in the real how to locate the beginning of a delusion the between is. Ad usum autem orationis, incredibile est, nisi diligenter attenderis, quanta opera machinata natura sit. How many marvels there are concealed by the function of language, if you want to pay diligent attention to it. You know that this is what we are striving towards here. You won't be astonished, therefore, that I should offer you the sentence from Cicero as an epigraph, since it is on this theme that this term we are going to return to the study of the Freudian structures of the psychoses. Effectively, it's a question of what Freud left behind concerning the structures of the psychoses, this being why we call them Freudian. 1. The notion of structure by itself deserves our attention. Given the manner in which we efficaciously apply it in analysis, it implies a number of coordinates, and the very notion of coordinate is part of it. A structure is in the first place a group of elements forming a covariant set. I said a set, I didn't say a totality. As a matter of fact, the notion of structure is analytic. A structure is always established by referring something coherent to something else, which is complementary to it. But the notion of totality only comes into it if we are dealing with a closed relation with a correspondent, where the structures are interdependent. On the other hand, it is possible to have an open relation, which we shall call a relation of supplementarity. For those who have gone in for structural analyses, the ideal has always appeared to be to find what links the two, the closed and the open, to discover circularity on the side of the open. I think that you're well enough oriented to understand that the notion of structure is by itself already a manifestation of the signifier. The little I've just indicated about its dynamics, about what it implies, points you towards the notion of signifier. To be interested in structure is to be unable to neglect the signifier. In structural analysis, as in the analysis of the relationship between signifier and signified, we discover relations between groups founded on sets that, whether open or closed, essentially comprise reciprocal references. In the analysis of the relationship between signifier and signified, we have learned to stress synchrony and diachrony, and this reappears in a structural analysis. In the end, if we observe them closely, the notion of structure and that of signifier appear inseparable. In fact, when we analyze a structure, it's always at least ideally a question of the signifier. What satisfies us the most in a structural analysis is an uncovering, that is as radical as possible, of the signifier. We situate ourselves in a field that is distinct from the field of the natural sciences, and that, as you know, it isn't enough to call the field of the human sciences. Where are we to draw the dividing line? How closely do we have to approximate to the ideals of the sciences of nature such as they have developed for us, for instance, physics as we know it? To what extent are we unable to avoid differentiating ourselves from them? Well then, it's in relation to these definitions of the signifier and of structure that the appropriate boundary can be drawn. In physics we have adopted the law that we proceed from the idea that in nature nobody uses the signifier to signify. This is what distinguishes our physics from mystical physics and even from the physics of antiquity, which had nothing mystical about it, but which didn't adopt this strict requirement. It has become a fundamental law for us, one required of every utterance within the order of the natural sciences, that there is nobody who uses the signifier. The signifier is nevertheless there in nature, and if we weren't looking for the signifier, we shouldn't find anything there at all. To extract a natural law is to extract a meaningless formula. The less it signifies anything, the happier we are. This is why we're perfectly happy with the achievements of Einsteinian physics. You would be wrong to think that those little equations of Einstein's that express the relationship of inertial mass to a constant plus some exponents have the slightest meaning. They are pure signifiers. And this is why, thanks to him, we hold the world in the palm of our hand. The idea that the signifier signifies something, that there is someone who uses the signifier to signify something, is called the signatura rerum. This is the title of a work by Jacob Boehme. 1. It means that God is present in natural phenomena and speaks to us in his language. You must nevertheless not think that our physics implies the elimination of all meaning. There is a meaning at the limit, but there is nobody to signify it. In physics, the mere existence of a signifying system implies, at the very least, the meaning that there is an Umwelt. Physics implies the minimal conjunction of the two signifiers, one and all, that all things are one or that the one is all things. You would be wrong to think that these signifiers belonging to science, however simple they are given, or that any form of empiricism would enable one to abstract them. No empirical theory is able to account for the existence of even the first whole numbers. Despite Mr. Jung's best efforts to convince us of the contrary, history, observation, and ethnography show us that at a certain level of the signifier in a given culture, community, or tribe of people, it's an accomplishment to get access to the number 5, for instance. One can clearly distinguish on the banks of the Orinoco between a tribe that has learned to signify the number 4 and not beyond, and one for which the number 5 opens up surprising possibilities, consistent moreover with the entire signifying system into which the tribe is inserted. This isn't a joke. It's to be taken literally. The extraordinary effect the number 3 had when it arrived in a certain Amazon tribe has been recorded by people who knew what they were talking about. Uttering a series of whole numbers isn't self-evident. It's altogether conceivable, and experience shows that this is so, that beyond a certain limit in the series things get mixed up and one no longer sees anything but a confused multitude. Experience also shows that since the number 1 necessarily implies its maximum effect, it's not the number 1 whose origin we are able, in acquiring the signifier, to understand clearly. These considerations appear to contradict my remarks to you about the fact that any system of language includes, or covers, the totality of possible meanings. This isn't so, for that didn't mean that every system of language exhausts the possibilities of the signifier, which is quite different. The proof of this is the fact that, for example, the language of an Australian tribe may express a given number by a crescent moon. These remarks may appear to you to be way off the mark. It's essential, however, to take them up again at the beginning of our topic for this year. Our starting point, the point we keep coming back to, since we shall always be at the starting point, is that every real signifier is, as such, a signifier that signifies nothing. 2. Experience proves it. The more the signifier signifies nothing, the more indestructible it is. They go off in a foolish direction, those who make fun of what one may call the power of words, by demonstrating, which is always easy, the contradictions into which one falls with the play of a given concept, those who mock nominalism, as it's called, in a given philosophy. It's of course easy to criticize what may be arbitrary or fleeting in the use of a notion like that of society, for instance. It's not so very long ago that this word was invented, and it's amusing to see what dead ends result in the real from the notion that the society is responsible for what happens to the individual, a notion the requirement for which was ultimately expressed in socialist constructions. There is in effect something radically arbitrary in the emergence of the notion of society, I'm not saying of the city. Recall that for our friend Cicero in the above work the nation is, as it were, only the goddess of the population, it presides over births. As a matter of fact, the modern idea of the nation is not even on the horizon of classical thought, and it is not merely the fortunes of a word that demonstrate this to us. None of these things is self-evident. One is free to conclude from this that doubt can be cast on the notion of society. But it's precisely insofar as we are able to cast doubt upon it that it's a signifier. It's also for this reason that it has entered our social reality like the prow of a ship, like a plowshare. When one speaks of the subjective, and even when here we call it into question, the illusion always remains in our minds that the subjective is the opposite of the objective, that it's on the side of the speaker, and finds itself, by virtue of this very fact, on the side of illusions. It either distorts or restricts the objective. The dimension elided until now in the understanding of Freudianism is that the subjective isn't on the side of the speaker. It's something we encounter in the real. The real in question is no doubt not to be taken in the sense in which we normally understand it, which implies objectivity, a confusion constantly being made in analytic writings. The subjective appears in the real insofar as it implies that we have opposite us a subject capable of using the signifier, the play of signifiers. And capable of using it like us, not to signify something but precisely to deceive us over what there is to signify. This is to use the fact that the signifier is something other than meaning in order to present a deceptive signifier. This is so essential that it is strictly speaking the first step of modern physics. The Cartesian discussion of the deceptive God is a step that is impossible to avoid for any foundation of physics in the sense in which we understand the term. The subjective is for us that which distinguishes the field of science in which psychoanalysis is grounded from the entire field of physics. It's the instance of subjectivity as present in the real that is the essential source of the fact that we are saying something new when we single out, for example, these series of apparently natural phenomena that we call neuroses or psychoses. Do the psychoses form a series of natural phenomena? Do they fall within a field of natural explanation? What I'm calling natural is the field of science in which there is no one who uses the signifier to signify. Please remember these definitions, because I'm only giving them to you after having carefully decanted them. I think they are suited, in particular, to contributing the greatest clarity on the subject of final causes. The idea of final cause is repugnant to science in its present form, but science constantly makes use of it in a camouflaged way, in the notion of a return to a state of equilibrium, for instance. If by final cause one simply understands a cause that acts in advance, which tends towards something out ahead, it's absolutely ineliminable from scientific thought, and there is just as much final cause in Einstein's equations as in Aristotle. The difference is precisely this: there is no one who uses the signifier to signify anything, unless it's this, which is that there is a universe. I was reading in Mr. how amazed he was at the existence of the element water, how well this shows the care that the Creator has taken with order and with our pleasure, for if water were not this element that is so wonderfully fluid, heavy, and solid, we wouldn't see little boats sailing so beautifully on the sea. This is written, and it would be a mistake to think that the author is an idiot. It's just that he was still a captive of the atmosphere of a time when nature was made for speaking. We overlook this because of a kind of purification that has taken place in our causal requirements. But this alleged naivete was natural for people for whom everything that presents itself with a signifying nature is made for signifying something. People are currently engaging in a very curious operation, which consists in overcoming certain difficulties presented by certain frontier domains into which the question of the use of the signifier as such has to be introduced, precisely by means of the notion of communication which we've discussed on occasion. And the reason I've placed the article by Tompkins in this issue of the journal you've all become somewhat familiar with is to give you an example of the naive way the notion of communication can be used. Point 2. You will see that this can be taken a very long way, which people haven't failed to do. There are people who will claim that the various orders of internal secretion inside an organism send one another messages in the form, for instance, of hormones that notify the ovaries that everything's going well, or on the contrary that there's a bit of a problem somewhere. Is this a legitimate use of the notions of communication and message? Why not, if a message is simply of the order of what takes place when we project a light beam, whether invisible or not, onto a photoelectric cell? This can be taken a very long way. If, on sweeping the sky with the beam of a spotlight, we see something appear in the middle, it may be taken as the sky's response. This produces its own criticism. But this is still to take things too lightly. When may one really speak of communication? You are going to tell me that it's obvious, there has to be a response. This is defensible, it's a question of definition. Shall we say that there is communication whenever a response is registered? But what's a response? There's only one way defining it, which is to say that it's when something returns to the starting point. This is the schema for feedback. Every return of something that, having been registered somewhere, thereby triggers an operation of regulation, constitutes a response. And this is where communication begins, with self-regulation. But notwithstanding this, are we now at the level of the function of the signifier? I don't think so. In a thermoelectric machine supported by feedback, the signifier is not employed. Why not? Isolating the signifier as such requires something else which, like any dialectical distinction in the first instance, presents itself in a paradoxical manner. There is appropriate use of the signifier whenever, at the level of the receiver, what is important is not the effect of the content of the message, nor the triggering in the organ of a given reaction due to the appearance of a hormone, but this, that at the message's point of arrival one makes a note of it. Does this imply a subjectivity? Look at it very closely. It's not certain that it does. What is distinctive about the existence of the signifier as such, the signifier which I have just been trying one more time to give a precise formulation to, insofar as it's a correlated system of elements that derive their place synchronically and diachronically in relation to one another? I'm at sea, the captain of a small ship. I see things moving about in the night, in a way that gives me cause to think that there may be a sign there. How shall I react? If I'm not yet a human being, I shall react with all sorts of displays, as they say, modeled, motor, and emotional. I satisfy the descriptions of psychologists, I understand something, in fact I do everything I'm telling you that you must know how not to do. If on the other hand I am a human being, I write in my logbook, at such and such a time, at such and such a degree of latitude and longitude, we noticed this and that. This is what is fundamental. I shelter my responsibility. What distinguishes the signifier is here. I make a note of the sign as such. It's the acknowledgement of receipt LQs de reception that is essential to communication insofar as it is not significant, but signifying. If you don't articulate this distinction clearly, you will keep falling back upon meanings that can only mask from you the original mainspring of the signifier insofar as it carries out its true function. Let's keep the following in mind. Even when inside an organism, whether living or not, things are transmitted that are founded upon the effectiveness of all or nothing, even when, by virtue of the fact that, for example, a threshold exists, there is something which doesn't exist below a certain level and then all of a sudden has a certain effect. Keep the example of the hormones in mind, we still can't speak of communication if by communication we imply the originality of the order of the signifier. Indeed, it isn't as all or nothing that something is a signifier, it's to the extent that something constituting a whole, the sign, exists and signifies precisely nothing. This is where the order of the signifier, insofar as it differs from the order of meaning, begins. If psychoanalysis teaches us anything, if psychoanalysis constitutes a novelty, it's precisely that the human being's development is in no way directly deducible from the construction of, from the interferences between, from the composition of, meanings, that is, instincts. The human world, the world that we know and live in the midst of which we orientate ourselves, and without which we are absolutely unable to orientate ourselves, doesn't only imply the existence of meanings, but the order of the signifier as well. If the Oedipus complex isn't the introduction of the signifier, then I ask to be shown any conception of it whatever. The level of its elaboration is so essential to sexual normalization uniquely because it introduces the functioning of the signifier as such into the conquest of the said man or woman. It's not because the Oedipus complex is contemporary with the genital dimension or tendency that it's possible to imagine even for a single instant that it's essential to an actual human world, to a world that has its structure of human reality. Think about it for a second. If there is something that is clearly unsuited to introducing articulation and differentiation into the world, it's the genital function. That which in its strict essence tends towards the most mysterious of effusions is that which is the most paradoxical in relation to any real structuring of the world. It's not the instinctual dimension that is operative in the stage to be passed through in the Oedipus complex. In this respect, it's on the contrary the so highly diverse material we are shown by the pregenital stages that enables us to imagine easily how, by analogy with meaning, the mode of matter, to call it by its name, is linked up to what man has in his immediate field. The bodily, excremental, pregenital, exchanges are quite adequate for structuring a world of objects, a world of complete human reality, that is, one in which there are subjectivities. There's no other scientific definition of subjectivity than one that proceeds from the possibility of handling the signifier for purely signifying, not significant ends, that is, expressing no direct relation of the order of appetite. Things are simple. But the subject still has to acquire, conquer, the order of the signifier, be given his place in a relationship of implication that attains his being, which results in the formation of what in our language we call the superego. One doesn't have to go very deeply into analytic literature to see that the use made of this concept is congenial to the definition of the signifier, which is that it signifies nothing and is therefore always capable of yielding various meanings. For us the superego raises the question of what is the order of entrance, of introduction, of present instance, of the signifier, which is indispensable to the functioning of a human organism that has to come to terms not only with the natural environment but with the signifying universe. Here we return to the crossroads at which I left you last time on the subject of the neuroses. What do symptoms result from, if it's not from the human organisms being implicated in something that is structured like a language, whereby such and such an element of its functioning will come into play as a signifier? I went further on this topic last time, taking the example of hysteria. Hysteria is a question centered on a signifier that remains enigmatic as to its meaning. The question of death and the question of birth are, as it happens, the two ultimate questions that have precisely no solution in the signifier. This is what gives neurotics their existential value. Now for the psychoses. What do they mean? What is the function of the subject's relationships to the signifier in the psychoses? We have already tried to spell this out on a number of occasions. The reason that we are always thus forced to investigate things in a roundabout way must lie in the question itself. We're obliged to acknowledge this for the moment. There is an obstacle here, a resistance, which will yield its meaning only to the extent that we have gone into things deeply enough to explain why things are like this. 3. Let's explore the problem again with the aim of taking a further step forward, as we've done on each occasion. You remember the schema we arrived at? I pointed out to you that there must have been something there that had not materialized, at a certain moment, in the field of the signifier, that had been verwerf and thereby making the object of a verwerfung reappear in the real. This mechanism is distinct from everything that in other ways we know from our experience, concerning the relationships between the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. Freud gave powerful expression, in the text Anschreiber we're working on among others, to the radical distinction between passional conviction and delusional conviction. The former depends upon the projection of intentions. It is, for example, jealousy where I'm jealous of my own feelings in the other, where it's my own drives to be unfaithful that I impute to the other. As to the second, Freud formulates it thus, that what has been rejected from within reappears without, or again, as one tries to say in an expanded form, that what has been suppressed in the idea reappears in the real. But what does this mean, exactly? In neurosis, too, we see this action of the drive and its consequences. Doesn't this formulation leave something to be desired, something confused, defective, even absurd? Every author confines himself to this formulation, and in putting it to you in this form I wasn't wanting to contribute anything original. I think I can find someone among you to help me look more closely at the works in which Kitten has tried to grasp the mechanism of psychotic neoformation. You will observe what an extraordinary dead end he arrives at, from which he escapes only at the price of contradictory formulations. This testifies to the conceptual difficulties one is committed to if one confuses, however slightly, the notion of reality with that of objectivity, or even with that of meaning, if one moves away from a reality distinct from the test of the real, from a reality in the sentiment of the real. An entire phenomenological supposition, which extends well beyond the field of psychoanalysis and holds sway there only insofar as it equally holds sway elsewhere, is based on confusing the realm of meaningfulness with the realm of meaning. Proceeding from works that are extremely rigorous elaborations upon the function of the signifier, supposedly psychological phenomenology slides into the realm of meaning. This is its basic point of confusion. It's led towards it like a dog on a scent, and, like the dog, this will never lead it to any kind of scientific result. You know the would-be opposition between Erklären and Verstehen. Here we must maintain that the only scientific structure is where there is Erklären. Verstehen opens onto all kinds of confusion. Erklären doesn't at all imply mechanical meaning or anything else of that order. The nature of Erklären lies in the recourse to the signifier as the sole foundation of all conceivable scientific structuration. At the beginning of the Schreber case we find a period of disorder, a fertile moment. It presents a whole set of symptoms which, because it has generally been hidden away or, more exactly, because it has slipped through our fingers, has been unable to be elucidated analytically and is most of the time only reconstructed. Now, in reconstructing it we can discover, with very few exceptions, what appear to be the meanings and mechanisms we see at work in neurosis. There is nothing that more closely resembles a neurotic symptomatology than a pre-psychotic symptomatology. Once the diagnosis has been made, we are told that one finds that the unconscious is displayed on the outside, that everything belonging to the ID has passed into the external world, and that the meanings in play are so clear that we are precisely unable to intervene analytically. This is the classical position, and it still has some value. The paradox it contains has escaped nobody, but all the reasons that have been advanced to explain it are of a tautological or contradictory character. They are superstructurations of totally absurd hypotheses. It suffices to take an interest in analytic literature as a symptom to realize this. Where does it spring from? From the fact that the world of objects is in some way affected, captured, induced, by a meaning in relation with drives characteristic of the psychoses? Is the construction of an external world distinctive of the psychoses? However, if there is any way of equally defining neurosis, this is it. When do we decide that the subject has crossed over the limits, that he is delusional? Take the pre-psychotic period. Our President Schreber is living out something in the nature of perplexity. He gives us in living form this question that I was saying lies at the bottom of every form of neurosis. He is prey to strange forebodings, he indicates this to us after the event. He is abruptly invaded by this image which would seem to be the least likely to enter the mind of a man of his kind and his style, that it really must be rather pleasant to be a woman succumbing to intercourse. This is a period of confusion and panic. How are we to locate the border between this moment of confusion and the point at which his delusion ended with the construction that he was in actual fact a woman, and not just any woman, but the divine woman, or more exactly God's fiancée? Is there anything here that is sufficient for locating the onset of psychosis? Certainly not. Kitten reports a case that he saw declare itself at a much earlier period than Schreber's, and about which he was able to form a direct idea, having come onto the scene at the turning point of the case 3. It was the case of a youth at the age of puberty, whose whole pre-psychotic period the author analyses very well, while conveying the idea that there was nothing in this subject of the order of accession to anything that would realize in him the virile type. Everything failed. And while he did try to conquer the typically virile attitude, it was by means of imitation, of a latching on, following the example of one of his friends. Like him and following him, he engaged in the first sexual maneuvers of puberty, namely masturbation, which he subsequently renounced under the injunction of the said friend, and he began to identify with him for a whole series of exercises that were called exercises of self-conquest. He behaved as if he were at the mercy of a severe father, which was the case with his friend. Like him, he became interested in a girl who, as if by chance, was the same one his friend was interested in. And once this identification with his friend has gone quite away, the young girl will readily fall into his arms. Here we obviously find the as-if mechanism that Mrs. Helene Deutsch has stressed as being a significant dimension in the symptomatology of the schizophrenia's. Point 4. It's a mechanism of imaginary compensation. You can verify the usefulness of the distinction between the three registers, for the absent Oedipus complex, which would have given him virility in the form, not of the paternal image, but of the signifier, the name of the father. Once the psychosis has broken out, the subject will conduct himself in the same way as before, as an unconscious homosexual. No meaning emerges that is fundamentally different from the pre-psychotic period. All his conduct in relation to the friend, who was the pivotal element in his attempt at structuration at the time of puberty, can be rediscovered in his delusion. When did he start to delude? When he said that his father was pursuing him to kill him, to rob him, to castrate him. All the contents implied in neurotic meanings are there. But the essential point, which isn't highlighted, is that the delusion began the moment the initiative came from the other, with a capital O, when the initiative was founded on a subjective activity. The other wants this, and above all he wants this to be known, he wants to signify it. As soon as there is a delusion, we enter at full tilt upon the domain of intersubjectivity, where the whole problem is to know why it's fantasized. But in the name of fantasy, omnipresent in neurosis, attached as we are to its meaning, we forget its structure, namely that it's a question of signifiers as such, handled by a subject for signifying aims, signifying so purely that the meaning very often remains problematic. What we have encountered in this symptomatology always implies what I indicated to you last year in relation to the dream of Irma's injection, the unmixing five of subjects. It's characteristic of the intersubjective dimension that you have a subject in the real capable of using the signifier as such, that is, to speak, not so as to inform you, but precisely so as to lure you. This possibility is what is distinctive about the existence of the signifier. But this isn't all. As soon as there is a subject and use of the signifier, use of the between il entre je is possible, that is to say, of the interposed subject. This inmixing of subjects is one of the most obvious elements in the dream of Irma's injection. Recall the three practitioners called in one by Freud, who wants to know what it is that's in Irma's throat. And these three farcical characters operate, defend theses, talk only nonsense. They are the between is, who play an essential role here. They are marginal to Freud's inquiry, whose major preoccupation at this time is defense. In a letter to Flies he says this, I am right in the middle of what is outside nature. Point 6. This is what defense is, in effect, insofar as it has an essential relationship to the signifier, not to the prevalence of meaning, but to idolatry of the signifier as such. This is merely a pointer. Isn't it precisely the unmixing of subjects that appears in delusion? This is a characteristic that is so essential to any intersubjective relation that, it may be said, there is no language that doesn't include quite special grammatical expressions to indicate it. I'll give you an example. It's all the difference there is between the head of department who had this patient operated on by his resident and the head of department who was to operate on this patient had him operated on by his resident. Point 7. You must be able to see that, although they lead to the same action, they mean two completely different things. It's this that is constantly involved in delusion. One makes them do this. This is where the problem lies. We are a long way from being able just simply to say that the ID is quite abruptly present and reappears in the real. At the heart of the psychoses there is a dead end, perplexity concerning the signifier. Everything takes place as if the subject were reacting to this by an attempt at restitution, at compensation. Fundamentally the crisis is undoubtedly unleashed by some question or other. Which is? I've got no idea. I suppose that the subject reacts to the signifier's absence by all the more emphatically affirming another one that as such is essentially enigmatic. I told you that the other with a big O, qua bearer of the signifier, is excluded. The other is thereby all the more powerfully affirmed between it and the subject, at the level of the little other, of the imaginary. This is where all the between-I phenomena that make up what is apparent in the symptomatology of psychosis take place, at the level of the other subject, of the one who holds the initiative in the delusion, in the case of Schreber, Professor Flechsig, or God who is potentially so seductive that he places the world order in danger by virtue of the attraction. It's at the level of the between-I, that is, of the little other, of the subject's double, who is both his ego and not his ego, that words appear that are a kind of running commentary on existence. We observe this phenomenon in mental automatism, but it's much more accentuated here, as there is a sort of teasing use of the signifier in the sentences that are begun then interrupted. That level of the signifier which is that of the sentence comprises a middle, a beginning, and an end, and thus requires a conclusion. This is what enables the play upon expectation, a slowing down that occurs at the imaginary level of the signifier, as if the solution to the enigma, for want of being able to be formulated in any really open manner other than through the primordial assertion of the other's initiative, is given by showing that it's a question of the signifier. Just as the formula in bold letters that appears at the conclusion to the dream of Irma's injection shows the solution to what is at the end of Freud's desire, nothing more important in effect than a formula of organic chemistry, so we find, in the phenomenon of delusion, in the commentaries and in the buzzing of discourse in its pure form, the indication that it's a question of the signifier. April 11, 1956. 15. On primordial signifiers and the lack of one. A crossroads basic signifiers. A new signifier in the real approaches to the whole identificatory compensation. The distinction I have been insisting upon this year between the signifier and the signified turns out to be particularly justified by examination of the psychoses. Today I would like to make you feel this. 1. What are we looking for, we analysts, when we investigate a mental disturbance, whether it's confirmed in a patent manner or is latent, whether it masks itself or reveals itself in symptoms or conduct? We are always looking for meaning. This is what makes us different. The psychoanalyst is credited with not letting himself be deceived over the true meaning. When he uncovers the significance that an object has acquired for the subject, the register of meaning is always involved, that of a meaning which he regards as concerning the subject in some way. This is where I want you to pause, for there is a crossroads here. The interest, the desire, the craving, which captures the subject in a meaning leads to a search for its type, mold, preformation, in the register of instinctual relations in which the subject appears correlated to an object, hence the construction of the theory of instincts, the foundations on which the analytic discovery rests. Here we have a relational world, or, I should almost say, maze, which comprises so many bifurcations, communications, turnings back, as to leave us satisfied, that is to say, ultimately, that we lose ourselves in them. This is a tangible fact in our daily handling of these meanings. Take homosexual attachment as an example, which is an essential component of the Oedipal drama. We say that the meaning of the homosexual relation tends to emerge in the inverted Oedipus complex. In the case of neurosis, we say most of the time that the subject defends against this attachment that is more or less latent in his conduct, but still tends to appear. We speak of defense, it has several modes. We look for its cause, which we define as the fear of castration. We are never short of an explanation, moreover, if this one won't do, we shall find another one. but whether it be this one here or another one, isn't it apparent, as the slightest familiarity with analytic literature will show, that the question of the order of coherence at work is never raised? Why should we allow that the homosexual orientation of libidinal investment involves causal coherence for the subject from the outset? In what way does being captured by the homosexual imago entail for the subject that he lose his penis? What is the order of causality that implies what is known as the primary process? Up to what point is a causal relation to be admitted here? What are the modes of causality that the subject fears in imaginary capture? Is it sufficient that we observe this imaginary relation, with all its implications, which are themselves constructed since it's a question of the imaginary, for it to be given in the subject, whereas we see it from the outside? I'm not saying that we are wrong to think that the fear of castration, with all its consequences, enters into play automatically in a male subject caught in the pacifying capture of the homosexual relation. I'm saying that we never question it. And there would no doubt be different answers according to different cases. The causal coherence here is constructed, through an unwarranted extrapolation from things of the imaginary onto the real. When it is the pleasure principle, resolution, and return to an equilibrium, a requirement of desire, that is at issue, we quite naturally slide into bringing the reality principle, or something else, into play. This enables us to return to our crossroads. Desire is at first sight understood as an essentially imaginary relation. Setting out from here, we set about cataloging instincts, their equivalences, and interconnections. Let's instead stop and ask ourselves whether these are merely biological laws that render a number of meanings instinctually interesting for the human subject. What part does that which depends on the signifier play in all this? In fact, the signifier, with its own action and insistence, intervenes in all of the human being's interests, however profound, primitive, elementary we suppose them to be. I have spent days and lessons trying by all available means to give you a glimpse of what we might provisionally call the autonomy of the signifier, that is, the fact that it has its own laws. Undoubtedly, they are extremely difficult to isolate, since we always set the signifier to work among meanings. This is to state the interest of linguistic considerations on the problem. It's impossible to study how this phenomenon called language, which is the most fundamental of interhuman relations, functions unless one draws this distinction between the signifier and the signified from the outset. And the step I ask you to take in this seminar is to follow me when I say to you that the sense of the analytic discovery isn't simply to have found meanings but to have gone much further than anyone has ever gone in reading them, namely right to the signifier. That this fact is neglected explains the dead ends, the confusions, the circles, and tautologies, that analytic research encounters. 2. The mainspring of the analytic discovery isn't to be found in the so-called libidinal or instinctual meanings relative to a whole range of behavior. These exist, it's true. But in the human being those meanings that are the closest to need, meanings that are relative to the most purely biological insertion into a nutritive and captivating environment, primordial meanings, are, in their sequence and in their very foundation, subject to laws that are the laws of the signifier. If I spoke to you about day and night, it was to make you feel that the day, the very notion of the day, the word day, the notion of the coming of the day, is something that is properly speaking ungraspable in any reality. The opposition between day and night is a signifying opposition, which goes infinitely beyond all the meanings it may ultimately cover, indeed beyond every kind of meaning. If I took day and night as examples, it's of course because our subject is man and woman. The signifier man and the signifier woman are something other than a passive attitude and an active attitude, an aggressive attitude and a yielding attitude, something other than forms of behavior. There is undoubtedly a hidden signifier here which, of course, can nowhere be incarnated absolutely, but which is nevertheless the closest to being incarnated in the existence of the word man and the word woman. If these registers of being are anywhere, in the final analysis it's in words. It isn't obligatory that they be verbalized words. It may be a sign on a wall, it may be, for the so-called primitive, a painting or a stone, but it's elsewhere than in types of conduct or patterns. Point 1. This is not new. When we say that the Oedipus complex is essential for the human being to be able to accede to a humanized structure of the real, it can't mean anything else. Everything that abounds in our literature, the fundamental principles on which we agree, imply it, in order for there to be reality, adequate access to reality, in order for the sense of reality to be a reliable guide, in order for reality not to be what it is in psychosis, the Oedipus complex has to have been lived through. Now, we are only able to express this complex, its triangular crystallization, its various modalities and consequences, its terminal crisis, called a decline to which is ratified by the subject's entry into a new dimension, insofar as the subject is at once himself and the other two partners. This is what is meant by the term identification that you are always using. Thus here we have intersubjectivity and dialectical organization. This would be unthinkable if the field we have localized under the name of the Oedipus complex didn't have a symbolic structure. I don't believe that this analysis can be questioned. The fact that it isn't generally accepted alters nothing. It's enough that certain people take it to be certain for it to be raised, by this very fact alone, as an issue. Equilibrium, the right situation for the human subject in reality, depends, at one of its levels at the very least, on a purely symbolic experience, on an experience that implies the conquest of the symbolic relation as such. On reflection, do we need psychoanalysis to tell us this? Aren't we astounded that philosophers didn't emphasize ages ago that human reality is irreducibly structured as signifying day and night, man and woman, peace and war? I could enumerate more oppositions that don't emerge out of the real world but give it its framework, its axes, its structure, that organize it, that bring it about, that there is in effect a reality for man, and that he can find his bearings therein. The notion of reality that we bring to bear in analysis presupposes this web, this mesh of signifiers. This isn't new. It's constantly being implied in analytic discourse, but is never isolated as such. This isn't necessarily a drawback, but it is one in, for example, what has been written on the psychoses. Concerning the psychoses, the same mechanisms of attraction, repulsion, conflict, and defense as in the neuroses have been invoked, whereas the results are phenomenologically and psychopathologically distinct from, if not opposed to, one another. One is content with the same effects of meaning. This is where the mistake is. Thus the need to pause over the existence of the structure of the signifier as such, in a word, such as it exists in psychosis. I'll pick things up again from the beginning and I'll keep myself to the bare minimum. Since we have distinguished between the signifier and the signified, we must allow for the possibility that psychosis not only depends on what appears at the level of meanings, of their proliferation, of their labyrinth, in which the subject is supposedly lost or, even, arrested at a fixation, but also that essentially it stems from something that is situated at the level of the subject's relations with the signifier. The signifier is to be thought of initially as distinct from meaning. It's characterized by not in itself possessing a literal meaning signification propria. Try to imagine, then, what the appearance of a pure signifier might be like. Of course, we can't imagine this, by definition. And yet, since we ask ourselves questions about origins, we must try to get closer to what this might represent. Our experience makes us constantly feel that these basic signifiers without which the order of human meanings would be unable to establish itself exist. Isn't this what all mythologies explain to us, also? Magical thought is how modern scientific drivel puts this whenever it is confronted with something that goes beyond the little shrunken brains of those to whom it seems that the necessary condition for penetrating the cultural domain is that nothing should capture them in any desire that might humanize them. Magical thought, does this term strike you as sufficient for explaining why people who, in every likelihood, have had the same relationships to birth as we have should have interpreted day, night, earth, and sky as entities that combine and copulate in a family studded with murders, with incest, with extraordinary eclipses, with disappearances, metamorphoses, mutilations, with one or other of the terms. Do you believe that these people really take these things literally? This really is putting them at the mental level of the evolutionist of our day, who thinks he has explained it all. I think that as far as the inadequacy of thought is concerned, we've got no reason to be envious of the ancients. Isn't it on the contrary clear that these mythologies are aimed at installing man, at placing him upright, in the world, and that they tell him what the primordial signifiers are, how to conceive their relationships and their genealogy? There is no need here to inquire into Greek or Egyptian mythology, since M. Griel came and explained African mythology to you. 3 This was about a placenta that had been cut into 4, and one of the pieces, ripped out before the others, introduced into the 4 primitive elements the initial dissymmetry and the dialectic by which are explained not only the division of the fields but also the manner in which clothing is worn, what it is that clothing, weaving, such and such an art, etc. signify. This is the genealogy of signifiers insofar as it's essential if a human being is to find his bearings in them. They aren't just signposts, or external, stereotyped molds, layered over forms of behavior, nor are they just patterns, for it makes possible for him free circulation in a world that henceforth has order in it. Modern man is perhaps less well off. It's through these myths that the primitive finds his bearings in the order of meaningfulnesses. He possesses keys for all sorts of extraordinary situations. Should he be in breach of everything, signifiers still support him, which for example will tell him exactly the form of punishment entailed by the outburst that produced the disturbances. The rule imposes its fundamental rhythm upon him. As for us, we're reduced to very fearfully remaining conformist. We are afraid that we'll go a little bit mad as soon as we don't say exactly the same thing as everybody else. This is the situation of modern man. Let's flesh out the signifier's presence in the real, insofar as this is possible. The emergence of a new signifier, with all the consequences, down to one's most personal conduct and thoughts, that this may entail, the appearance of a register such as that of a new religion, for example, isn't something that is easily manipulated. Experience proves it. Meanings shift, common sentiments and socially conditioned relations change, but there are also all sorts of so-called revelatory phenomena that can appear in a sufficiently disturbing mode for the terms we use in the psychoses not to be entirely inappropriate for them. The appearance of a new structure in the relations between basic signifiers and the creation of a new term in the order of the signifier are devastating in character. This is no concern of ours. We don't need to take any interest in the appearance of a signifier, since it's a phenomenon that we never encounter professionally. On the other hand, we do deal with subjects in whom we apparently bring to light something, an irreducible kernel, that occurs at the level of the Oedipal relation. The further question I invite you to ask yourselves is this: can't one conceive of considering the consequences of the essential lack of a signifier in these immediately accessible subjects called psychotics? Here again, I'm saying nothing new. I'm simply clearly articulating what is implied in our discourse when we speak of the Oedipus complex. A neurosis without Oedipus doesn't exist. This question has been raised, but there's no truth in it. 5 We readily acknowledge that in psychosis something hasn't functioned, is essentially incomplete, in the Oedipus complex. A certain analyst has had a paranoid-like case to study in vivo, homologous in certain respects to the case of President Schreiber. He says a number of things that in the end come very close to what I've been telling you, except that obviously he gets confused because he's unable to formulate things as I'm suggesting they should be in saying that psychosis consists of a hole, a lack, at the level of the signifier. This may strike you as vague, but it's adequate, even if we can't say straight away what the signifier is. We shall nevertheless figure it out by approximation, beginning from the meanings connoted as we approach it. May one speak of approaching a hole? Why not? There is nothing more dangerous than approaching a void. 3. There is another form of defense that a forbidden tendency or meaning will provoke. It's the defense that consists in not approaching the place where there is no answer to the question. One is more at ease this way, and, after all, this is the characteristic of normal people. Don't ask us questions, we've been taught, and this is why we're here. But as psychoanalysts, it's nevertheless our business to try to enlighten these poor unfortunates who have asked themselves questions. We're certain that neurotics have asked themselves a question. Psychotics, it's not so sure. The answer has perhaps come to them before the question, this is a hypothesis. Or else, the question has asked itself of its own accord, this isn't inconceivable. There is no question for a subject without another to whom he has addressed it. Someone was saying to me recently, in the final analysis, I have got nothing to ask of anyone. It was a sad avowal. I pointed out to him that if in any case he had anything to ask, he would necessarily have to ask it of someone. This is the other side of the same question. If we implant this relation firmly in our heads, it won't appear extravagant if I say that it's also possible that the question asks itself first, that it's not the subject who has asked it. As I've shown you in my case presentations, what happens at the beginning of a psychosis is of this order. Recall this little subject who, to us, appeared evidently very lucid. Given the way he had grown up and prospered in existence, in the midst of the anarchy, which was merely a bit more patent than in other cases, of his family situation, he had attached himself to a friend who had become his point of implantation in existence, and all of a sudden something happened, he wasn't able to explain what. It became very clear to us that this was bound up with the appearance of his partner's daughter, and we can add that he experienced this fact as incestuous, hence defense. We haven't been very stringent about the rigor of our remarks ever since we learned from Freud that the principle of contradiction doesn't work in the unconscious, a suggestive and interesting formulation, but, if one doesn't go any further than this, a bit brief, when something fails to work in one sense it's explained by its contrary. And this is why analysis explains things so admirably. This simple little chap had understood a lot less than we had. He was knocking against something, and he didn't have any keys. He spent 3 months in bed in order to find his bearings again. He was in a state of perplexity. A minimum of the sensitivity that our trade gives us clearly demonstrates something that can always be seen in what is known as pre-psychosis, namely the feeling that the subject has come to the edge of a hole. This is to be taken literally. It's not a matter of understanding what is going on when we aren't present. It isn't a matter of phenomenology. It's a matter of understanding, not imagining, what happens for a subject when the question comes to him from where there is no signifier, when it's a hole, a lack, that makes itself felt as such. I repeat, it's not a matter of phenomenology. It's not a matter of playing the madman. One does this enough ordinarily, in one's internal dialogue. It's a matter of determining what the consequences are of a situation that is determined thus. Not every stool has 4 legs. There are some that stand upright on 3. Here, though, there is no question of their lacking any, otherwise things go very badly indeed. Well then, let me tell you that the significant points of purchase that uphold the little world of the solitary little men in the modern crowd are very few in number. It's possible that at the outset the stool doesn't have enough legs, but that up to a certain point it will nevertheless stand up, when the subject, at a certain crossroads of his biographical history, is confronted by this lack that has always existed. To designate it we've made do until now with the term Verwerfung. This may lead to more than one conflict, but it isn't essentially a matter of conflicting constellations which in neurosis are explained by a significant decompensation. In psychosis it's the signifier that is in question, and as the signifier is never solitary, as it invariably forms something coherent, this is the very meaningfulness of the signifier. The lack of one signifier necessarily brings the subject to the point of calling the set of signifiers into question. Here you have the fundamental key to the problems of the beginning of psychosis, the sequence of its stages, and its meaning. In fact, the terms in which these questions are usually framed imply what I'm telling you. A kitten, for example, states that hallucination is a mode of defense like any other. 6 He's aware, however, that there are phenomena here which though very closely related are different, the certainty of meaning without content, which may simply be called interpretation, is, effectively, different from hallucination properly so called. He explains the two by mechanisms designed to protect the subject according to another mode than the one in operation in the neuroses. In the neuroses, its meaning that temporarily disappears, is eclipsed, and goes and lodges itself somewhere else, whereas reality itself remains. Such defenses are inadequate in the case of psychosis, where what is to protect the subject appears in reality. The subject places outside what may stir up inside him the instinctual drive that he has to confront. It's obvious that the term reality as it's used here is totally inadequate. Why not have the courage to say that the mechanism being appealed to is the ID, since it's considered to have the power to modify and disturb what one may call the truth of the thing? According to this explanation, it's a matter of the subject's protecting himself against homosexual temptations. Nobody has ever gone on to say, Schreber less so than anyone else, that all of a sudden he could no longer see people, that the very face of his male counterparts was, by the hand of eternal God, covered with a cloak. He could always see them perfectly well. One simply believes that he couldn't see them for what they really were for him, namely attractive love objects. At issue is, therefore, not what one vaguely calls reality, as if this were the same thing as the reality of a wall we might bump into, but a meaningful reality, which doesn't present us simply with footholds and obstacles, but a truth that verifies itself and installs itself by itself as orienting this world and introducing beings, to call them by their name, into it? Why not admit, then, that the ID is capable of conjuring away the truth of the thing? But we can also raise the question from the opposite direction, namely, what happens when the truth of the thing is lacking, when there is nothing left to represent it in its truth, when for example the register of the father defaults. The father is not simply the generator. He's also the one who has rightful possession of the mother, and in peace, in principle. His function is central to the realization of the Oedipus complex and conditions the son's accession, which is also a function, correlative to the first, to the model of virility. What happens if a certain lack occurs in the formative function of the father? The father may well have had a certain mode of relation such that the son does indeed adopt a feminine position, but it's not through fear of castration. We are all familiar with cases of these delinquent or psychotic sons who proliferate in the shadow of a paternal personality of exceptional character, one of these social monsters referred to as venerable. They are often characters strongly marked by a style of radiance and success, but in a unilateral manner, in the register of unbridled ambition or authoritarianism, sometimes of talent, of genius. They don't necessarily have to be a genius, have merit, or be mediocre or nasty, it's sufficient that this be unilateral and monstrous. It's certainly not by chance that a psychopathic personality subversion, in particular, is produced in such a situation. Let's suppose that this situation entails for the subject the impossibility of assuming the realization of the signifier father at the symbolic level. What's he left with? He's left with the image the paternal function is reduced to. It's an image which isn't inscribed in any triangular dialectic, but whose function as model, as specular alienation, nevertheless gives the subject a fastening point and enables him to apprehend himself on the imaginary plane. If the captivating image is without limits, if the character in question manifests himself simply in the order of strength and not in that of the pact, then a relation of rivalry, aggressiveness, fear, etc. appear. Insofar as the relationship remains on the imaginary, dual, and unlimited plane, it doesn't possess the meaning of reciprocal exclusion that is included in specular confrontation, but possesses instead the other function, that of imaginary capture. The image, on its own, initially adopts the sexualized function, without any need of an intermediary, an identification with the mother, or with anything else. The subject then adopts this intimidated position that we can observe in the fish or lizard. The imaginary relation alone is installed on a plane that has nothing typical about it and is dehumanizing because it doesn't leave any place for the relation of reciprocal exclusion that enables the ego's image to be founded on the orbit given by the model of the more complete other. The alienation here is radical, It isn't bound to annihilating signified, as in a certain type of rival-rouse relation with the father, but to annihilation of the signifier. The subject will have to bear the weight of this real, primitive dispossession of the signifier and adopt compensation for it, at length, over the course of his life, through a series of purely conformist identifications with characters who will give him the feeling for what one has to do to be a man. The situation may be sustained for a long time this way. Psychotics can live compensated lives with apparently ordinary behavior considered to be normally virile, and then all of a sudden, mysteriously, God only knows why, become decompensated. What is it that suddenly renders insufficient the imaginary crutches which have enabled the subject to compensate for the absence of the signifier? How does the signifier as such again lay down its requirements? How does what is missing intervene and question? Before trying to resolve these problems, I would like you to notice how the appearance of the question raised by a lack of a signifier manifests itself. It manifests itself through fringe phenomena in which the set of signifiers is brought into play. A great disturbance of the internal discourse, in the phenomenological sense of the term, comes about, and the masked other that is always in us appears lit up all of a sudden, revealing itself in its own function, for this function is the only one that henceforth maintains the subject at the level of discourse which threatens to fail him entirely and disappear. Such is the sense of the twilight of reality that characterizes the beginning of psychoses. We shall try to advance a bit further next time. April 18, 1956. 16. Secretaries to the insane. A reading soul murder. The implications of the signifier, the little men, the three functions of the father. That Schreber was exceptionally gifted, as he himself puts it, at observing phenomena of which he is the center and at searching for their truth, makes his testimony incomparably valuable. Reading from the Memoirs. 1. Let's pause for a moment. I began with this reading in order to give you an indication of what I intend doing today, namely, take you through a number of passages that I have chosen as the best I could from the 400 or 500 odd pages of Schreber's book. We are apparently willingly going to become secretaries to the insane. This expression is generally used to reproach alienists for their impotence. Well then, not only shall we be his secretaries, but we shall take what he recounts literally, which till now has always been considered as the thing to avoid doing. Wasn't it because they didn't go far enough in listening to the insane that the great observers who drew up the first classifications impoverished the material they were given, to such an extent that it appeared problematic and fragmentary to them? On Friday I presented a case of chronic hallucinatory psychosis. Weren't you struck, those of you who were there, by how much more alive what one obtains is if, instead of trying at all cost to establish whether the hallucination is verbal or sensory or nonsensory, one simply listens to the subject? That patient the other day brought forth, invented, as though by a sort of imaginative reproduction, questions that one really felt had been previously implied by her own situation, without having been, strictly speaking, formulated by her. Of course, one can't stop there if one wants to understand it entirely, for one has to know why things happen this way. But one has to begin by looking at things in a balanced way, and this is located at the level of the signifier-signified phenomenon. This dimension is far from having been exhausted by psychology, or metapsychology, or traditional classical parapsychology, which make use of academic categories: hallucination, interpretation, sensation, perception. One does indeed feel that the problem doesn't arise at this level, and that this is even a very bad beginning, one that leaves no hope of ever correctly raising the question of what delusion is, or of the level at which the displacement of the subject in relation to the sense phenomena occurs. It can't be too often suggested to psychologists and doctors that they make use of what is nevertheless accessible to the experience of the common man. I propose an exercise for you. Reflect a bit on what reading is. What is it that you call reading? What is the optimum moment for reading? When are you quite certain that you are reading? You will tell me that there is no room for doubt, and that one has a feeling of reading. There are many things that count against this. In dreams, for example, We are quite capable of having the feeling of reading something, whereas, obviously, we can't claim that there is any correspondence with a signifier. Consuming certain toxic substances may lead us to the same feeling. Doesn't this suggest the idea that we can't trust the apprehension of the thing by our feelings, and that the objectivity of the relation between the signifier and the signified has to be introduced? This is where the problem and its complications really begin. There is, for example, the case of someone pretending to read. Long ago, when I was traveling in countries that had just gained their independence, I saw a gentleman, the attendant to a lord of the Atlas I, take a small document that was intended for him, and I noticed immediately that he didn't understand one word of it, for he was holding it upside down. But, with great seriousness, he uttered something, a story about not losing face before the respectful circle. Was he reading or wasn't he? Undeniably he was reading the essential part, namely, that my credentials were sound. The other extreme is when you already know what is in the text by heart. This happens more often than one thinks. Those texts of Freud's that are in common use in your psychological and medical training you can be said to know by heart already. You only read what you already know by heart. This is what makes it possible for what forms the basis of so-called scientific literature to be singularly relativized, at least in our domain. One often gets the impression that what orientates, fundamentally, the point of a discourse is perhaps nothing other than to stay exactly within the limits of what has already been said. It seems that the ultimate point of the discourse is to give a sign to its readers and to prove that the signatory is, if I can put it like this, a nobody, that he is capable of writing what everybody else writes. Here one observes a flagrant lack of correspondence between the intellectual capacities of authors, which clearly range over very great limits indeed, and the remarkable uniformity of what they contribute to the discourse. The most ordinary scientific life presents us with this patent lack of correspondence. Why, then, stigmatize in advance, as null and void, what issues from a subject who is presumed to be in the order of the meaningless, but whose testimony is more unusual or, even, entirely original? However disturbed his relations with the external world may be, perhaps his testimony still remains valuable. As a matter of fact, we notice, and not simply concerning a case as remarkable as President Schreiber but concerning any one of these subjects, that if we know how to listen, the delusion of the chronic hallucinatory psychoses reveals that the subject has a very specific relationship with respect to the entire system of language in its various orders. Only the patient is able to bear witness to this, and he bears witness most energetically. We have no reason not to take down word for word what he says, under the pretext of something or other that is supposed to be ineffable, incommunicable, effective, everything that is constructed around supposedly primitive phenomena. The subject effectively bears witness to a certain turning virage in the relationship to language, which may be called erotization or pacification. His way of falling under the phenomenon of discourse as a whole undoubtedly reveals to us, as soon as we give up looking for the lowest common denominator in mental life, a dimension that is constitutive of this phenomenon. This dimension is the distance between psychical lived experience and the half-external situation in which, in relation to all language phenomena, not only the insane but all human subjects find themselves. Methodologically we are therefore correct in accepting the testimony of the insane about their position with respect to language, and we should take it into account in the overall analysis of the subject's relationships to language. This is the major and enduring interest of the legacy that Schreiber has left us in his memoirs, an effectively memorable thing and one worthy of our meditation. 2. Schreiber himself points out that something in him was at a certain moment profoundly disturbed. A fissure appeared in the order of his relations with the other, which he mysteriously calls soul murder. This remains obscure, but our experience of analytic categories enables us to find our bearings here. It's a matter of something essentially related to the origins of the ego, to what for the subject is the ellipsis of his being, to this image in which he is reflected under the name of ego. This problematic is inserted between the image of the ego and the image that is raised, elevated, in relation to the first, that of the big other, the paternal imago, insofar as it founds the double perspective within the subject of the ego and the ego ideal, leaving the superego to one side on this occasion. We get the impression that it's insofar as he hasn't acquired or has lost this other that he encounters the purely imaginary other, the fallen and meager other with whom he is not able to have any relations except relations of frustration. This other negates him, literally kills him. This other is that which is most radical in imaginary alienation. Now, this capture by the double is correlative of the appearance of what can be called the permanent discourse that underlies the inscription of what takes place over the course of the subject's history and doubles all his acts. It isn't impossible, moreover, to see this discourse emerge in a normal subject. I'll give you an example that almost lends itself to an extrapolation from lived experience, that of the solitary character on a desert island. Robinson Crusoe is effectively one of the themes of modern thought, appearing for the first time, to my knowledge, in Baltasar Gracian. Point 2. This is a psychological problem which is accessible, if not to the imagination, at least to experience. What happens when the human subject lives all alone? What becomes of the latent discourse? At the end of 2 or 3 years of solitude, what becomes of the order of vocalization? I'm going to sell some wood. You may also wonder what becomes of vocalization for a person who gets lost in the mountains, and it's undoubtedly not without reason that the phenomenon is clearer in the mountains, since these places are perhaps less humanized. That which takes place, namely the perceptible mobilization of the external world concerning a meaning liable to emerge from any quarter, may give us an idea of this aspect, constantly liable to crop up, of a half-insane discourse. The continuous existence of this discourse may be considered analogous to what is going on in the insane, the verbalization phenomena in Schreber only accentuated, on the whole. The question now is this: why does the phenomenon appear in the delusional subject? In the margin of what does it appear? In order to signify what? What is it mobilized by? I shall take another passage, equally chosen at random, because all this is so insistent in Schreber that confirmation of the phenomena I'm indicating can be found everywhere. Reading from the Memoirs, 308-10. Following this you'll find some thoughts on the slowing down of the tempo. This is where we have to push our analysis further. It's essential to the phenomena of meaning that the signifier be indivisible. One can't section a piece of signifier like one can section the tape of a tape recorder. If you cut the tape of a tape recorder, the sentence breaks off, but the effect of the sentence doesn't come to a halt at the same point. The signifier contains all kinds of implications, and it's not because you are listeners or decipherers by profession that in certain cases you are able to complete the sentence. The unit of meaning is constantly showing the signifier functioning according to certain laws. The fact that within a delusion voices play upon this property can't be taken to be a matter of indifference, and we can't exclude the hypothesis that it is fundamentally motivated by a precisely more radical, more global, relationship to the phenomenon of the signifier. On this basis we shall ask ourselves why it's effectively in the relationship to the signifier that the subject invests all his capacities for interest. To explore the problem at this level is not at all to alter the function of energetics. It is in no way to reject the notion of libido. It's only to ask what, in psychosis, the elective interest in the relationship to the signifier means. Here is a brief note concerning the relationship between divine intelligence and human intelligence. Reading from the Memoirs, 300-01. However much it appears to have been worked over, the equivalence between nerves and presenced remarks is founded on the subject's primitive experience. The nerves are this verbiage and these refrains, this verbalized insistence that has become his universe. At the same time, on the other hand, the incidental presences in his surroundings are afflicted with unreality and become fleeting improvised men. The presences that count have become essentially verbal, and the sum of these verbal presences is for him identical with the divine presence, this sole and unique presence that is his correlative and his guarantor. The notion that the divine intelligence is the sum of human intelligences is stated in formulas that are sufficiently rigorous and elegant for us to gain the impression that we have before us a small fragment of a philosophical system. If I had asked you who this was by perhaps you may not have been far short of replying, Spinoza. The question is what this testimony by the subject is worth. Well then, he is giving us his experience, which imposes itself as the very structure of reality for him. The fifth chapter particularly concerns the so-called fundamental language which, as I've already taught you, is, on the subject's own testimony, made up of a species of particularly vigorous High German, crammed with archaic expressions drawn from the underlying etymologies of this language. Reading of the Memoirs, 46 to 47. We are getting closer. One gets the sense that the subject has certainly meditated longer on the nature of the emergence of speech than perhaps we ourselves have done so far. He is well aware that speech is located at another level than that at which the organs capable of materializing it are put into use. You will notice that he introduces the dream as something that belongs essentially to the world of language. It isn't beside the point to observe the surprising illogicality that this represents on the part of an insane person who isn't supposed to be aware of the highly significant character that since Freud we give to dreams. It's certain that Schreber had no inkling of this. 3. The note on pages 49 to 50 is phenomenologically very rich concerning the ambient meanings in the context of a German bourgeoisie of quite a lengthy tradition, for we can map out the history of the Schrebers as far back as the 18th century. 3. They have been part of the intellectual life of their country in a fairly brilliant way. I shall return to the personality of Schreber's father later. The themes that emerge in a second early stage of his delusion are obviously tied to this complex of cultural encirclement which sadly blossomed into the renowned party that was to throw all Europe into war. The encirclement by the Slavs, by the Jews, all this is already there in this worthy fellow who doesn't at all seem to have participated in any passionate political tendency, except, at the time of his studies, in these student societies he speaks of. We shall come back to the existence of the souls who are the support of the sentences that constantly include the subject in their turmoil. They waste away with time, down to these famous little men that have greatly attracted the attention of analysts. Cotton, in particular, devotes an article to these little men who have been the occasion for all sorts of more or less ingenious interpretations, such as assimilating them to spermatozoa that the subject, having rejected masturbation at a certain point, refuses to lose. 4. There is no need to reject such an interpretation, but, even if we allow it, it doesn't exhaust the problem. The important thing is that it involves regressive characters who have returned to their original procreative cell. Cotton seems to have forgotten some very early works by Silberer, who was the first to speak of dreams in which there occur certain images of spermatozoa or of the primitive female cell of the ovum. 5. At that time, which may be regarded as archaic, Silberer had nevertheless observed perfectly well that it is above all a question of grasping what the function played by these images was, whether they were fantasized or oniric. It's moreover curious to see someone, in 1908, take into consideration the notion of what these images signify. According to him, their appearance has a meaning of mortality. It's a question of a return to origins. It's equivalent to a manifestation of the death instinct. We can see this clearly in the present case since the little men occur in the context of the twilight of the world, a properly constitutive phase of the delusion's development. Be that as it may, on this occasion we're unable to avoid wondering whether a certain incompleteness in the realization of the paternal function isn't involved in Schreber's case. Every author has in fact attempted to explain the onset of Schreber's delusion with reference to the father. Not that Schreber was in conflict with his father at the time, he had disappeared a long time previously. Not that he was at a time of setback in acceding to paternal functions, since on the contrary he was entering a brilliant stage of his career and had been placed in a position of authority that seems to have solicited him to truly adopt a paternal position, to have offered him a support for idealizing and referring himself to this position. President Schreber's delusion would therefore depend more on the giddiness of success than on a sense of failure. This is what the understanding generated by authors of the mechanism determining the psychosis revolves around, at least on the psychical level. For my part, I would make 3 responses on the subject of the function of the father. Normally, the conquest of the Oedipal realization, the integration and introjection of the Oedipal image, is carried out, Freud says this unambiguously, by way of an aggressive relationship. In other words, it's by way of an imaginary conflict that symbolic integration takes place. There is another way, different in nature. Ethnological experience shows us the importance, however residual it may be, of the phenomenon of kavod. Imaginary realization here takes place by the symbolic putting into play of conduct. Isn't it something of this order that we have been able to locate in neurosis? The hysterical pregnancy that Eisler describes, which occurred following a traumatic breakdown of his equilibrium, isn't imaginary but symbolic. Point 6. Isn't there a third way, which is in some sense embodied in delusions? These little men are forms of reabsorption, but they're also the representation of what will take place in the future. The world will be repeopled by Schreiber men, men of a Schreberian spirit, small, phantasmatic beings, procreation after the deluge. Such is the prospect. In sum, in the normal form the emphasis is placed upon the symbolic realization of the father by way of imaginary conflict, in the neurotic or paraneurotic form, upon the imaginary realization of the father by way of a symbolic exercise of conduct. And here, what do we see if not the real function of generation? There's something here that nobody's interested in, neither neurotics nor primitives. I'm not saying that the latter don't know the real function played by the father in generation, simply that they're not interested in it. What they're interested in is the begetting of the soul, the begetting of the mind by the father as either symbolic or imaginary. But, curiously, in delusion it's in fact the father's real function in generation that we see emerge in an imaginary form, at least if we accept the identification analysts make between the little men and spermatozoa. There's a movement of retreat here between the three functions that define the problematic of the paternal function. We are now engaged in reading this text and in the task of actualizing it to the utmost in the dialectical register of signifier and signified. To each and every one of you here I shall say this: if you investigate, as is certainly legitimate, the question of being, don't be too arrogant about it. In the articulated phenomenal dialectic I put to you, speech is indeed the central reference point. April 25, 1956. 17. Metaphor and metonymy. His sheaf was neither miserly nor spiteful one. The truth of the father, the invasion by the signifier syntax and metaphor were nix aphasia. Sie Leben also den wann wie sich selbst. Das ist das Geheimnis. This sentence is taken from the correspondence with Flies 2, where the beginnings of the themes that will appear successively in Freud's work can be found with singular prominence. Would we have Freud's style if we didn't have these letters? Yes, we still would, but they teach us that this style, which is nothing other than the expression of what orientates and animates his research, never deviated. Even in 1939, when he wrote Moses and Monotheism, one feels that his passionate questioning hasn't waned and that it's still with the same almost desperate tenacity that he strives to explain how it is that man, in the very position of his being, should be so dependent upon these things for which he is obviously not cut out. This is said and named, it's a question of the truth. I reread Moses and Monotheism with the intention of preparing for the paper I have been asked to give in 2 weeks' time on the person of Freud. 3. It seems to me that in this work we find confirmation yet again of what I'm here trying to make you feel, namely that analysis is absolutely inseparable from a fundamental question about the way truth enters into the life of man. The dimension of truth is mysterious, inexplicable, nothing decisively enables the necessity of it to be grasped, since man accommodates himself to non-truth perfectly well. I shall try to show you that this is indeed the question that is troubling Freud to the end in Moses and Monotheism. In this little book one senses a gesture of renunciation and a hidden face. Having accepted death, he continues. The renewed questioning over the person of Moses, over his hypothetical fear, has no other motive than to answer this question: by what path does the dimension of truth enter in a living way into life, into the economy of man? Freud's answer is that it's mediated by the ultimate meaning of the idea of the father. The father belongs to a reality that is sacred in itself, more spiritual than any other, since ultimately nothing in lived reality strictly speaking points to his function, his presence, his dominance. How does the truth of the Father, how does this truth that Freud himself calls spiritual come to be placed in the foreground? The thing is thinkable only by means of this ahistorical drama, inscribed in the very flesh of men at the origin of all history, the death, the murder of the Father. A myth, obviously, a very mysterious myth, one impossible to avoid in the coherence of Freud's thought. There is something veiled here. All the work we did last year meets at this point. One can't deny the inevitability of Freud's intuition. Ethnographic criticisms are beside the point. It's a question of an essential dramatization through which an internal movement going beyond the human being enters into life, the symbol of the Father. The nature of the symbol remains to be clarified. We have come close to its essence by locating its genesis at the same point as that of the death instinct. We are expressing one and the same thing. We are moving towards a point of convergence. What does the signifier essentially signify in its signifying role? What is the original and initiatory function, in human life, of the existence of the symbol qua pure signifier? This question takes us back to our study of the psychoses. 1. The sentence I have written on the blackboard is typical of Freud's style, and I give it to you so that we may continue to hear its resonances. In this letter Freud speaks of the different types of defense. The word has been so overused in our usage that we cannot help but wonder, who is defending himself? What is being defended? What is one defending oneself against? In psychoanalysis, defense is directed against a mirage, a nothingness, a void, and not against anything that exists and carries weight in life. This latter enigma is veiled by the phenomenon itself even as we apprehend it. This letter shows us for the first time, in an especially clear way, the various mechanisms of the neuroses and the psychoses. Nevertheless, when he comes to psychosis, it's as if Freud has been struck by a more profound enigma. He says, as for those suffering from paranoia, delusions, psychosis, they love their delusion as they love themselves. There is an echo here, which should be given full weight, of what is said in the commandment, love thy neighbor as thyself. A sense of mystery is never absent from Freud's thought. It's its beginning, middle, and end. I believe that if we allow it to vanish, we lose what's essential to the very procedure upon which every analysis has to be founded. If we lose the mystery for one single moment, we get lost in a new type of mirage. Freud had the profound impression that something in the psychotic's relationship to his delusion goes beyond the workings of the signified and meanings, the workings of what we would later call ID drives. There is an affection here, an attachment, an essential bringing to presence, the mystery of which remains almost total for us, which is that the delusional, the psychotic, clings to his delusion as to something which is himself. With this resonance in our ears, we shall once again raise the question raised last time concerning the economic function that the relationship to language assumes in the form and development of psychosis. Let us start by taking as our data the sentences that Schreber tells us he hears coming from those intermediate beings, diverse in their nature, the four courts of heaven, the deceased souls or the blessed souls, these shadows, these ambiguous forms of beings dispossessed of existence and carriers of voices. The full part of the sentence, which contains the kernel words, as the linguists say, which give the sentence its sense, is not experienced as hallucinatory. On the contrary, the voice stops, forcing the subject to utter the meaning in question in the sentence. Now it's time, that he was subdued. 5. Here it's the implied expression that carries the significant weight. Our subject signifies to us that he is not hallucinating. He is placed in the overhang port offo, in what remains empty after the grammatical or syntactic part of the sentence, consisting of auxiliaries, connectives, conjunctions, or adverbs, which is suddenly verbalized, as coming from without, as a sentence by the other. It's a sentence by the subject, who is both empty and full, whom I have named the enteri of delusion. Now that is going too far according to the conception of the souls. The entire function of this conception of the souls resides in what, according to Schreber, is put into words by somewhat higher agencies than the subjects that convey the refrains, learned by rote, made up of words he considers empty. It alludes to functional notions that decompose his various thoughts. A psychology does indeed have a place within his delusion, a dogmatic psychology that is expounded to him by the voices that interpellate him, by explaining to him how his thoughts are formed. In particular, that which is implied has assumed a hallucinatory form and is not expressed out loud in the hallucination. This is the principal thought. The subject's delusional lived experience presents its own essence in the phenomenon. It indicates that the hallucinatory phenomenon lived through, whether elementary or not, lacks the principal thought. We raise lack thought, that is, that which signifies something. With respect to what we might call the chain of the delusion, the subject seems to be both agent and patient. He undergoes rather than organizes the delusion. To be sure, as a finished product this delusion can up to a point be described as reasoning madness, in the sense that in certain respects its articulation is logical, though from a secondary point of view. That madness should achieve a synthesis of this nature is no less a problem than its very existence. It takes place over the course of a genesis that starts from elements perhaps imminent to grow to this construction, but which in their original form present themselves as closed or even enigmatic. First there were several months of pre-psychotic incubation in which the subject was in a state of profound confusion. This is the period in which the phenomena of the twilight of the world occur, which are characteristic of the beginning of a delusional period. Towards the middle of March 1894 he was admitted to Flechsig's clinic. In mid-November 93 the hallucinatory phenomena began, the spoken communications which he attributes to different grades in this phantasmatic world, consisting of two levels of divine reality, the anterior and posterior realms of God, and of all sorts of entities that are in a more or less advanced stage of reabsorption into this divine reality. These entities, the souls, move in an opposite direction to what he calls the world order, a fundamental notion in the structuring of his delusion. Instead of moving towards the reintegration of the absolute other, they move on the contrary in the direction of attaching themselves onto him, Schreber, in forms that vary over the delusion's course of development. At the outset we see the phenomenon of introjection expressed openly, in his lived experience, when he says that Flechsig's soul enters him here and that it resembles the threads of a spider's web, that it's big enough to be unassimilable by him, and that it comes out again through his mouth. 6 Here we have a sort of lived schema of introjection, which will become attenuated later on, be polished into a much more spiritualized form. In fact Schreber will become increasingly integrated into this ambiguous speech with which he becomes as one, and to which, with all his being, he gives a response. He literally loves it like himself. This phenomenon can hardly be described as an internal dialogue, since it's precisely around the existence of the other that the meaning of the preeminence of the signifying game revolves, increasingly emptied of meaning. What is the meaning of this invasion by the signifier that tends to drain itself of signified as it occupies more and more place in the libidinal relation and invests all the moments, all the desires, of the subject? I paused at a series of those repetitive texts, which it would be tedious to unfold for you here. Something struck me, even when the sentences may have a meaning, one never encounters anything that resembles a metaphor. But what is a metaphor? 2. I am introducing you here to an order of inquiry never pointed out. Metaphor is not the easiest thing in the world to speak about. Bossuet says it's an abridged simile comparison. Everyone is aware that this is not entirely satisfactory, and I believe that in fact no poet would accept it. I say no poet because a definition of poetical style could be to say that it begins with metaphor, and that where metaphor ceases poetry ceases also. His sheaf was neither miserly nor spiteful, Victor Hugo. That's a metaphor. It's certainly not a latent simile, it's not, just as the sheaf was willingly dispersed among the needy, so our character was neither miserly nor spiteful. There's not a comparison but an identification. The dimension of metaphor must be less difficult for us to enter than for anyone else, provided that we recognize that what we usually call it is identification. But that's not all, our use of the term symbolic in fact leads us to restrict its sense, to designate only the metaphorical dimension of the symbol. Metaphor presupposes that a meaning is the dominant datum and that it deflects, commands, the use of the signifier to such an extent that the entire species of pre-established, I should say lexical, connections comes undone. Nothing in any dictionary usage can suggest for one instant that a sheaf is capable of being miserly, and even less of being spiteful. And yet it's clear that the use of a language is only susceptible to meaning once it's possible to say, his sheaf was neither miserly nor spiteful, that is to say, once the meaning has ripped the signifier from its lexical connections. Here we have the ambiguity of the signifier and the signified. Without the signifying structure, that is, without predicative articulation, without the distance maintained between the subject and its attributes, the sheaf cannot be qualified as miserly or spiteful. It's because there is a syntax, a primordial order of the signifier, that the subject is maintained as separate, as different from its qualities. It's completely out of the question that an animal could create a metaphor, even though we have no reason to think that it doesn't also have an intuition of what is generous and what can easily and abundantly grant it what it desires. But insofar as it doesn't possess the articulation, the discursive, which is not just meaning, with all that this entails about attraction and repulsion, but an alignment of signifiers, metaphor is unthinkable within the animal psychology of attraction, appetite, and desire. This phase of symbolism that is expressed in metaphor presupposes similarity, which is exhibited uniquely by position. It's by virtue of being the subject of miserly and spiteful that the sheaf can be identified with Booz in his lack of avarice and in his generosity. It's by virtue of the similarity of position that the sheaf is literally identical to the subject Booz. This dimension of similarity is, surely, the most striking thing about the significant use of language, which so dominates the apprehension of the workings of symbolism as to mask from us the existence of the other dimension, the syntactic. However, this sentence would lose all sense if we disturbed the word order. This is what gets neglected when symbolism is discussed, the dimension linked to the signifier's existence, its organization. 3. What, on this basis, cannot fail to occur to one, and which occurred to a linguist friend of mine, Roman Jakobson, is that the distribution of certain disorders known as aphasias can be reconsidered in the light of the opposition between on the one hand the relations of similarity or substitution or choice, and also of selection or concurrence, in short, all that is of the order of synonymy, and on the other hand the relations of contiguity, alignment, signifying articulation, syntactic coordination. Point 7. From this perspective, the classical opposition between sensory and motor aphasia, which has been criticized for a long time, becomes strikingly coordinated. You are all familiar with Wernicke's aphasia. The aphasic links together a sequence of sentences of an extraordinarily developed grammatical nature. He will say, "Yes, I understand. Yesterday, when I was up there, already he said, and I said to him, that's not it, the date, not exactly, not that one." The subject thereby demonstrates complete mastery of everything articulated, organized, subordinated, and structured in the sentence, but what he says is always wide of what he wants to say. Not for an instant can you be in any doubt that what he wants to say is present, but he never manages to give verbal incarnation to what he is aiming at in the sentence. He constructs around it an entire fringe of syntactic verbalization, the complexity and level of organization of which are far from indicating a loss of attention to language. But if you ask him for a definition, an equivalent term, even without wanting to go so far as a metaphor, if you confront him with the use of language that logic calls meta-language, or language about language, he can't follow you. There's no question of making the slightest comparison between a disorder of this type and what happens to our psychotics. But when Schreber hears factum est, which then stops, a phenomenon certainly manifests itself here at the level of the relations of contiguity. The relations of contiguity dominate, following the absence or failure of the function of meaningful equivalence by means of similarity. We, too, have to take account of this striking analogy by introducing an opposition under the two rubrics of similarity and contiguity into what happens in hallucinatory delusional subjects. One could not make the dominance of contiguity in hallucinatory phenomena more evident than by pointing out the effect of interrupted speech, and of interrupted speech precisely as it's given, that is, as invested and, let's say, libidinized. What imposes itself on the subject is the grammatical part of the sentence, the one that exists only by virtue of its signifying character and by being articulated. This is what becomes a phenomenon imposed within the external world. The aphasic I was speaking of is incapable of coming to the point. Hence an apparently empty discourse, which, curiously, even in the most experienced subjects, in neurologists, always sets off nervous laughter. Here you have this character who employs enormous, extraordinarily articulate blah blah blah, but who can never get to the heart of what he has to communicate. The imbalance in the phenomenon of contiguity that comes to the fore in the hallucinatory phenomenon, and around which the whole delusion is organized, is not unlike this. Typically, it's always the signified that we draw attention to in our analyses, because it's undoubtedly what is the most seductive, and it's what at first sight appears to be the true dimension of symbolic investigation by psychoanalysis. But in misrecognizing the primordial mediating role of the signifier, in misrecognizing that it's the signifier that in reality is the guiding thread, not only do we throw the original understanding of neurotic phenomena, the interpretation of dreams itself, out of balance, but we make ourselves absolutely incapable of understanding what is happening in the psychoses. While a later part of analytic investigation, one concerning identification and symbolism, is on the side of metaphor, let's not neglect the other side, that of articulation and contiguity, with what is here sketched out that is initial and structuring in the notion of causality. The rhetorical form that is the opposite of metaphor has a name, it's called metonymy. It involves substitution for something that has to be named, we are in fact at the level of the name. One thing is named by another that is its container, or its part, or that is connected to it. If, using the technique of verbal association as it's practiced at the level of the laboratory, you give a subject a word like hut, he has more than one way to respond. Certain responses will be in the register of contiguity. Hut, bum it. Also, the subject may say hovel or cabin to you, there we already have the synonymous equivalent. A little bit further on we move into metaphor, in saying, burrow, for example. But there is also another register. If for example the subject says thatch, no longer is it quite the same thing. It's a part of the hut that enables it to be designated as a whole. It's possible at a pinch to talk of a village composed of 3 thatches, to mean 3 little houses. Here it's a question of evoking. The subject may also say dirtiness or poverty. We no longer have metaphor, we have metonymy. The opposition between metaphor and metonymy is fundamental, since what Freud originally drew attention to in the mechanisms of neurosis, as well as in the mechanisms of the marginal phenomena of normal life or of dreams, is neither the metaphorical dimension nor identification. It's the contrary. In general, what Freud calls condensation is what in rhetoric one calls metaphor, what he calls displacement is metonymy. The structuration, the lexical existence of the entire signifying apparatus, is determinant for the phenomena present in neurosis, since the signifier is the instrument by which the missing signified expresses itself. It's for this reason that in focusing attention back onto the signifier we are doing nothing other than returning to the starting point of the Freudian discovery. Next week we shall return to this question by studying why in psychosis these workings of the signifier end up totally preoccupying the subject. The issue in this case is not the mechanism of aphasia, it's a certain relationship to the other as lacking, deficient. It's by proceeding from the subject's relation to the signifier and to the other, with the different levels of otherness, imaginary other and symbolic other, that we can articulate this psychical intrusion, this invasion by the signifier, called psychosis. May 2, 1956. 18. Metaphor and metonymy, 2 signifying articulation and transference of the signified. Sensory aphasia and motor aphasia. The positional link. All language is metalanguage, detail and desire. In introducing the opposition between similarity and contiguity here, I'm not saying that I consider that psychosis is in any way comparable to aphasia. I would say more than this. What I retain from the two levels of disorder that have been distinguished in aphasia is that there is the same opposition between them as the one that appears, no longer in a negative but in a positive way, in metaphor and metonymy. I was told that this opposition had thrown some of you into great perplexity, and that you have been telling yourselves, metaphor has indeed shown us the importance of opposition, disagreement, and confusion. The opposition between signifier and signified isn't a simple substitute for the famous and no less inextricable opposition between idea, or thought, and word. Someone, an outstanding grammarian, has written a remarkable work in which there is only one fault, its unfortunate subtitle, Words for Thought. 1. This way of putting it is, I hope, no longer sustainable for any of you. 1. We clearly show the constant life of metaphor in these transferences of signified, an example of which I gave you last time with his sheaf was neither miserly nor spiteful. Here you have an example of metaphor. One may say, in a sense, that meaning dominates everything, that it's all of a sudden the meaning that imprints on the subject, his sheaf, this value that shows it generously dispersing itself, as if of its own accord. However, the signifier and the signified are always in a relationship that may be described as dialectical. This isn't a rehash of the relation upon which the notion of expression rests, where the thing, that which one refers to, is expressed by a word regarded as a label. My discourse is intended precisely to destroy this idea. You must have heard aphasics spoken about, and you are aware of their extraordinarily lively and rapid, apparendi fluid speech, at least up to a point. They express themselves admirably on a theme without being able to utter the word, while using an entire, extremely subtle syntactic articulation to get at something whose name or precise indicator they have on the tip of their tongue, but they are only capable of going round it in circles. What is enthralling here is the persistence of the subject's intentionality despite this localized verbal impotence. People have claimed to have brought out a kind of intellectual deficit of a predimensional order as its correlative. This is a step forward which nuances the initial massive notion according to which it's a question of an incapacity to passively grasp verbal images, a step that indicates that the disorder is much more complex than appears at first sight. But whatever deficits the subject may display, if we set him a specific task, according to the modes that characterize the position of the tests, nothing will be solved as long as we are ignorant of their mechanism and their origin. One can see the subject protest against a reading of an observation that conveys a given precise historical detail, concerning a date, an hour, a form of behavior. This is when the subject trots out his discourse, however disturbed and jargonophasic its character. Should he make a mistake, it's still in relation to a definite historical detail he possessed just 5 minutes earlier that he begins to enter the dialogue. Here one can grasp the presence and intensity of the intentionality at the heart of the deployment of discourse, which never manages to catch up with it again. From the phenomenological viewpoint, the sensory aphasic's language is a language of paraphrases. His jargonophasia, the word is a bit too strong, is characterized by an abundance and ease of articulation and expression of sentences, however segmented they may ultimately become. Paraphrase is the direct opposite of metaphrase, if by this is meant everything of the order of literal translation. This means that if you ask him to translate, to give a synonym, to repeat the same sentence, the same one he has just uttered, he can't do it. He is able to hook onto your discourse or onto his own, but he has the greatest difficulty in commenting on a discourse. You will get from him replies that are so lively, so pathetic in his desire to make himself heard, as to border on the comical. You have to be interested in the phenomenon itself if you are not to laugh. Therefore, there is a similarity disorder here, which is that the subject is incapable of metaphrase, and what he has to say lies entirely within the domain of paraphrase. Alongside sensory aphasia there is what is broadly called motor aphasia. It ranges from disorders of agrammatism, well known by now, to an extreme reduction of his stock of words, its immortal image is the famous pencil that he is unable to get out. This other dimension of aphasic deficit can be very well ranged within the order of contiguity disorders. Here it's essentially the articulation, the syntax of language, which, progressively along the scale of cases and in the evolution of certain subjects, deteriorates to the point of making them incapable of articulating in a compound sentence what they are nevertheless able to name correctly. They retain the nominative capacity, but lose the propositional capacity. They are unable to construct propositions. Owing to the properties of the signifier and the signified, the constant temptation to which linguists themselves, and a fortiori those who aren't linguists, succumb is to consider that it's what is the most obvious in the phenomenon that says it all. Up to a point linguists have fallen victim to this illusion. The emphasis they place, for example, on metaphor, which has always been studied much more than metonymy, is proof of this. In full and living language it's what is the most gripping, but also the most problematical. How does it happen that language is at its most effective when it manages to say something by saying something else? It's enthralling indeed, and it's even thought that this is the way to the crux of the phenomenon of language, in opposition to a naive notion. The naive notion has it that there is a superimposition, like a tracing, of the order of things onto the order of words. It's thought that a great step forward has been made by saying that the signified only ever reaches its goal via another signified, through referring to another meaning. This is only the first step, and one fails to see that a second is needed. It has to be realized that without structuring by the signifier no transference of sense would be possible. A number of you rightly saw last time that this is what I meant in emphasizing the role of the signifier in metaphor. 2. The deficit, if we approach things from this angle, has two sides. The first is the dissolution of the link between intentional meaning and the apparatus of signifiers. The latter is on the whole retained by the subject, who nevertheless fails to master it in relation to his intention. The second is the dissolution of the link internal to the signifier. Here the fact is emphasized that there is a sort of regressive decomposition, which is sufficiently well explained by the Jacksonian theory according to which functions decompose in the inverse order of their acquisition, not in development. Language isn't reducible to the ideally primary language of the infant, but through a veritable turning point too. For my part, is that what I wanted to emphasize? I say, no, it's not. According to a type of general law of illusion concerning what goes on in language, it isn't what appears in the foreground that is important. What's important is the opposition between two sorts of links that are themselves internal to the signifier. First, the positional link, which is the foundation of the link that I earlier called propositional. This is what in a given language sets up that essential dimension which is the order of words. To understand this it suffices to recall that in French Pierre bat Paul isn't equivalent to Paul bat Pierre. Concerning the second form of aphasic disorders, notice the strict coherence there is between maintaining the positional function of language and maintaining an adequate stock of terms. This is an absolutely incontestable clinical phenomenon and shows us the fundamental binding of the signifier. What appears at the grammatical level as characteristic of the positional link reappears at all levels and sets up the synchronic coexistence of terms. The verbal locution is its highest form. At a lower level there is the word, which has the air of a stability that, as you know, has been rightly challenged. While the independence of the word manifests itself from certain angles, it can't be regarded as radical. The word can in no way be regarded as a unit of language, even though it constitutes a privileged elementary form. At an even lower level you find the phonematic oppositions or couplings which characterize the ultimate radical element that distinguishes one language from another. In French for example bouet and po are opposed to one another, whatever your accent. Even if, because you live near a border, you tend to pronounce bouet like po, you will pronounce the other po differently, because French is a language in which this opposition is valid. In other languages there are oppositions totally unknown in French. This binding of opposites is essential to the functioning of language. It must be distinguished from the link of similarity, implicated in the functioning of language, which is tied to the indefinite possibility of the function of substitution, which is conceivable only on the basis of the positional relation. The mainspring of the metaphor isn't the meaning, which is supposed to be transposed from booze onto the sheaf. I readily admit that someone might object to me that booze's sheaf is metonymic, not metaphorical, and that underlying this magnificent poetry, and never named directly, there is booze's royal penis. But that isn't what gives this sheaf its metaphorical quality, it's that the metaphor is placed in the position of subject, in booze's place. It's a phenomenon of signifiers that is involved. Let's move to the limit of poetic metaphor, which you wouldn't hesitate to describe as surrealist, even though we didn't have to wait for the surrealists to make metaphors. You are unable to say whether it makes sense or not. I won't say that this is the best way of putting things, but, in any case, it's near enough. Take an expression that we can agree is indeed a metaphor. You will see whether it's the sense that sustains it. Love is a pebble laughing in the sun. What does this mean? It's indisputably a metaphor. It's likely enough that if it was born, it's because it contains a sense. As for finding one, I could do a whole seminar on it. This seems to me to be an indisputable definition of love, and I shall say that it's the last I paused at, because to me it appears indispensable if one wants to avoid falling endlessly into irremediable confusions. In short, a metaphor is above all sustained by a positional articulation. This can be demonstrated even in its most paradoxical forms. None of you has, I believe, failed to hear of the exercise that a poet of our day has carried out under the rubric of un mot pour un autre, one word for another. It's a little comedy in one act by Jean Tardieu. It concerns a dialogue between two women. One is announced, the other goes up to her and says, "My dear, my dearest, how many pebbles is it since I have had the apprentice to sugar you?" "Alas, my dear," answers the other, "I myself have been extremely unvitreous, my 3 littlest oil cakes, etc." This is confirmation that, even if it's in a paradoxical form, not only is the sense maintained, but that it tends to manifest itself in a particularly fortunate and metaphorical manner. It may be said that the sense is in some way renewed. Whatever effort the poet may have made to push it in the direction of a demonstration, one is at every instant a hair's breadth from a poetic metaphor. It belongs to a register that is no different from what arises as natural poetry as soon as a powerful meaning is involved. The important thing isn't that the similarity should be sustained by the signified, we make this mistake all the time, it's that the transference of the signified is possible only by virtue of the structure of language. All language implies a metalanguage, it's already a metalanguage of its own register. It's because potentially all language is to be translated that it implies metaphrase and metalanguage, language speaking of language. The transference of the signified, so essential to human life, is possible only by virtue of the structure of the signifier. Do get it into your heads that language is a system of positional coherence, and secondly that this system reproduces itself with an extraordinary, and frightful, fecundity. It's not for nothing that the word prolixity is the same word as proliferation. Prolixity is the frightening word. All use of language incurs fright, which stops people and finds expression in the fear of intellectuality. He intellectualizes too much, people say. This serves as an alibi for the fear of language. In fact, you can observe that there is verbalism wherever one makes the error of granting too much weight to the signified, whereas it's by heading further in the direction of the independence of the signifier and the signified that all operations of logical construction adopt their full effect. At least for the phenomena that interest us, one always falls into verbalism by further adhering to what I call the mythology of significance, mythology significative. Mathematics on the other hand uses a language of pure signifier, a metalanguage par excellence. It reduces language to its systematic function upon which another system is built, grasping the former in its articulation. The efficacy of this way of doing things isn't in doubt in its own register. 3. When one reads the rhetoric aeons, one realizes that they never get to an entirely satisfactory definition of metaphor, or of metonymy. This results in, for example, the formula that metonymy is an impoverished metaphor. One might say that the thing is to be taken in exactly the opposite sense. Metonymy exists from the beginning and makes metaphor possible. But metaphor belongs to a different level than metonymy. Let's study the most primitive phenomena, and let's take an example that for us analysts is particularly alive. What is more primitive as the direct expression of a meaning, that is of a desire, than what Freud relates about his youngest little daughter, the one who has since occupied such an interesting place in analysis, Anna. Anna Freud asleep, things are, you see, in their pure state. She talks in her sleep, big strawberries, raspberries, cakes, porridge. Point 3. There's something here that looks like the signified in its pure state. And it's the most schematic, the most fundamental form of metonymy. There's no doubt that she desires these strawberries, these raspberries. But it isn't self-evident that these objects should all be there together. The fact that they are there, juxtaposed, coordinated in this articulated naming is due to the positional function that places them in a situation of equivalence. This is the essential phenomenon. If there is anything that shows indisputably that it's not purely and simply a question here of a phenomenon of expression that a psychology, say Jungian, could get us to see as an imaginary substitute for the object appealed to, it's precisely the fact that the sentence begins with what? With the name of the person, Anna Freud. She's an infant of 19 months, and we are at the level of naming, of equivalence, of nominal coordination, of signifying articulation as such. It's only within this framework that the transference of meaning is possible. This is the heart of Freud's thought. His work begins with the dream, its mechanisms of condensation and displacement, of figuration. These are all of the order of metonymic articulation, and it's on this foundation that metaphor is able to intervene. It's even more apparent at the level of the erotization of language. If there is an order of acquisition, it's certainly not what makes it possible to say that children begin with such and such an element of the verbal stock rather than by some other. There is the greatest diversity. One doesn't take hold of language by one end, like certain painters who start their paintings at the left-hand corner. For language to be born, it must always already be grasped as a whole. On the other hand, for it to be able to be grasped as a whole, it has to be grasped at the outset by means of the signifier. People speak of the concrete nature of language in children. This is something that, contrary to appearances, refers to contiguity. Someone recently confided to me what had been said by his child, a boy, who at the age of 2.5 had grabbed his mother as she was leaning over him to say goodnight and said to her, "My big girl full of bottom and muscles." This language is obviously not the same as that of his chief, was neither miserly nor spiteful. The child doesn't do that yet. Nor does he say that love is a pebble laughing in the sun. We are told that children understand surrealist and abstract poetry, which would be a return to childhood. This is stupid. Children detest surrealist poetry and find repugnant certain stages of Picasso's painting. Why? Because they're not yet up to metaphor, but only metonymy. And when they do appreciate certain things in Picasso's paintings, it's because metonymy is involved. We can also see metonymy in certain passages in Tolstoy, where whenever a woman approaches you see the shadow of a fly, a spot on the upper lip, etc., emerge in place of her, the metonymic process of a great stylist. In general, metonymy animates the style of creation called the realist style, as opposed to the symbolic style and to poetic language. The promotion of detail that characterizes it is no more realist than anything else. Only quite specific paths can make a detail the guide of the desiring function. Not just any detail can be promoted as equivalent to the whole. The proof of this is the trouble we go to emphasize certain of these details, through a series of significant transferences, in our experiments with mazes designed to bring out what we call the intelligence of animals. Call it intelligence if you wish, it's merely a question of definition. It's a matter of the extension of the field of the real in which we can include the animal with its current capacities of discrimination, provided that it's instinctually, libidinally, interested. The supposed realism of describing the real by details is only conceivable in the register of an organized signifier, due to which, by virtue of the fact that the mother is my big girl full of bottom and muscles, the child will evolve in a certain way. It's clearly as a function of his early metonymic abilities that at a certain moment the bottom can become an equivalent of the mother for him. Whatever the sense by which we can conceive the sensitization on the vital level, it alters absolutely nothing in the problem. It's on the basis of the metonymic articulation that this phenomenon is able to take place. The coordination of signifiers has to be possible before transferences of the signified are able to take place. The formal articulation of the signifier predominates with respect to transference of the signified. How do we now raise the question of the repercussions on the function of language of disturbances in the relationship to the other? Just as metaphor and metonymy are opposed to one another, so the fundamental functions of speech are opposed to one another, foundational speech and passwords. Why are they both fundamentally necessary? What distinguishes them? This is something that arises in relation to a third term. If it's necessary for man to use speech to make discoveries or to get his bearings, it's as a function of his natural propensity to decompose in the presence of the other. In what way does he compose and recompose himself? We shall come back to this on another occasion, but in the phenomena that Schreber presents you can already grasp the use we can make of these categories. I spoke to you last time of the interrupted sentences, but there is also question and reply. This has to be understood as having the value of being opposed to the dimension of foundational speech, where one doesn't ask the other for his opinion. The function of question and reply, insofar as it is given value through initiation into language and is its complement and its root, lays bare the signifying foundation of foundational speech in relation to what is profoundly significant in such speech. The delusional phenomenon lays bare, at all levels moreover, the signifying function as such. I shall give you another example. You know these famous equivalences that the delusional Schreber gives as having been formulated by the birds from the sky parading in the twilight. One finds assonances here, Santiago or Carthago, Chinese anthem, or Jesum Christum. Point 4 is the absurdity of this all that is to be retained. What strikes Schreber is the fact that the birds from the sky are brainless. On this Freud is in no doubt, they are young girls. Point 5. But what's important isn't the assonance, it's the term-by-term correspondence between closely neighboring elements of discrimination, which only have importance for a polyglot like Schreber within the linguistic system of German. Schreber, with all his perspicacity, once again shows that what is being sought is of the order of the signifier, that is, of phonematic coordination. The Latin word Jesum Christum here is, as we know, an equivalent of Chinese anthem only insofar as in German the ending tum has a particular sound quality. Promoting the signifier as such, the emergence of this always hidden substructure that is metonymy, is the condition of any possible investigation of the functional disorders of language in neurosis and psychosis. May 9, 1956. 19. An address, Freud in the Century. The session is opened by Professor Jean Delay. For the centenary of Freud's birth, who was born May 16, 1856, commemorative occasions have been organized in Paris. It's appropriate to recall that it was in Paris, while following Charcot's teaching at La Salpêtrière when he was only 29 years old, that Freud found his calling. And in the article in the edition of his complete works he himself stressed all he owed to the teaching at La Salpêtrière. This filiation in no way detracts from his obvious, brilliant originality, since it's really to him that we owe the method and doctrine of psychoanalysis. One can, indeed one must, have reservations about certain theoretical and practical aspects of psychoanalysis. But it remains no less true that in highlighting the role of affective conflicts and instinctual disorders in the neuroses he has made a very important contribution to psychiatry. Moreover, by highlighting the role of the unconscious in all manifestations of mental life, it can be said that his contribution goes beyond the framework of medical science and is applicable to all human sciences. This is why I thought it necessary on the occasion of this centenary to ask Jacques Lacan, who is the director here, with Daniel Lagache and Madame Favre-Boutonniere, of the Société Française de Psychanalyse, to address us on Freud and his influence in the century. I believe he is particularly well qualified for this, since he has an admirable knowledge of the life and work of Freud. Here I am, then, today entrusted by Professor Jean Delay with the commission that, through being different from the teaching that under his patronage takes place here on this same day each week, greatly honors me, namely, to speak about Freud to an audience, new to the subject, of students in their psychiatry course, with the intention of commemorating the centenary of his birth. I have a twofold aim here, which will perhaps give my talk some sort of double vision, that of instructing through honoring, of honoring through instructing, and I should have to apologize for it were I not hoping to adapt the aim of this talk to making the man's arrival in the world coincide with his arrival at the supreme sense of his work. This is why my title, Freud in the Century, is intended to suggest more than a chronological reference. 1. I wish to begin by saying what, while appearing under Freud's name, extends beyond the time of his appearance and conceals its truth even in its very unveiling, that Freud's name signifies joy. Freud himself was conscious of this, as is demonstrated by a good number of things, an analysis of a dream that I could adduce, dominated by a sum of composite words, more especially by a word of ambiguous resonance, both English and German at the same time, and in which he enumerates the charming little spots in the environs of Vienna. 1. If I pause at this name, it's not that my procedure is panegyrical. I'm anticipating what I shall articulate in my discourse by recalling that his family, like all the families of Moravia, of Galicia, of the outlying provinces of Hungary, owing to an edict of 1785 by Joseph II, had to choose this name from a list of first names. It's a feminine first name, in fairly frequent use at the time. But this name is a much older Jewish name which throughout history one already finds translated differently. This is well suited to remind us that this recurrence of a purely literal tradition persists through the cultural assimilation of hidden signifiers and takes us very close to the heart of the structure with which Freud answered his questions. To be sure, to grasp this properly we would immediately need to evoke the extent to which he acknowledged belonging to the Jewish tradition and its literal structure which, he says, goes so far as to imprint itself upon the structure of language. Freud could make the striking observation in a message addressed to a confessional community on the occasion of his 70th birthday that he acknowledges that this was where his most intimate identity lay. 2. There is, to be sure, a contrast between this acknowledgement and his early rejection, offensive, almost insulting, for those close to him whom he had the most reason to spare, of the religious faith of his fathers. Perhaps this is the angle from which we might be best introduced to what would help us understand how questions were raised for Freud. However, this isn't how I shall be going about it. For, in point of fact, it's not always the simplest approaches that seem the clearest. In a word, they aren't the ones we are the best prepared for. And it's certainly not for nothing that we often have to take a more complex route to make truths heard. Nor is it in Freud's biography that we shall find the source of the subversion brought about by his discovery. It does not seem that a touch of neurosis, which can certainly help us understand Freud, has ever guided anyone before him down the same path. Nothing is less perverse, it seems to me, than the life of Freud. If this were where one had to seek the price of his daring, neither his poverty as a student nor his years of struggle as the father of a large family seems sufficient to me to explain something that I would call an abnegation of love relations, which one really has to point out when it concerns the person who renewed the theory of Eros. Recent revelations, the letters to his fiancée, the great attraction of a recent biography 3 seem to me to be complemented by a certain something which I shall call a touching egocentrism that consisted of demanding from the other an unreserved compliance with the ideals of his beautiful soul and of being torn apart at the thought of the favors shown to another the unforgettable evening that he received from her the first token of her love. All this comes down to what I should call the rawness of a virgin, which we may excuse him for, on discovering its equally indiscreet equal in the same published letters to a fiancé of our own Hugo. This disclosure, quite opportune in the final analysis, prevents me from dwelling on the dignity of a union where what Freud himself confides indicates mutual respect and attention to parental tasks, in short, the high tradition of Jewish family values. For what one cannot fail to detect in his early letters is some kind of reduction to the smallest common denominator of a petit bourgeois convention of a love, the sentimental extravagance of which doesn't exclude reserve or Freud's long-held rancor towards his fiancée for having caused him, through an ill-timed journey, to miss the glory of having been the inventor of the surgical use of cocaine. This is indication enough of a relationship of psychical forces for which the term of ambivalence, employed without rhyme or reason, would be entirely inappropriate. In point of fact, we shall not follow the geography of these ravages over time. One day I heard Freud spoken of in these terms, without ambition and without needs. The thing is comical if one thinks of the number of times throughout his work that Freud confessed his ambition, which, while undoubtedly quickened by all sorts of obstacles, is much more extensive in his unconscious, as he was able to show. To make you appreciate this, must I depict for you, as Jung, speaking to me personally, did one day, the scene of Freud's reception at the university he placed on the world's stage? I mean, depict the stream, whose symbolic meaning he was the first to have shown, blossoming out into a growing stain on his pale trousers. Shall I say it? This isn't the point from which I would like to throw light upon the figure of Freud, for really it seems that nothing can go beyond what he disclosed in his long autobiography, that his first works constitute, Die Traumdeutung, the psychopathology of everyday life, and der Witzpunkt, for nobody, in a sense, has ever taken the confession so far, at least within the limits that a man's concern for his authority imposes on him. And this isn't to diminish its importance, far from it. The sigh at which these confidences stop perhaps gives us the feeling of a barrier, but nothing ever since has enabled us to cross it. Even the most indiscreet hypothesis makers have never managed to add anything to what he himself disclosed to us. There is something here worth dwelling on, which is well suited to make us feel the value of a critical method. I shall surprise you with by saying that someone's work is to be judged by the standard of its own criteria. If the discovery of psychoanalysis really is to have reintegrated into science an entire objectifiable field of man and to have shown its supremacy, and if this field is the field of sense, why seek the genesis of this discovery outside the meanings that its inventor encountered within himself along the path leading him to it? Why look elsewhere than in the register to which this discovery must, if one is to be rigorous, be limited? If we must have recourse to some other source foreign to the field discovered by our author, and by nobody else, to explain what it is, the prevalence of this field becomes null and void, through having been made subordinate. To suppose the supremacy, and not the subordination, of sense as efficient cause is apparently to repudiate the principles of modern science. In fact, for the positive science to which Freud's masters, this pleiad that Jones quite rightly mentions at the beginning of his study, belonged, the entire dynamics of sense can, question-beggingly, be neglected. It is all fundamentally superstructure. Point 5. It's therefore a revolution in science that Freud introduces, if this science has the value he claims for it. Does it have this value? Does it have this meaning? 2. I want to pause here to try to restore the point of view, currently effaced, from which Freud's work can be viewed in its proper light. I shall ask you straight away to be prepared for a contrast between what Freud's work authentically signifies and what is currently being offered as the sense of psychoanalysis. For many of you, the students, as you draw nearer to things in the mental sphere, psychoanalysis is, it's said, first of all a means to a better understanding of the mentally ill. I can't recommend too highly that those of you who have the opportunity to become acquainted with the analytic literature, and God knows how enormous, almost diffuse, it has become, combine this reading with an at least equivalent measure of Freud himself. The difference will leap out at you. The term frustration, for example, has become the leitmotif of the prolific mothers of analytic literature in English, with the abandonism and relationship of dependence it comprises. Now, this term is quite simply absent from Freud's work. The simplistic use of notions taken out of context, like that of reality testing, or of bastardized notions like that of the object relation, the recourse to the ineffability of affective contact and of lived experience, all of this is strictly foreign to the inspiration behind Freud's work. This style has for some time tended to descend to the level of a foolish optimism which stems from an equivocal moralism and is founded on an equally crude schematism, which really is the most superficial image ever given to man to apply to his own development, the famous sequence of so-called pregenital phases of the libido. The reaction has not failed to make itself felt, so much so that we have now got to the pure and simple restoration of an orthopedics of the ego, which only 100 years ago everyone would have laughed at as being the most simplistic question begging. This rather improbable slide is due, I believe, to the fact that there is a profound misrecognition in thinking that analysis is meant to be used as a bridge for gaining access to a sort of intuitive penetration and easy communication with the patient. If analysis had only been an improvement in the doctor-patient relation, we would literally have no need of it. Just recently, reading an old text by Aristotle, the Nicomachean Ethics, with the intention of rediscovering the origin of Freudian themes on pleasure in it, it makes salubrious reading. I came across a curious term that means something like fearful, and this explained many things to me, in particular why it's sometimes the best minds among young psychiatrists that rush headlong down this mistaken path by which they seem to be captivated. I think as a matter of fact that paradoxically they are the best, dreadfully intelligent young men. They're afraid to be so, they frighten themselves. Where would we be if we gave way to our fine intelligence? And so they enter analysis where they're taught that their intellectualization is a form of resistance. Once they have finished they're delighted, they've encountered at first hand this famous intellectualization, which for so long had been an obstacle for them. At this stage my discourse can no longer address them. By contrast, what is at issue in Freud's work? What stands out in it? What, in a word, is its style? Freud's own style would alone suffice to characterize its significance. To see this, I ask you to refer to another form of resistance, which hasn't been much better appreciated than the one I alluded to just before. For a long time it was thought that the main resistance encountered by Freud's work was due to the fact that he was touching on sexual matters. Good God, why would sexual matters have been any less welcome at that time than in our own, where they appear to be the delight of everyone? Besides, we have had to wait until our own day for some well-intentioned scholar to point out the kinship between Freud's work and the nature philosophy that prevailed in Germany at the beginning of the 19th century. This time was far from having been as fleeting and contingent as Jones represents it to us from an Anglo-Saxon perspective, nor were we in France, above all at the time Freud began to become known here, lacking certain irrationalist or intuitionist tendencies that were advocating recourse to an affective, or sentimental, a fusion to understand man or, even, natural phenomena. I don't need to mention the name of Bergson. Why did honest and cultivated people suddenly see in Freud's work some kind of excessive scientism? Why didn't the scholars themselves, who seemed repelled by the results and the originality of the method whose status they didn't immediately identify, ever think of referring Freud to the vitalist or irrationalist philosophy that was much more alive then? As a matter of fact, nobody was taken in by it. Psychoanalysis does in fact manifest something of the positive spirit of science qua explanatory. Psychoanalysis is as far removed as is possible from any form of intuitionism. It has nothing to do with this hasty, short-circuit understanding that so simplifies and limits its significance. To put it back into its proper perspective, one only has to open Freud's work and see the place that a particular dimension, which has never been really emphasized, has there. The value of this for opposing the current evolution of analysis can now be recognized, named, and orientated towards a real reform of analytic studies. I shall light my lantern and I'll tell you what this is in a way that attempts to be both rapid and striking. Open the interpretation of dreams. You will find nothing there resembling this graphology of children's drawings that has ended up becoming the paradigm of analytic interpretation, none of these ascending and descending manifestations of the waking dream. If there is anything this resembles, it's deciphering. And the dimension in question is that of the signifier. Take any of Freud's dreams and you will see that a word, such as autodidasker, predominates. 6. This is a neologism. From here we get Lasker, plus a number of other memories. The very form of the word is absolutely essential where interpretation is concerned. An initial interpretation, an orientation, or a dichotomy, will direct us towards Las Alet. Here one discovers Alex, Freud's brother, through the intermediary of another, purely phonetic and verbal transformation. Freud finds in his recollection a novel by Zola in which a character by the name of Sandoz appears. In the way Freud reconstructs it, Zola constructed Sandoz out of Alaz, the anonym of his name, by replacing Al, the beginning of Alexander, by the third syllable Sand. Thus, just as it was possible to make Sandoz from Zola, so Alex is included in the Lasker that Freud dreamed as the last part of the word autodidasker. I'm telling you what Freud did. I'm telling you how his method proceeds. And, as a matter of fact, one only has to open any page of the book, Die Traumdeutung, to find an equivalent. I could have taken any other dream, the one for example where he speaks of jokes that have been made on his name, or the one that features a swimming bladder. 7. You will always find a sequence of homonyms or metonyms, of onomastic constructions that are absolutely essential to an understanding of the dream and without which it dissipates, vanishes. Emil Ludwig wrote a book against Freud, almost defamatory in its unfairness, in which he evokes the impression of delusional alienation that one is supposed to get from reading him. 8. I should almost say that I prefer such a testimony to the wearing down of the angles, to the softening, reductive smoothing out being brought about by analytic literature claiming to follow Freud. The incomprehension, the refusal, the shock displayed by Emil Ludwig, whether he's being honest or acting in bad faith doesn't matter to us much, is greater testimony than the disintegration of Freud's work that is being achieved in the decadence analysis is sliding into. How has it been possible to omit the fundamental role of the structure of the signifier? Of course, we understand why. What is expressed within the apparatus and the play of signifiers is something that comes from the bowels of the subject, which can be called his desire. As soon as this desire is caught up in the signifier, it's a signified desire. And thus we are all fascinated by the meaning of this desire. And we forget, despite Freud's reminders, the apparatus of the signifier. Freud emphasizes, however, that the elaboration of the dream is what makes the dream the leading model of symptom formation. Now, this elaboration bears a strong resemblance to a logical and grammatical analysis, just slightly more erudite than what we did at school. This register is the normal level of Freudian work. It's the very register that makes linguistics the most advanced of the human sciences, provided one is simply prepared to acknowledge that what is distinctive about positive science, modern science, isn't quantification but mathematization, and specifically combinatory, that is to say linguistic, mathematization which includes series and iteration. This is what stands out in Freud's work. Without it nothing of what he subsequently develops is so much as thinkable. I'm not alone in saying this. We have recently published the first volume of the journal in which we inaugurate our attempt to renew the Freudian inspiration, and you can read there that at the bottom of the Freudian mechanisms one rediscovers these old figures of rhetoric which over time have come to lose their sense for us but which for centuries elicited a prodigious degree of interest. Rhetoric, or the art of oration, was a science and not just an art. We now wonder, as if at an enigma, why these exercises could have captivated whole groups of men for such a long time. If this is an anomaly, it's analogous to the existence of psychoanalysts, and it's perhaps the same anomaly that's involved in man's relationships to language, returning over the course of history, recurrently, with different ramifications and now presenting itself to us from a scientific angle in Freud's discovery. Freud encountered it in his medical practice when he came upon this field in which the mechanisms of language can be seen to dominate and organize the construction of certain so-called neurotic disorders, unbeknown to the subject, outside his conscious ego. Here's another example Freud gives at the beginning of the psychopathology of everyday life, and which I've given a commentary on in my seminar. Point 9. Freud can't recall the name Signorelli, and a series of other names present themselves to him: Botticelli, Boltrafia, Trefoy. How does Freud construct his theory of this memory lapse? During a journey in Bosnia-Herzegovina, he is talking to someone when he has this kind of name loss. There's also the beginning of a sentence uttered by a peasant: Herr, what is there left to say now? It's about the death of a patient, in the face of which a doctor can do nothing. So here we have Herr, and death, which is hidden, since Freud, any more than the rest of us, doesn't have any particular reason to linger over the thought of it. What is the other place where Freud has already had occasion to reject the idea of death? It's a place that isn't far from Bosnia, where he received very bad news about one of his patients. That's the mechanism. Its schema, analogous to that of a symptom, suffices to demonstrate the essential importance of the signifier. It's insofar as Signorelli and the series of names are equivalent words, translations of one another, metaphrases if you like, that the word is linked to repressed death, refused by Freud. He bars them all, even those within the word Signorelli, which has only the most distant of links with it: Signor, Herr. What takes its place in response? The other does, he who both is Freud and isn't Freud, the other who is on the same side as the memory lapse, the other from whom Freud's ego has withdrawn and who answers in its place. He doesn't give the reply, since he is forbidden to speak, but he gives the beginning of the telegram. He answers, Trefoy and Boltrafia, which he makes the intermediary of the metonymy, the intermediary of the slide between Herzegovina and Bosnia. Freud has exactly the same conception of this mechanism as the one I'm expounding here. Verify it. Similarly, everything lucid, unique that Freud has contributed on the subject of wits is conceivable only on the basis of the signifying material involved. That is what, beyond all the determinisms and all the formations, beyond all the presentiments, Freud encountered after turning 40. Of course, he had a father and a mother like everyone else. His father died, and everyone knows that that never passes unnoticed, but all the same these facts must not cause us to underestimate the importance of the discovery of the positive order of the signifier for which something in him had undoubtedly prepared him, the long literary, literalist, tradition from which he came. The discovery he made in dealing with dreams is to be radically distinguished from any intuitive interpretation of dreams, such as it had been possible to practice before him. Moreover, he had a heightened awareness of how crucial to his thought this adventure that Die Traumdeutung was, and in writing to Flies he mentions it with a kind of fervor. He calls it something like my garden plant, by which he meant a new species that had emerged from his stomach. 3. Freud's originality, which disconcerts our sentiment but alone enables the effect of his work to be understood, is his recourse to the letter. This is the spice in Freud's discovery and in analytic practice. If some of this hadn't fundamentally remained, there would have been nothing left of psychoanalysis a long time ago. Everything stems from here. Who is this other who speaks in the subject, of whom the subject is neither the master nor the counterpart? Who is the other who speaks in him? Everything is here. It's not enough to say that it's his desire, for his desire is libido, which, let's not forget, above all means Wimlubi, unbounded desire, due to the fact that he speaks. If there were no signifiers to support this rupture, these fragmentations, displacements, transmutations, perversions, this insulation of human desire, the latter would have none of these characteristics that make up the substance of the signifying material provided by analysis. Nor is it enough to say that this other is in some way our counterpart, on the pretext that he speaks the same language as what we may call common discourse, which is thought to be rational and which, as it happens, sometimes is. For in this discourse of the other what I take to be me is no longer a subject but an object. It's a function of mirage, in which the subject refines himself only as misrecognition and negation. It's on this basis that the theory of the ego is best understood. Freud produced it in a number of stages, and one would be wrong to think that it must date from Das Es.10. Perhaps you've already heard mention of the famous Freudian topography. I fear that you've heard only too much mention of it, since the way it's interpreted goes in a sense contrary to Freud's reason for introducing it. It was in 1914, with his major article on narcissism, which is prior to this topography that has now come to the foreground, that Freud constructed a theory of the ego. The main, unique reference of contemporary analytic theory and practice, namely the famous so-called pregenital stages of the libido, which are thought to date from the beginning of Freud's work, date from 1915. On narcissism dates from 1914. There can be no mistaking Freud's intentions in emphasizing the theory of the ego. It was a question of avoiding two traps. The first is dualism. There is a kind of mania in some analysts which consists in turning the unconscious into another ego, a bad ego, a double, a symmetrical counterpart to the ego, whereas the theory of the ego in Freud is on the contrary designed to show that what we call our ego is a certain image we have of ourselves, which gives us a mirage, of totality no doubt. These leading mirages don't at all orientate the subject in the direction of so-called profound, an adjective I personally don't care for, self-knowledge. The ego's function is explicitly designated in Freud as analogous in every way to what in the theory of writing is called a determinative. Not all forms of writing are alphabetic. Some are idiophonetic and contain determinatives. In Chinese a thing like this means something more or less just, but if you add this, which is a determinative, it becomes to govern. And if instead of putting in this determinative you put in a different one, it means illness. The determinative emphasizes in a particular way, inserts into a class of meanings, something that already has its phonetic individuality as a signifier. Well then, for Freud the ego is precisely a sort of determinative whereby certain of the subject's elements are associated with a special function that appears on the horizon of his theory at that moment, namely aggressiveness, considered as characteristic of the imaginary relationship with the other in which the ego constitutes itself through successive and superimposed identifications. Its variable value, its value as a sign, essentially distinguishes it from the entity of the organism as a whole. And, indeed, this is the other trap that Freud was avoiding. As a matter of fact, even as Freud rallies the personality that speaks in the unconscious around a center, he wanted to avoid the mirage of the famous total personality that hasn't failed to regain the upper hand throughout the entire American school, which continues to relish the term, promoting the restoration of the primacy of the ego. This is a complete misrecognition of Freud's teaching. The total personality is precisely what Freud intends to characterize as fundamentally foreign to the function of the ego as it has been regarded by psychologists until now. There is a twofold alienation in the movement of Freudian theory. There is the other as imaginary. It's here in the imaginary relation with the other that traditional Selbstbewusstsein or self-consciousness is instituted. There is no way that the unity of the subject can be brought about in this direction. The ego isn't even the place, the indication, the rallying point, the organizing center of the subject. It's profoundly dissymmetrical to it. Although it is in the sense that he is going to begin by getting one to understand the Freudian dialectic, I can in no way expect to attain my accomplishment and my unity from the recognition of an other who is caught up with me in a relation of mirage. There is also the other who speaks from my place, apparently, this other who is within me. This is an other of a totally different nature from the other, my counterpart. That's what Freud contributes. If this still required confirmation, we would only have to observe the way in which the technique of the transference is prepared. Everything is designed to avoid the relation of ego to ego, the imaginary relation that could be established with the analyst. The subject isn't face to face with the analyst. Everything is designed to efface the entire dual, counterpart to counterpart relation. On the other hand, analytic technique derives from the necessity for an ear, an other, a listener. The analysis of a subject can only be brought about with an analyst. This is a reminder to us that the unconscious is essentially speech of the other, and can only be recognized when the other sends it back to you. Before I finish, I would still like to speak about what Freud added towards the end of his life, when he had already left his troop of followers behind him a long time before. I'm unable to doubt for one instant, merely from the evidence of the style and tone of Freud's dialogue with all around him, that he had a profound notion of their radical inadequacy, of their total incomprehension. There is a period in Freud's work, between 1920 and 1924, when he quite simply broke off. He knew that he didn't have very long to live. He died at 83 years of age, in 1939, and he went straight to the heart of the problem, namely the compulsion to repeat automatism de repetition. This notion of repetition is so perplexing for us that one tries to reduce it to a repetition of needs. If on the contrary we read Freud, we see that the compulsion to repeat was based, as it always had been from the beginning of his entire theory of memory, on the question raised for him by the insistence of speech which returns in the subject until it has said its final word, speech that must return, despite the resistance of the ego, which is a defense, that is, the adherence to the imaginary misconstrual of identification with the other. Repetition is fundamentally the insistence of speech. As a matter of fact, the final word of Freudian anthropology concerns what possesses man and makes him, not the support of the irrational. Freudism isn't a form of irrationalism, on the contrary, but the support of a form of reason of which he is more victim than master and by which he is condemned in advance. This is the final word, the red thread that passes through all of Freud's work. From beginning to end, from the discovery of the Oedipus complex to Moses and monotheism, via the extraordinary paradox from the scientific point of view of totem and taboo, Freud only ever asked himself, personally, one question: how can this system of signifiers without which no incarnation of either truth or justice is possible, how can this literal logos take hold of an animal who doesn't need it and doesn't care about it, since it doesn't at all concern his needs? This is nevertheless the very thing that causes neurotic suffering. Man is in fact possessed by the discourse of the law, and he punishes himself with it in the name of this symbolic debt which in his neurosis he keeps paying for more and more. How can this have taken hold? How does man enter into this law which is foreign to him and which as an animal he has nothing to do with? It was to explain this that Freud constructed the myth of the murder of the father. I'm not claiming that this is an explanation, but I'm showing you why Freud fomented this myth. Man must become involved in it as guilty. This remains in Freud's work to the end and confirms what I'm presenting to you here and teach elsewhere. Henceforth, what is the Freudian discovery's center of gravity? What is its philosophy? Not that Freud was doing philosophy. He always repudiated the claim that he was a philosopher. But to ask oneself a question is already to be a philosopher, even if one is unaware that this is what one is doing. What, then, does Freud the philosopher teach? To keep the positive truths that Freud has contributed in proportion, to leave them in their place. Let's not forget that his inspiration is fundamentally pessimistic. He denies any tendency towards progress. He is fundamentally anti-humanist to the extent that there is in humanism this romanticism which would like to make the mind the flower of life. Freud is to be situated in a realist and tragic tradition, which explains why it is that it's in the light of Freud that we are today able to understand and read Greek tragedy. But for us, workers, scholars, doctors, technicians, what direction does this return to the truth of Freud indicate? It is the direction of a positive study whose methods and forms are given to us in the sphere of the so-called human sciences, which concerns the order of language, linguistics. Psychoanalysis should be the science of language inhabited by the subject. From the Freudian point of view, man is the subject captured and tortured by language. Psychoanalysis introduces us to a psychology, to be sure, but which one? Psychology properly so called is effectively a science of perfectly well-defined objects. But, undoubtedly, by virtue of the significant resonances of the word, we slide into confusing it with something that refers to the soul. One thinks that everyone has his own psychology. One would be better off, in this second usage, to give it the name it could be given. Let's make no mistake, psychoanalysis isn't an egology. From the Freudian perspective of man's relationship to language, this ego isn't at all unitary, synthetic. It's decomposed, rendered complex in various agencies, the ego, the superego, the ID. It would certainly be inappropriate to make each of these terms a little subject in its own right, which is a crude myth that makes no advance, illuminates nothing. Freud could not have been in any doubt about the dangers confronting his work. When, in 1938, he took up his pen for his final preface to Moses and Monotheism, he added a very curious note. I do not share, he says, the opinion of my contemporary Bernard Shaw, who claims that man would be capable of achieving something only if he could live to be 300 years old. I do not believe this prolongation of life would have any advantages unless, as the translation goes, the conditions of the future were totally transformed. There you have the sad nature of these translations. In German, this has quite a different sense. Many other things would have to be profoundly altered, at the base, at the root, in the determinations of life. Point 12. This note by Freud, written when he was old, continuing to pursue his meditation before leaving his message to decompose, to me appears to echo the terms in which the chorus accompanies the final steps of Oedipus towards the little wood of Colonus. Accompanied by the wisdom of the people, he meditates upon the desires that bring man to pursue shadows. He indicates that it's his having strayed that makes him unable even to know where the woods are. I'm astonished that nobody, except for someone who rendered this into Latin reasonably well, has ever managed to translate properly the me fine that the chorus then utters. Point 13. It's reduced to the value of a verse that says it's better not to have been born, whereas the sense is absolutely clear. The only way to overcome all this business of logos, the only way to be rid of it all, would be not to have been born like this. This is the very sense accompanying the gesture of the old Freud, when he rejected with his hand any wish that his life be prolonged. It's true that somewhere in his work on the wits, in other words on the quip, he indicates a reply, much better not to have been born. Unfortunately, this happens barely once in 200,000. Point 14. I give you this reply. May 16, 1956. The environs of the whole. XX. The appeal, the illusion. The onset of psychosis, speaking out the madness of love, the evolution of delusion. If we reflect that the means of representation in dreams are principally visual images and not words, we shall see that it is even more appropriate to compare dreams with a system of writing than with a language. In fact, the interpretation of dreams is completely analogous to the decipherment of an ancient pictographic script such as Egyptian hieroglyphs. In both cases there are certain elements which are not intended to be interpreted, or read, as the case may be, but are only designed to serve as determinatives, that is, to establish the meaning of some other element. The ambiguity of various elements of dreams finds a parallel in these ancient systems of writing, and so too does the omission of various relations which have in both cases to be supplied from the context. If this conception of the method of representation in dreams has not yet been followed up, this, as will be readily understood, must be ascribed to the fact that psychoanalysts are entirely ignorant of the attitude and knowledge with which a philologist would approach such a problem as that presented by dreams. Point 1. This passage is clear enough. The apparent flagrant contradiction that you can draw from it on the basis of Freud's remark that dreams are expressed in images rather than otherwise is restored and resituated as soon as he shows the sort of images in question, namely, images that occur in writing, that is not even for their literal sense, since there is a number of them that will not be there to be read, but simply to contribute an exponent without which this would remain enigmatic. The other day I wrote some Chinese characters on the board. I could just as easily have written some ancient hieroglyphs, the first-person pronoun, for example, which is drawn as two little signs that have a phonetic value and may be accompanied by a more or less fleshed-out image which is there to give the other signs their sense. But the other signs are no less autographic than the little fellow too, and have to be read in a phonetic register. The comparison with hieroglyphs is rendered all the more valid and certain by the fact that it's dispersed throughout Die Traumdeutung and that Freud returns to it constantly. Freud wasn't unaware of what hieroglyphic writing really is. He was in love with everything touching on the culture of ancient Egypt. Very often he would make reference to the style, to the signifying structure of hieroglyphs and to the sometimes contradictory, superimposed, way of thinking of the beliefs of the ancient Egyptians. And he readily refers to this to give, for example, an image expressive of a certain way in which contradictory concepts coexist in neurotics. At the end of this passage he evokes the language of symptoms and speaks of the specificity of the signifying structuration in the different forms of neuroses and psychoses. Then suddenly, in a striking summary, he compares the three great neuropsychoses. For instance, he says, what a hysteric expresses by vomiting an obsessional will express by painstaking protective measures against infection, while a paraphrenic will be led to complaints or suspicions that he is being poisoned. These are all of them different representations of the patient's wish to become pregnant which have been repressed into the unconscious, or of his defensive reaction against that wish. 3. That was to set us going. 1. Let's return to our subject. We're not far away from it with the theme of procreation, which lies at the heart of the symptomatology in the Schreiber case. But even today we shall not get there immediately. I would like, from yet another angle, and concerning what you heard on Monday evening from our friend Serge Leclerc, to raise once again the issue of what I call the ultimate signifier in neurosis. Even though it's essentially a signifier, it of course isn't a signifier without meaning. I stress this fact that it doesn't depend on meaning but is the source of meaning. The two sides, male and female, of sexuality are not given data, are nothing that could be deduced from experience. How could the individual situate himself within sexuality if he didn't already possess the system of signifiers, insofar as it institutes the space that enables him to see, at a distance, as an enigmatic object, the thing that is the most difficult of access, namely his own death? This is no more difficult of access, if you think about it, if you think precisely of the long dialectical process necessary for an individual to accomplish it and of the extent to which our experience consists of too much and too little in one's access to the male and female poles, a reality that may make us wonder whether it's so much as graspable outside the signifiers that isolate it. The notion we have of reality as that around which the setbacks and obstacles of neurosis revolve must not deflect us from remarking that the reality with which we are concerned is upheld, woven through, constituted, by a tress of signifiers. We have to bring out the point of view, the plane, the particular dimension, of the human being's relationship to the signifier if we are to know even what we are saying when, for example, we say that in psychosis something becomes lacking in the subject's relation to reality. As a matter of fact, it's a question of a reality structured by the presence of a particular signifier that is inherited, traditional, transmitted, but how? Of course, by virtue of the fact that all around the subject people speak. If we now admit as a fact of common experience that not to have undergone the trial of Oedipus, not to have seen its conflicts and its dead ends open before one, and not to have resolved it, leaves the subject with a certain defect, in a certain state of inability to bring about the correct distance that is called human reality, this is because we hold that reality implies the subject's integration into a particular play of signifiers. Here I'm only formulating what everyone admits, in a kind of implicit way, in analytic experience. We have indicated in passing that what characterizes the hysterical position is a question that refers precisely to the two signifying poles of male and female. The hysteric addresses it with all his being: how can one be either male or female? Which implies that the hysteric nevertheless has reference to it. The question is this: what is it that the entire structure of the hysteric, with his fundamental identification with the individual of the sex opposite to his own by which his own sex is questioned, is introduced into, suspended from, and preserved in? The hysterical manner of questioning, either, or, contrasts with the obsessional's response, negation, neither, nor, neither male nor female. This negation comes about against a background of mortal experience and of hiding his being from the question, which is a way of remaining suspended from it. The obsessional is precisely neither one nor the other. One may also say that he is both at once. I shall move on, since that was only intended to situate what happens in the psychotic, who contrasts with the position of each of the subjects of the two great neuroses. In my talk on Freud a fortnight ago I spoke of language insofar as it's inhabited by the subject who to a greater or lesser extent speaks out in language with all his being, that is, in part unknowingly. How can one fail to see in the phenomenology of psychosis that everything from beginning to end stems from a particular relationship between the subject and this language that has suddenly been thrust into the foreground, that speaks all by itself, out loud, in its noise and furor, as well as in its neutrality. If the neurotic inhabits language, the psychotic is inhabited, possessed, by language. What comes to the foreground reveals that the subject is subjected to a trial, to the problem of some fault concerning the permanent discourse that supports the everyday, the miscellany, of human experience. Something detaches itself from the permanent monologue and appears as some kind of music for several voices. It's worthwhile dwelling on its structure so as to ask ourselves why it's made in this way. This is, at the level of the phenomena, something that immediately gives us the impression of being structured. Don't forget that the very notion of structure is borrowed from language. To misrecognize this, to reduce it to a mechanism, is as conclusive as it is ironic. What is it that Clairambald has isolated under the name of the elementary phenomena of psychosis, the repeated, contradicted, commanded thoughts, if it's not this discourse that is augmented, recapitulated in antitheses? But on the pretext that there is an entirely formal structuration here, and Clairambald is absolutely right to insist upon this, the conclusion he draws is that we are dealing with simple mechanical phenomena. This is totally inadequate. It's much more promising to think of it in terms of the internal structure of language. The merit of Clairambald is to have shown its ideationally neutral nature, which in his language means that it's in total discord with the subject's mental state, that no mechanism of the affects adequately explains it, and which in ours means that it's structural. The weakness of the etiological or pathogenic deduction is of little concern to us in comparison with what he stresses, namely that the nucleus of psychosis has to be linked to a relationship between the subject and the signifier in its most formal dimension, in its dimension as a pure signifier, and that everything constructed around this consists only of effective reactions to the primary phenomenon, the relationship to the signifier. The subject's relation of exteriority to the signifier is so striking that all clinicians have emphasized it in one way or another. The syndrome of influence still leaves some things vague, but the syndrome of action from without, as naive as it appears, does underline the essential dimension of the phenomenon, the psychotic's exteriority in relation to the entire apparatus of language. Hence the question arises whether the psychotic has really entered language. Many clinicians have shown an interest in the psychotic's prior history. Helene Deutsch has emphasized a certain as if that appears to mark the first stages of development in those who at some moment sink into psychosis. They never enter the game of signifiers, except through a kind of external imitation point, for the non-integration of the subject into the register of the signifier indicates the direction from which the question of the preconditions of psychosis arises, which is undoubtedly soluble only through analytic investigation. It sometimes happens that we take pre-psychotics into analysis, and we know what that produces, it produces psychotics. The question of the contraindications of analysis would not arise if we didn't all recall some particular case in our practice, or in the practice of our colleagues, where a full-blown psychosis, a hallucinatory psychosis, I'm not speaking of a precipitated schizophrenia, is triggered during the first analytic sessions in which things heat up a bit, at which point the poor analyst rapidly becomes the transmitter who makes known to the analyse and analyze what he must do and must not do. Aren't we here touching on what in our very own experience, without our having to look any further, lies at the heart of the reasons for the onset of psychosis? It's one of the most difficult things that can be proposed to a man, with which his being in the world doesn't confront him all that often. It's what is called speaking out prendre la parole, I mean speaking out one's own speech, which is quite the opposite of saying yes, yes to the speech of one's neighbor. This isn't necessarily put into words. The clinic shows that, provided one knows how to discern it at very different levels, it is at precisely this moment that psychosis breaks out. It's sometimes a question of a tiny spot of speaking out, whereas previously the subject had been living in his cocoon like a moth worm. This is the form that Clairambelt characterized very well under the name of the mental automatism of old maids. I'm thinking of the marvelous richness characteristic of his style. How could Clairambelt have failed to dwell on the facts? There was really no reason to pick out these unfortunate beings, forgotten by everybody, whose existence he describes so well and in whom, at the slightest provocation, mental automatism emerges from this discourse that had always remained latent and unexpressed in them. If we allow that the failing defiance of the subject on encountering real speech locates his entry, his sliding, into the critical phenomenon, the inaugural phase, of psychosis, then we can begin to see how this comes to link up with what we have already expounded. 2. The notion of Verwerfung indicates that there must already have been something in the relation to the signifier previously lacking here in the initial introduction to fundamental signifiers. This is, quite clearly, an absence undiscoverable by experimental research. There is no way of grasping something that lacks at the time it lacks. In the case of President Schreiber, this would have been the absence of the primordial male signifier to which for years he was able to appear to be equal. He looked as if he, like everyone else, were upholding his role as a man and of being somebody. Virility does signify something for him, since it's equally the object of his very lively protestations at the time the delusion erupts, which initially presents itself in the form of a question over his sex, an interpellation appel that comes to him from outside, as in the fantasy, how nice it would be to be a woman undergoing intercourse. The delusion's development expresses the fact that for him there is no other way of realizing himself, of affirming himself as sexual, than through admitting he is a woman, transformed into a woman. This is the axis of the delusion. For there are two planes to distinguish. On the one hand, the course of the delusion reveals the need to reconstruct the cosmos, the world's entire organization, around the fact that there is a man who can only be the wife of a universal God. On the other hand, let's not forget that in his common discourse up to the critical period of his existence this man appeared to know just like everyone else that he was a man, and what he somewhere calls his manly honor cries out aloud when he happens suddenly to be aroused a bit too strongly by the enigma of the absolute other entering into play, which emerges with the first signs of the delusion. In short, we are led here to the distinction that is the thread running through everything we have until now deduced from the very structuration of the analytic situation, namely, what I have called the little other and the absolute other. The former, the other with a small o, is the imaginary other, the otherness in a mirror image, which makes us dependent upon the form of our counterpart. The latter, the absolute other, is the one we address ourselves to beyond this counterpart, the one we are forced to admit beyond the relation of mirage, the one who accepts or is refused opposite us. 5. The one who will on occasion deceive us, the one of whom we will never know whether he is deceiving us, the one to whom we always address ourselves. His existence is such that the fact of addressing ourselves to him, of sharing something like language with him, is more important than anything that may be placed at stake between him and us. Misrecognizing the distinction between these two others in analysis, where it's present throughout, lies at the origin of all the false problems, and in particular of the one that appears now that the primacy of the object relation is being emphasized. Indeed, there is an obvious discrepancy between the Freudian position according to which the newborn, on entering the world, is in a so-called autoerotic relation, that is, a relation in which the object doesn't exist, and the clinical observation that from the beginning of life we undoubtedly have every indication that all sorts of objects exist for the newborn. The solution to this difficulty can only be found by distinguishing between the imaginary other insofar as he is structurally the originary form of the field in which a multiplicity of objects is structured for the human newborn, and the absolute other, the other with a big O, which is surely what Freud was driving at, and which analysts have subsequently neglected, when speaking of the non-existence, originally, of any other. There is a good reason for this, which is that this other lies entirely within itself, Freud says, but at the same time entirely outside itself. The ecstatic relation to the other is an issue that didn't arise yesterday, but because it has been left in the background for several centuries it's worth our while, for we analysts who are constantly dealing with it, to re-examine it. In the Middle Ages a distinction was drawn between what was called the physical theory and the ecstatic theory of love. This is the way the question of the subject's relation to the absolute other was raised. Let's say that in order to understand the psychoses we have to make the love relation with the other quadratically other, and the mirror situation, everything of the order of the imaginary, animus and anima, which is located according to the sexes at one or other of the places, overlap in our little schema. Where does the difference between someone who is psychotic and someone who isn't come from? It comes from the fact that for the psychotic a love relation that abolishes him as subject is possible insofar as it allows a radical heterogeneity of the other. But this love is also a dead love. It may seem to you that it's a curious and unusual detour to resort to a medieval theory of love in order to introduce the question of psychosis. It is, however, impossible to conceive the nature of madness otherwise. Think about, sociologically, the forms of enamoration, of falling in love, attested in culture. Psychologists only ever put the question of patterns on the agenda. In certain cultures things have become so worn out that it's extremely awkward to know how to give form to love. The crisis begins the moment one takes the classic orchid, worn as a corsage, to the first rendezvous. Let's take as a reference point the technique, for it was a technique, or the art, of love, say, the practices of the love relation that prevailed for a time down in our Provence or in our Languedoc. There is an entire tradition there that was followed by the Arcadian novel along the lines of Illustratrix as well as by romantic love, in which one can observe a degradation in love patterns, which became increasingly uncertain. Undoubtedly, over the course of this historical evolution passionate love becomes, to the extent that it's practiced in the style called Platonic or passionate idealism, an increasingly ridiculous thing, or what is commonly called, quite rightly, a form of madness. The tone has been lowered, the thing has fallen into derision. We undoubtedly play upon this alienated and alienating process, but in an increasingly external manner upheld by an increasingly diffuse mirage. The thing, if it no longer takes place with a beautiful woman or with a lady, is accomplished in a darkened cinema with an image on the screen. It's something of this order that I want to bring into prominence. This dimension tends in the direction of the madness of pure mirage insofar as the original style of the love relation has been lost. It strikes us as comical, this total sacrifice of one being for another, systematically pursued by people who had the time to do nothing but this. It was a spiritual technique that had its own modes and registers that we can barely grasp, given the distance that separates us from these things. We analysts would find plenty to interest us in this mixture of sensuality and chastity that was technically sustained, so it would appear, over the course of a singular concubinage with no physical relationship, or at the very least with deferred relations. The characteristic of alienating degradation, of madness, that connotes the remnants of this practice which have been lost at the sociological plane provides us with an analogy with what takes place in the psychotic and gives meaning to the sentence from Freud I quoted to you the other day, namely that the psychotic loves his delusion like himself. 7. The psychotic can only apprehend the other in the relation with the signifier, he lingers over a mere shell, an envelope, a shadow, the form of speech. The psychotic's eros is located where speech is absent. It is there that he finds his supreme love. Many things become clear if we take them in this register, for example, the curious onset of Schreber's psychosis with the curious expression soul murder he employs, a most unusual echo, you'll agree, of the language of love in the technical sense I have just been highlighting for you, love at the time of the carte de tendre. 8 This sacrificial and mysterious symbolic soul murder is formed at the onset of psychosis according to the precious language. What can we discern concerning the onset of psychosis, at the least, that an imaginary abundance of modes of beings that are as many relations to the little other, an abundance supported by a certain mode of language and speech, is produced proportionate to a certain interpellation to which the subject is unable to respond. 3. From the outset I've emphasized the intrusion of what Schreber calls the fundamental language, which is affirmed as a sort of particularly full signifier. This ancient German, he says, is full of resonances by virtue of its nobility and simplicity. There are passages where things go much further than this. Schreber attributes the misunderstanding with God to the fact that the latter does not know how to draw the distinction between what expresses the real feelings of the little souls, and thus of the subject, and the discourse in which he commonly expresses himself over the course of his relations with others. A distinction is thus literally traced out between the unconscious discourse that the subject expresses with all his being and common discourse. Freud says it somewhere, there is more psychological truth in Schreber's delusion than in the psychologist's. 9 This is Freud's wager. Schreber is more true than anything psychologists may say about him. He knows a lot more about human mechanisms and feelings than psychologists do. If God doesn't stop at man's daily needs, if he understands nothing of man, it's because he understands him only too well. The proof of this is that he also introduces into the fundamental language what happens while man sleeps, that is, his dreams. Schreber emphasizes this as if he had read Freud. Opposed to this from the outset is a side of the signifier that is given to us for its qualities, its particular density, not for its meaning, but for its meaningfulness. The signified is empty, the signifier is retained for its purely formal properties, which are used for example to form series. This is the language of the birds from the sky, the discourse of the young girls, which Schreber grants the privilege of being without meaning. The register in which the onset of psychosis is played out is located between these two poles, the word of revelation, which opens up a new dimension and gives a feeling of ineffable understanding, which corresponds to nothing previously experienced, and on the other hand the refrain, the same old song. Beginning with what I call the first sign of the onset of psychosis, the world sinks into confusion, and we can follow, step by step, how Schreber reconstructs it in an attitude of gradual, ambiguous, reticent, reluctant as they say in English, consent. He admits bit by bit that the only means of escape, of preserving a certain stability in his relations with the invasive, desiring entities that for him are the supports of the unleashed language of his internal uproar, is to accept his transformation into a woman. Isn't it better, after all, to be a spirited woman than a cretinous man? 10 His body is thus progressively invaded by images of feminine identification to which he opens the door, he lets them take over, he has himself possessed, remodeled, by them. In a note somewhere there is the notion of his permitting images to enter himself. 11 And it's at this point that he recognizes that the world doesn't appear to have changed all that much since the beginning of his crisis, the return of a certain, no doubt problematic, sense of reality. Concerning the delusion's evolution, it's worth observing that initially full manifestations of speech are produced and that they are satisfactory to him. But while his world is being reconstructed on the imaginary plane, there is a proportionate withdrawal of sense to other places. Speech is initially produced in what he calls the anterior, prior realms of God. Then God withdraws to a distance, remoteness, and that which corresponds to the first great signifying intuition slips further and further away. At the same time as he reconstructs his world, that which is close to him and which he deals with, the speech of this anterior God with whom he has this unusual relation, which is an image of copulation, as is shown by the first dream of psychotic invasion, this God enters the universe of the learning by rote, of the refrain, of empty sense, and of objectification. In the vibrant space of his introspection what he calls writing down henceforth permanently connotes, records, and ratifies his thoughts. There is a displacement here in the subject's relation to speech. The spoken hallucinatory phenomena that for the subject have a sense in the register of interpellation, irony, defiance, allusion, always allude to the other with a big O, as if it were a term that is invariably present but never seen and never named except indirectly. These considerations will lead us to some linguistic remarks relating to a fact that is within your reach but which you never grasp. I have in mind the two distinct types of usage of personal pronouns. There are personal pronouns that decline jei, me, to you, teu, il he, le him or it, etc. In the register me, teu, le him or it, the personal pronoun is liable to be elided. In the other me, mot me, taught you, we him, it isn't elided. Do you see the difference? Jel either I want it or I want him and j either we or l I want him or her aren't the same thing. We'll stop there for today. May 30th, 1956. XXI. The quilting point. Sense and scanzi in the full circle and segmentation. Yes, I come into his temple, the fear of God the Father, a quilting point. Does the subject hear with his ears something that exists or something that doesn't exist? It's quite obvious that it doesn't exist and that consequently it's of the order of a hallucination, that is, of a false perception. Is this adequate for us? This massive conception of reality leads to the quite mysterious explanation, advanced by analysts, according to which a so-called refusal to perceive produces a whole and there then appears in reality a drive that has been rejected by the subject. But why should something as complex and architectured as speech appear in this whole? This is what we are not told. To be sure, such an explanation already constitutes progress over the classical conception, but we can go further. In short, we can expect that the phenomenon of psychosis will enable us to restore the proper relationship, increasingly misunderstood in analytic work, between the signifier and the signified. 1. I remind you that at the end of the period during which the external world disintegrated for Schreber, with its roots in that period, there appeared in him a structuration of the relations between the signifier and the signified that is presented thus: there are always two planes. They are without doubt indefinitely subdivided within themselves. But Schreber's efforts always to locate an anterior plane and a plane beyond is obviously imposed on him by his experience, and this guides us towards something that is really deep-seated in psychotic structure. I have sometimes got you to feel this in an immediate way in my presentations. On one of these planes phenomena are produced that are above all ones the subject regards as neutralized, as signifying less and less a true other, phrases, he says, learned by rote, drummed into the birds from the sky who repeat them to him, who don't know what they are saying. This term birds leads to the parrot. It's a question of the transmission of something empty that wearies and exhausts the subject. At their first appearance these phenomena are situated at the limit of meaning, but they soon turn into quite the contrary: residue, refuse, empty bodies. I have already mentioned these interrupted sentences that suggest a continuation. They teach us a great deal about the unity that prevails at the level of the signifier, in particular, that the latter isn't isolatable. These unfinished sentences are in general interrupted at the point at which the full word that would give them their meaning is still lacking but is implied. I've already picked out more than one example of this. For instance, the subject hears, "Do you still speak?" and the sentence stops. This means, "Do you still speak foreign languages?" 1. The said conception of souls is this dialogue, which is much fuller than the drummed-in words the souls exchange with him, in teaching him an entire psychology of thoughts, on the subject of himself. What first of all manifested itself at the beginning of the delusion, like an ineffable and vigorous form of expression, withdraws to a distance, becomes enigmatic, passes into the posterior realms of God, at the level of which the intrusive and absurd voices multiply. Even further beyond these voices there are other voices which express themselves in striking formulas. I remind you of one that is not the least striking of them. Lacking now is the leading thought point. 2. They also speak to him of Gesinnung, which can mean either conviction or faith. Gesinnung, they explain, is something we owe any good man, even the blackest of sinners, subject to the demands of purification inherent in the order of the universe, something we owe him in exchange dans l'échange, in the name of that which must regulate our relations with human beings. It is indeed faith that is in question, that minimum of good faith implied by recognition of the other. A certain period of his hallucinations goes much further still. We have the most unusual expression. It's a rare word, extremely difficult to translate. After consulting with people who know about these things, I had arrived at the idea that it was a question of nothing other than what I call the base word, the key, the ultimate linchpin, rather than the solution. It has a technical connotation. In fact, in the art of hunting, it would be what hunters call the fumes, that is, the traces of big game. The essential aspect seems to me to be the withdrawal or migration of sense, its flight onto a plane that the subject is led to situate as the background. Two styles, two levels, are opposed to one another. On the one hand scansion, which plays on the properties of the signifier, with the implicit questioning that scansion contains and which extends to coercion. On the other hand sense, the nature of which is to take flight, to define itself as something that flees, but which at the same time presents itself as an extremely full sense, the fleeing of which draws the subject in towards what would be the core of the delusional phenomenon, its navel. You know that Freud uses this term navel to designate the point at which the sense of a dream appears to culminate in a hole, a knot, beyond which it is to the core of being that the dream appears to be attached. Point 3. This description is no more than phenomenological. Try to get as much out of it as possible for what is at issue here, which is to find an explanation, a mechanism. We devote ourselves to the work of scientifically analyzing phenomena whose ways of manifesting themselves are familiar to us doctors, practitioners. The condition of familiarity is essential if we are not to lose the sense of analytic experience. The phenomenal relationship I am speaking of remains entirely within the distinction I've stressed 100 times between the signifier and the signified. You must undoubtedly end up saying to yourselves, in the end, don't we know that within the meanings that orient analytic experience the signifier is given by one's own body? And, conversely, that when he speaks of the signifier a given element of which happens to be missing, doesn't he, by means of one of these sleight of hand tricks that he holds the secret to, place meaning at the summit of the signifier? There is always a three-card trick from one register to another, according to the needs of the demonstration. Well then, I shall happily grant you that there is in fact something of this sort, and this is just what I would like to explain to you today. The problem is to give you a vivid sense of what you should have a general intuition of anyway, and which last year I showed you concerning a given neurotic phenomenon, by means of a game of letters that some of you recall, and this year concerning psychosis, the elementary meanings we call desire, or feeling, or affectivity. These fluctuations, these shadows, these resonances even, have certain dynamics that can be explained only at the level of the signifier insofar as it is structuring. Point 4. The signifier doesn't just provide an envelope, a receptacle for meaning. It polarizes it, structures it, and brings it into existence. Without an exact knowledge of the order proper to the signifier and its properties, it's impossible to understand anything whatsoever. I don't mean about psychology, it suffices that one restrict it in a certain way, but certainly about psychoanalytic experience. This is what I would like to show you today. The opposition between the signifier and the signified lies, as you know, at the basis of Ferdinand de Saussure's linguistic theory. It has been expressed in the famous schema of the two curves. Point 5. At the upper level Saussure locates the series of what he calls thoughts, without the slightest conviction, since his theory consists precisely in reducing this term to that of the signified insofar as it is distinct from both the signifier and the thing, and he insists above all upon the aspect of amorphous mass. It's what, for our part, we shall provisionally call the sentimental mass of the current of discourse, a confused mass in which appear units, islands, an image, an object, a feeling, a cry, an appeal. It's a continuum, whereas underneath is the signifier as a pure chain of discourse, a succession of words, in which nothing is isolable. How can I show you this through an experience? I have to tell you that I spent a week looking for something in the area of the personal pronoun that would give you an image in French of the difference between je, I, and moi, me, in order to explain to you how the subject can lose mastery of them, if not contact with them, in psychosis. But concerning the person of the subject and the way it functions, it isn't possible to stop at this pronominal embodiment, it's the structure of the term as such that is involved, at least for our languages. I'm only saying this to secure the steps that I want to get you to follow today. Come last night, then, I had a mountain of documents. But the ways linguists go about things are so diverse, so contradictory, and would require so many different levels to show you what is meant, that I once again found myself reproducing this double flow of discourse on a piece of paper. This is indeed the impression we get. The relationship between the signified and the signifier always appears fluid, always ready to come undone. Analysts know better than anyone what is ungraspable in this dimension and how much they themselves may hesitate before taking the plunge. A step forward has to be taken in order to give what is involved here a sense that is really usable in our experience. Saussure tries to define a correspondence between these two flows that would segment them. But the sole fact that his solution is inconclusive, since it leaves the locution and the whole sentence problematic, clearly shows both the sense and limitations of his method. Well then, I think to myself, what does one start with? And I go about looking for a sentence, a bit like this pseudo-Shakespeare stuck for inspiration, who paces up and down, repeating, to be or not, stuck until he discovers that he can continue by starting at the beginning again, to be or not, to be. I start with a yes. And, since French, not English, is my language, what comes to me next is, yes, I come into his temple to worship the eternal Lord. 6. This means that no signifier is isolable. It's very easy to see it immediately. Stop at yes, why not? If your ear really was like a machine, at each instant the unfolding of the sentence would be followed by a sense. Yes, I does have a sense, which probably even constitutes the significance of the text. Everyone wonders why the curtain rises on this yes, I come, and they say, there is a conversation going on. It's initially because this makes sense. The initial yes does indeed have a sense, linked to a species of ambiguity that remains in the word yes, oui, in French. It's not necessary to be involved with a woman of the world to be aware that yes sometimes means no and that no sometimes means perhaps. The oui appeared late in French, it appeared after the si, after the de, which we agreeably rediscover in our time in the DAC.7 because it comes from something that means, how good that is. The oui is in general a confirmation and at the very least a concession. Most often a oui, mais, yes, but, is just the type of thing. Yes, I come into his temple. Don't forget who this character is who is introducing himself here, being a little bit forward. It's the said Abner. He is an officer of the Queen, the said Athaliah, who gives the story its title and who sufficiently dominates everything that takes place as to be its main character. When one of the soldiers begins by saying, yes, I come into his temple, we have no idea where it might be taking us. It could well end up anywhere. I come into his temple, to arrest the high priest, for example. It does have to be completed for one to know what is going on. The sentence only exists as completed and its sense comes to it retroactively. We need to have got right to the end, that is to say, to this famous eternal Lord. We are, here, in the order of signifiers, and I hope I have made you feel what the continuity of the signifier is. A signifying unit presupposes the completion of a certain circle that situates its different elements. 3. That is where I had paused momentarily. But this modest beginning has a much greater interest. It made me appreciate that the entire scene gives a very nice opportunity to get you to sense what brings psychologists to a standstill, because their function is to understand something of which they understand nothing, and what linguists don't extend to, despite the marvelous method they have in their hands. As for us, we shall go a bit further. If we return to the scene, who is there listening to the said Abner? Jehoiada is, the high priest who is engaged in cooking up the little conspiracy that will end with the accession to the throne of his son whom he rescued from massacre at the age of 2.5 months and raised in a distant refuge. You can imagine the sentiment in which he listens to this declaration by the officer, "Yes, I come into his temple to worship the eternal Lord." The old man may well say to himself, in response, "What is he doing here, then?" The theme continues. "Yes, I come into his temple to worship the eternal Lord. I come, according to ancient and hallowed custom, to celebrate with you the glorious day when on Mount Sinai we received the law." In short, they have a chat. And once the eternal Lord has been left there in the lurch, he won't be spoken of again until right at the end of the play. They start reminiscing. Those were the good old days, masses of holy people streamed in through the gates, but now, how things have changed, scarcely a handful of zealous worshippers. Here we start to understand what this is all about. Scarcely a handful of zealous worshippers, here's a character who thinks that this is the moment to join the resistance. Here we are at the level of meaning, while the signifier goes on its merry way, zealous worshippers indicates what's at issue, and the ear of the high priest does not, we can well imagine, fail to pick up this zeal in passing. Zeal comes from the Greek and means something like emulation, rivalry, mimicry, because in this game one only wins by doing what suits, by looking like the others. The climax appears at the end of the first discourse, namely that I tremble with fear, to hide nothing from you, that Athaliah should have you ripped from the altar, and wreak upon you her dreadful revenge, shedding the remnants of a forced respect. Here we see a word emerge that has a great deal of importance, tremble. It's etymologically the same word as craindra, fear, and fear is going to appear. There is something here that reveals the significant climax of the discourse, that gives an indication that has two senses. Here we are placed at the level of the upper register, that is, of what Saussure calls the amorphous mass of thoughts. It may be inherently amorphous, but it isn't merely that, because the other has to guess it. Abner is there in effect, undoubtedly zealous, but when later the high priest virtually grabs him by the throat and says to him, "Stop the chatter. What's this all about?" How does one recognize those who are anything other than zealots? One is going to realize how hard times are. It's a long time since God has given anything much in the way of proof of his power, whereas the power of Athaliah and her followers has up till now always proved to be triumphant. Consequently, when he mentions this new threat we don't see what he is driving at very well. It's double-edged. It's equally a warning, a piece of good advice, a counsel of prudence, or even of what's called discretion. The other's responses are much briefer. He has many reasons for this, and principally that he is the more powerful, he holds the trump card, as it were, where, he simply replies, "Does this dark foreboding come from today?" And the signifier sticks perfectly to the signified. But you can see that he gives absolutely nothing away, all he does is make a retort, send back to the subject a question about the sense of what he has to say. Thereupon, Abner elaborates further and begins to penetrate a bit further into the significant game. It's a mixture of flattery, "Do you believe you can be holy and just with impunity?" and informing, which consists of recounting that there is a certain Matan who is, in any case, indomitable. He doesn't pursue very far his denunciation of the proud Athaliah, who is after all still his queen. There happens to be a scapegoat, which is extremely convenient for continuing to lay the bait. It's still not clear what the point of all this is, unless it's this. Do believe me, the more I think about it, the less I am able to doubt that upon you her wrath is about to break. This displays the moving nature of the characters well. The less he is able to doubt, this doubt doesn't make such a disagreeable pillow, but it's no longer quite the moment to relax. Yesterday I observed her. Here we are at the level of the intelligence officer. And I saw her eyes at the holy place throw furious glances. I would like you to observe that after all the courtesy that Abner has pledged over the course of the exchange, nothing will have happened by the end if we remain at the level of meaning. At this level everything can be summed up in a few words. They both know a bit more than they are prepared to say. Jehoiada is the one who knows the most, but in order to go out and meet what the other claims to know, he makes only one allusion to the fact that there is something in the wind, in other words an elision in the sanctuary. But you have the striking evidence of the speed with which the said Abner jumps on this. She made a mistake, he says later, that is to say, did she botch part of the massacre? What if there remains someone from this famous family of David? This contribution shows well enough that the reason Abner has gone into the temple is that he is attracted by the smell of fresh blood. But in the final analysis he knows neither more nor less at the end of the dialogue than at the beginning, and this first scene in its meaningful fullness could be summed up in these words. I have come to the festival of the Lord. Very well, says the other. Take part in the procession and no talking in the ranks. It's not this at all, on the one condition that you are aware of the role of the signifier. If you are, you will see that there are a number of key words underlying the discourse of the two characters and that they partly coincide. There is the word tremble, the word fear, the word extermination. Tremble and fear are used by Abner first, who takes us to the point I have just indicated, that is, to the point at which Jehoiada truly starts to speak out. He who can still the raging seas can also thwart the wicked in their plots. In respectful submission to his holy will. I fear God, dear Abner, and have no other fear. I fear God, you say, he replies, whereas Abner had never said this. His truth touches me. Here is how the Lord answers you out of my mouth. And we see the word I pointed out to you at the beginning, zeal, appear here. By zeal for my law. By sterile vows do you think to honor me? What is the fruit for me of all your sacrifices? The blood of your kings cries out, and is not heard. Break off all your pacts with impiety. From the midst of my people extinguish the crimes. And then you will immolate your victims in my name. You mustn't think that these are innocent victims in more or less fixed form in appropriate locations. When Abner observes that the Holy Ark is mute and gives no more oracles, he gets this lively response. Ungrateful race. What? Will the greatest marvels strike your ears but never move your heart? Must I, Abner, must I recall the series of wondrous prodigies accomplished in our time? Of Israel's tyrants the celebrated disgrace. And God found faithful in all his threats. The impious Ahab destroyed, and drenched with his blood. The field that by murder he had usurped. Near this fatal field Jezebel immolated. Under the horse's hoofs this queen was crushed. In her inhuman blood the dogs slaked their thirst. And her hideous body dismembered. So we know what sort of victim will be involved. In short, what is the role of the signifier here? Fear is something that is particularly ambivalent. We others, we analysts, aren't unaware of this. It's as much something that drives you on as something that holds you back. It's something that makes you a double being and that, when you express it before a character with whom you want to play at being afraid together, will always place you in the position of a reflection. But there is something else, which looks homonymous, the fear of God. This isn't the same thing at all. It's the signifier, itself rather rigid, that Jehoiada trots out precisely at the moment he is alerted to the danger. The fear of God is an essential expression in a certain line of religious thought which you would be wrong to think of as simply the general line. The fear of the gods, from whom Lucretius wants to free his little friends, is something altogether different, a multiform, confused feeling, one of panic. The fear of God, on the other hand, on which a tradition that goes back to Solomon is based, is the principle of wisdom and the foundation of the love of God. Moreover, this tradition is precisely our own. The fear of God isn't a signifier that is found everywhere. Someone had to invent it and propose to men, as the remedy for a world made up of manifold terrors, that they fear a being who is, after all, only able to exercise his cruelty through the evils that are there, multifariously present in human life. To have replaced these innumerable fears by the fear of a unique being who has no other means of manifesting his power than through what is feared behind these innumerable fears, is quite an accomplishment. You will say to me, that really is a curate's idea. Well, you're wrong. The curates have invented absolutely nothing in this genre. To invent a thing like this you have to be a poet or a prophet, and it's precisely insofar as this Jehoiada is one to some extent, at least by the grace of Racine, that he can use as he does this major and primordial signifier. I have only been able to briefly mention the cultural history of this signifier, but I have sufficiently indicated to you that it's inseparable from a particular structuration. It's the signifier that dominates the thing, since as far as the meanings are concerned they have completely changed. This famous fear of God completes the sleight of hand that transforms, from one minute to the next, all fears into perfect courage. All fears, I have no other fear, are exchanged for what is called the fear of God, which, however constraining it may be, is the opposite of a fear. What has happened by the end of the scene is precisely this: the said Jehoiada has handed the fear of God onto the other, and in the proper way, the right way round, painlessly. And straightway Abner departs completely trustworthy, with this word that echoes God found faithful in all his threats. It's no longer a question of zeal, he will join the faithful troops. In short, he himself has become the support of the bait that will hook the queen. The play is already played out, it's over. It's insofar as Abner doesn't say a word to her about the real risks she is running that the queen will take the bait he henceforth represents. The power of the signifier, the effectiveness of this word fear, has been to transform the zeal at the beginning, with everything that is ambiguous, doubtful, always liable to be reversed, that this word conveys, into the faithfulness of the end. This transmutation is of the order of the signifier as such. No accumulation, no superimposition, no summation of meanings, is sufficient to justify it. The entire progress of this scene, which would otherwise be worthy of the Xime Bureau 8, resides in the transmutation of the situation through the intervention of the signifier. Whether it be a sacred text, a novel, a play, a monologue, or any conversation whatsoever, allow me to represent the function of the signifier by a spatializing device, which we have no reason to deprive ourselves of. This point around which all concrete analysis of discourse must operate I shall call a quilting point. When the upholsterer's needle, which has entered at the moment of God found faithful in all his threats, reappears, it's all over, the chap says, I'm going to join the faithful troops. Were we to analyze the scene as a musical score, we should see that this is the point at which the signified and the signifier are knotted together, between the still floating mass of meanings that are actually circulating between these two characters and the text. It's due to this admirable text, and not to the meaning, that Athaliah is not a piece of boulevard theater. The quilting point is the word fear, with all these trans-significant connotations. Everything radiates out from and is organized around this signifier, similar to these little lines of force that an upholstery button forms on the surface of material. It's the point of convergence that enables everything that happens in this discourse to be situated retroactively and prospectively. 4. The schema of the quilting point is essential in human experience. Why does this minimal schema of human experience which Freud gave us in the Oedipus complex retain its irreducible and yet enigmatic value for us? And why privilege the Oedipus complex? Why does Freud always want to find it everywhere, with such insistence? Why do we have here a knot that seems so essential to him that he is unable to abandon it in the slightest particular observation, unless it's because the notion of father, closely related to that of the fear of God, gives him the most palpable element in experience of what I've called the quilting point between the signifier and the signified. Perhaps I've spent a long time explaining this to you, but I nevertheless believe that this creates an image and enables you to grasp how it can happen, in psychotic experience, that the signifier and the signified present themselves in a completely divided form. One can think that in a psychosis everything is there in the signifier. It looks as if everything is there. President Schreiber seems to understand perfectly well what it is to be screwed by Professor Flechsig and by a number of others who become his substitutes. What is vexatious is precisely that he should say so, and in the clearest possible way. Why, henceforth, should this provoke, as people explain to us, such profound disorders in his libidinal economy? No, it's in another register that what happens in psychosis has to be explored. I don't know how many there are, but it isn't impossible that one should manage to determine the minimal number of fundamental points of insertion between the signifier and the signified necessary for a human being to be called normal, and which, when they are not established, or when they give way, make a psychotic. What I'm proposing is still altogether crude, but it's the point from which we can begin next time to examine the role of the personization of the subject, namely the manner in which in French je and moi are differentiated. Point 9. Of course, no particular language has any privilege in the order of signifiers, the resources of each are extremely different and always limited. But equally, any one of them covers the entire field of meanings. Where in the signifier is the person? How does a discourse hang together? Up to what point can a discourse that seems personal bear, on the level of the signifier alone, a sufficient number of traces of impersonalization for the subject not to recognize it as his own? I'm not saying that this is the source of the mechanism of psychosis, I'm saying that the mechanism of psychosis manifests itself here. Before outlining this mechanism, we must make an effort to recognize at the different stages of the phenomenon the points at which the quilting is omitted. A complete catalogue of these points would enable us to discover some surprising correlations and appreciate that it isn't just in any old way that the subject depersonalizes his discourse. In this respect there is an experience within hand's reach. Clairambert recognized it. He alludes somewhere to what happens when all of a sudden we are gripped by an event from our past that we find difficult to tolerate being effectively evoked. When it's not a question of commemoration but of the resurgence of affect, when, recollecting being angry, we are very close to being angry, when, recollecting a humiliation, we relieve the humiliation, when, remembering the destruction of an illusion, we feel the need to reorganize our equilibrium and our meaningful field, in the sense in which one speaks of social field. Well then, this is the most favorable moment, Clairambert notes, for the emergence, which he himself calls purely automatic, of scraps of sentences sometimes taken from one's most recent experience, and which have no kind of meaningful relationship with the matter at hand. These phenomena of automatism are in fact admirably observed, but there are many others, and having the adequate schema is sufficient for one to situate oneself in the phenomenon in a way that is no longer purely descriptive but properly explanatory. There you have the order of things that an observation such as that of President Schreiber, which is no doubt unique in the annals of psychopathology, must convey to us. Next time I shall pick things up at the je and the tu. There is no need for these to be expressed in a sentence for them to be there. Come on. Is a sentence and implies an I and a you. In the schema I have given you, where are the I and the you? You imagine perhaps that the you is here, at the level of the big other, do you? No, not at all. This is where we shall begin. The you in its verbalized form does not at all coincide with this pole that we have been calling big O. June 6, 1956. XXII. Thou art the one who wilt follow me. The other is a locus, the you of the superego devolution and observation, the voice interpellation of the signifier. I'm much more myself. Before, I was a parami who thought of myself as the true one, and who was absolutely false. In any case, I want to point out that there is a lot of us, those who gave our support to the popular front. Point 1. These sentences, which are attested, I have selected from de Muret and Pichon's Grammaire, a substantial and highly instructive work, even if only because of the enormous quantity of very intelligently classified documents, whatever errors it contains as a whole and in its details. These two sentences, one spoken and one written, show us that what I am going to get you to think about today is not a forged artifact, a misplaced literary subtlety. The first sentence obviously comes from a patient in analysis. Pichon indicates this by her initials, Madame X, such and such a date. I'm much more myself, she says, no doubt very satisfied with progress accomplished in her treatment. Before, I was a parami who thought of myself as. Thank God that the French language, which is often ambiguous when spoken, here, owing to the encounter between a silent consonant and an initial vowel, enables what is in question to be clearly discerned. Point 2. The verb is in the first person singular, it's I who thought of myself as. Through the relative pronoun, the first person has been transmitted to the relative clause. You'll tell me, this is obvious. That was the response of a charming woman whom I tried recently to interest in these issues by propounding to her the problem of the difference between I am the woman who will not abandon you and I am the woman who shall not abandon you. 3. I have to say that I was unsuccessful. She refused to show any interest in this nuance whose importance you have nevertheless already felt. Usage makes this sufficiently clear, since in the same sentence Madame X continues, I am much more myself. Before, I was a parami who thought of myself as the true one, and who was absolutely false. I think that no sentence is more appropriately expressed. It was absolutely false, this parami. An I in the first part of the sentence, it has become an it in the second. There are a few of them like that in Pichon, equally quite pertinent and still of interest. In any case, I want to point out that there is a lot of us, those who gave our support to the Popular Front, voted for its candidates, and who thought of themselves as having a totally different ideal to follow, a totally different action, and a totally different reality, etc. 4. If you pay attention you can collect these examples by the bucketful. The issue is whether or not the personization that is in the principal clause crosses the screen, the lens, at the entrance to the relative clause. The screen is obviously neutral, it won't vary. It is therefore a question of knowing what the penetrative power, as it were, of the antecedent personization consists in. We shall see that this minor linguistic point can also be found in other languages in a manner that is very much alive. But obviously one would have to look in other syntactic forms. We shall come back to this later on. 1. Last time I left you at the point of examining what new light the advances we have made concerning the function of the signifier can contribute to the burning question, which has been made topical in a confused way by the function of the object relation and made present as much by the structure as by the phenomenology of psychosis, of the other. Until now I have been showing you the duality of this other, between the imaginary other and the other with a big O, this other that I discussed in the small piece I read out to you in the last session of last year, and which has just been published in Evolution Psychiatrique under the title of La Chose Freudienne. 5. I apologize for quoting myself, but what's the use of polishing up one's propositions if one is not to use them? I say, the other is, therefore, the locus in which is constituted the I who is speaking with him who hears. 6. I say this following some remarks on the fact that there is always an other beyond all concrete dialogue, all interpsychological play. This proposition that I quote has to be taken as a starting point, the issue is to find out where it leads to. I would like you to be aware of how much difference there is between such a perspective and the one that is confusedly accepted today. Saying that the other is the locus in which is constituted he who is speaking with him who hears is something quite different from setting out from the idea that the other is a being. We have been intoxicated for some time in analysis by themes that have indisputably come from so-called existentialist discourse, where the other is the thou, the one who can respond, but in a symmetrical mode, one of complete correspondence, the alter ego, the brother. One forms a fundamentally reciprocal idea of intersubjectivity. Add to this the sentimental confusions that come under the rubric of personalism, plus Martin Buber's book on the I and the thou. 7, and the confusion will be definitive and irremediable unless one returns to experience. Far from having made any contribution whatsoever that would throw light on the foundation of the existence of the other, all the existentialist experience has done is to suspend it, in an increasingly radical way, from the hypothesis of projection, upon which you of course all live, according to which the other is barely more than a certain human semblance, animated by an I that is the reflection of my own. Animaism and anthropomorphism are there, always liable to emerge and in fact impossible to refute, as are the summary references to the experience of language at the time of one's first babbling. It's brought to our attention that the child doesn't immediately acquire mastery of you and I, but the acquisition is ultimately summed up in the child's being able to say I when you have said you to him, in his understanding that when he is told you're going to do this he has to say in his register I'm going to do this. In analysts this symmetrical conception culminates in a number of first truths, in extraordinary statements such as the following, which I heard from the mouth of someone who belongs to what one calls the other group: one can't analyze someone for whom the other doesn't exist. I wonder what it means to say that the other doesn't exist. I wonder whether this expression has any value whatsoever, even as an approximation. What is at issue? A lived experience? An irreducible feeling? Take the case of Schreber, for whom all humanity was at one time in the state of fleeting improvised men. Well then, there is indeed an other for him, a singularly accentuated other, an absolute other, an entirely radical other, an other who is neither a place nor a schema, an other who he says is a living being in his own way, and who he stresses is capable, when threatened, of egoism like other living beings. God, finding himself in a position in which his independence is threatened by this disorder for which he is primarily responsible, manifests spasmodic defense relations. He nevertheless retains an otherness such that he is a stranger to living things and, more particularly, is deprived of all understanding with respect to the vital needs of our Schreber. That there is for Schreber an other who is worthy of the name is adequately indicated by the singularly pointed, witty beginning of one of the chapters of his memoirs, where he says he is in no way a paranoiac. A paranoiac is someone who relates everything to himself, he's someone whose egocentrism is invasive, he's Reed Krepelin, but as for me, he says, it's quite different, it's the other who relates everything to me. 8 There is an other, and this is decisive, structuring. Thus, before speaking of the other as something that is either placed or not placed at a certain distance, which we are either capable or incapable of embracing, of clasping, or even of consuming in more or less rapid quantities, one would have to know whether the very phenomenology of things as they present themselves in our experience doesn't necessitate a different approach, precisely the one I adopt in saying, before seeing how it will be more or less brought about, that the other must first of all be considered a locus, the locus in which speech is constituted. Persons, since this is what we are interested in today, must come from somewhere. They come first in a signifying, by which I mean formal, manner. Speech is constituted for us by an I and a you. These are two counterparts. Speech transforms them, by giving them a certain appropriate relationship, but, and this is what I want to insist upon, a distance that's not symmetrical, a relationship that isn't reciprocal. In fact, the I is never there where it appears in the form of a particular signifier. The I is always there in the name of a presence that supports the discourse as a whole, whether in direct or indirect speech. The I is the I of him who is pronouncing the discourse. Underneath everything that is said there is an I who pronounces it. It's within this enunciation that the you appears. These are first truths, so much so that you are liable to look further than the end of your nose. There is nothing more to understand than what I have just observed. That the you is already within discourse is obvious. There has never been a you anywhere else than where one says you. Let's start from there. As for the I, is it, too, a coin, a fiduciary element circulating in discourse? I hope to answer this a little later, but I raise the question now so that you won't lose sight of it and so that you will know what I'm getting at. 2. The you is far from being addressed to an ineffable person, to that species of beyond whose leading accent the sentimentalist tendency in the manner of existentialism would like to show us. It's something quite different in its usage. The you isn't always the full you, of which so much is made and which, as you know, I myself occasionally evoke in some leading examples. You are my master, you are my woman, I make a great deal of such expressions for getting the function of speech understood. It is a question today of recentering the significance attached to this you, which is far from always having this full employment. I return to some linguistic observations. The second person is far from always being employed with this emphasis. When it is said in quite ordinary usage, one can't go for a walk in that place without someone's accosting you. 9. It isn't about anyhow in reality. The you is almost the reflexive of the one, it is its correspondent. Something even more significant, when you have attained this degree of wisdom, all that remains is to die. 10. Here again, what you is involved. I am certainly not addressing myself to no one in particular in this utterance. I ask you to take the sentence as a whole, because there is no sentence that can be detached from the fullness of its meaning. What you is alluding to is so far from being an other that I should say it is alluding to those left behind who would persist in living after this discourse. If wisdom says that there is no end to anything other than death, then all that remains is to die. This shows you well enough that the function of the second person on this occasion is precisely to allude to what is nobody, to what is depersonalized. In fact, this you that one kills here is the one that is perfectly familiar to us from the phenomenology of psychosis, as well as from common experience. 11. It's the you that says you in us, this you that always makes itself more or less discreetly heard, this you that speaks alone, and says you see. To us, or, you're always the same. As in Schreber's experience, this you doesn't need to say you in order to be the you that speaks to us. A tiny bit of disintegration suffices. Schreber had more than his fair share, for things like, don't surrender to the first inducement to emerge. 12. This is an allusion to something that isn't named and that we reconstruct as being Schreber's homosexual tendency, but it is possibly something different, since invitations, injunctions, are not rare but constant. This sentence is in fact the rule of conduct for many people. Don't surrender to your initial reaction, it might be the right one, as they say. 13. And what are you taught, if it isn't precisely never to surrender to the first inducement? Here we recognize our good old friend the superego, who suddenly appears before us in his phenomenal form, rather than in amiable genetic hypotheses. This superego is indeed something like the law, but it's a law without dialectic, and it's not for nothing that it is recognizable, more or less correctly, in the categorical imperative, with what I would call its maleficent neutrality. One author calls it the internal saboteur. We would be wrong if we misunderstood that this you is also present as an observer. It sees everything, hears everything, notes everything. This is indeed what takes place in Schreber, and it's his mode of relation to it that is expressed in him by this remorseless, incessant you, which provokes him into responses devoid of any kind of sense. I am tempted to quote the old expression, nobody suspects a thing. 14. That used to be displayed in the pages of the telephone directory concerning a private detective agency. One senses to what extent an ideal is involved here. How happy everybody would be if in fact nobody did suspect a thing. But hide as one may behind a curtain, there is always a big pair of shoes that stick out. It's the same for the superego. But it doesn't suspect anything. Nothing is less doubtful than whatever appears to us through the intermediary of this you. It is incredible that we should be liable to forget this major obstacle, which our analytic experience makes manifest, that the you is present as a foreign body. An analyst, Mr. Isaacower, went so far as to compare it with what takes place in a little crustacean of the prawn genus that has the unusual property of having, at the beginning of its existence, its vestibular chamber, the organ that governs balance, open to the marine environment. 15. The vestibular chamber subsequently closes and includes a number of small particles prevalent in the environment that will make it easier for it to adopt a vertical or horizontal position. At the beginning of their existence, these little animals themselves gently introduce small grains of sand into their shell, then, by a physiological process, the chamber closes up. If you substitute small particles of iron filings for these grains of sand, you can lead these charming little things to the end of the earth with an electromagnet or make them swim upside down. This is the function of the you in man according to Mr. Isaacower, and I would be happy to make an apology of this in order to get the experience of the you understood, but at its lowest level. One totally misrecognizes its function if one neglects that it leads to the you as signifier. Analysts, the path I'm following here isn't a solitary one, have emphasized yet another point. I can't dwell upon the relation that exists between the superego, which is nothing other than the function of the you, and the sentiment of reality. I don't need to insist on this for the simple reason that it's stressed on every page of President Scherber's observation. If the subject doesn't doubt the reality of what he hears, it's because of this characteristic of foreign body that the intimation of the delusional you presents. Need I invoke the philosophy of Kant, who recognizes a fixed reality only in the starry skies above our heads and the voice of conscience within? 16. This foreignness, like the character Tartuffe, is the true possessor of the house, who readily says to the ego, you will have to leave. When the feeling of foreignness, strangeness, strikes somewhere, it's never on the side of the superego, it's always the ego that loses its bearings, it's the ego that enters the state of you, it's the ego that thinks it is in the state of the double, that is, expelled from the house, while the you remains the possessor of things. That's our experience. We don't have to stop there all the same. But ultimately we have to be reminded of these truths if we are to understand where the structural problem lies. It may seem strange to you that I mechanize things in this way, and perhaps you will imagine that I'm working with an elementary notion of the discourse I teach, that everything is contained within the relation between the I and the you, between the ego and the other. This is what linguists, not to mention psychoanalysts, start mumbling about whenever they investigate the question of discourse. One may even regret seeing that Pichon, in the quite remarkable work I have mentioned, finds it necessary to remind us that for the basis of his definition of verbal distributories 17, as he puts it, one has to set out from the idea that discourse is always addressed to an other, to the allocutor. 18. And so he begins with the simple locutory plane 19 found in the imperative, come here. There's no need to say much about this, come here. Presupposes an I, it presupposes a you. There is moreover a narrative plane that is delocutory 20 on which there's always I and you, but on which one is alluding to something else. We can only think that one is not fully satisfied with such a distribution, since a new problem arises concerning the interrogative, which we shall introduce with a dissymmetry that forms a symmetry provided we regard the number 3 as the best. If the narrative is he's coming, the interrogative is Vind il, is he coming? But it's not so simple in this function. The proof is that one says leroi Vind il, is the king coming, which clearly shows that til is not quite the same subject in the interrogative as in the narrative. This may mean there is a king, let the king come, or if the king comes. The question becomes much more complex as soon as one approaches the concrete usage of language. The imperative Viens, come here, creates the illusion of a symmetrical, bipolar presence of an I or a you. But are the I or the you also present when reference is made to this third object called a third person? The said third person doesn't exist. I tell you this in passing so as to begin to unsettle some principles that are, certainly, very tenacious in your minds, owing to the elementary teaching of grammar. There is no third person, M. Benveniste has demonstrated this conclusively. 21. Let's pause for a moment in order to place the question that the subject asks himself, or more exactly the question that I ask myself about what I am or may hope to be. In our experience we only ever find it expressed by the subject outside himself and without his knowledge. It's a fundamental question, however, since it lies at the foundation of neurosis, which is where we have grabbed it by the ears. We can see that this question, when it crops up, decomposes remarkably. It crops up in forms that have nothing interrogative about them, like puis y arriver, would that I succeed, but which are in between an exclamation, a wish, an expression of doubt. If we want to give this a little bit more consistency, to express it in the delocutory and narrative register, in the indicative, notice how we quite naturally say, pensas tu réussir, do you really think you'll succeed? In short, I would like to convey to you a distribution of the functions of language other than by rambling on about the locution, the delocution, and the allocution, and to do it as a function of the question that is always latent, never raised. If it is brought to light, if it emerges, It's always in connection with a mode of appearance of speech that we may in various ways call a mission, a mandate, a delegation, or a devolution, in reference to Heidegger. It's the foundation or foundational speech, you are this, my woman, my master, 1,000 other things. This you are this, when I receive it, makes me in speech other than I am. Who utters it? Is this you the same as the you swimming at large in the examples I have given you? Is this mission phenomenally primary or secondary in relation to the question? The question tends to emerge when we have to answer to a mission. The third party at issue here, I point this out to you in passing, is nothing resembling an object. It's always the discourse itself to which the subject is referring. To the you are my master ascertain what am I? Responds, what am I if that's what I am, if indeed I am it at all? This it isn't the master taken as an object, it is the entire enunciation of the sentence that says I am your master, as if your master had a sense solely through the homage I receive from it. What am I, if I'm what you've just been saying I am? There is a very nice prayer in Christian practice called the Ave Maria. Moreover, nobody suspects that this begins with the 3 letters that Buddhist monks murmur all day long, Ahum. There must be something radical in the order of the signifier here, but it's not important. I salute you, Mary, and, according to another popular saying, you will have a son without a husband, as the song goes. Point 22. Moreover, this is not at all unrelated to the subject of President Schreiber. The response is not at all, I am what, but, I am the maidservant of the Lord, that it be done unto me according to your word. I am the maidservant simply means, I abolish myself. What am I if I am she who you say I am? But that it be done unto me according to your word. Such is the order of response at issue in speech at its clearest. When the devolution presents itself in a sufficiently advanced manner, we can study the reciprocal relationships between the you, a foreign body, and the signifier that pins down, quilts, the subject. I ask you to consider with me today some examples whose linguistic significance is completely tangible to us French. 3. What is the difference between thou art the one who wilt follow me everywhere and thou art the one who will follow me everywhere? 23. We have a principal clause in the second person, thou art the one. Who is the screen? Will it or will it not let the thou pass into the relative? You see immediately that it is absolutely impossible to separate the thou from the sense of the signifier that follows. The permeability of the screen doesn't depend on the thou, but on the sense of to follow and on the sense that I place upon it. I who am speaking, this I who is speaking isn't necessarily me, it is perhaps whoever hears that with the echo that lies underneath the whole sentence, on the sense placed on this sentence. Thou art the one who wilt follow me everywhere is at the very least an election, perhaps unique, a mandate, a devolution, a delegation, an investment. Thou art the one who will follow me everywhere is an observation, which we are inclined to feel as being on the side of a sorrowful observation. Of this thou who will follow me everywhere we shall rapidly have had a stomach full if this really is determinative in character. If in one case this tends towards the sacrament, in the other it would move fairly quickly over to the side of the persecution included in the very term to follow. You will tell me yet again that the signifier in question is precisely a meaning. My retort is that the meaning of secution that is in question when I say thou art the one who will follow me everywhere to the one whom I recognize as my companion, and which may be the response to you are my master that we are always going on about, implies the existence of a certain mode of signifier. I shall materialize this for you immediately. Suivre, to follow, may be ambiguous in French. It may not carry quickly enough in itself the mark of the signifying originality of the dimension of the true suivre. Follow what? This is what remains open. And this is precisely what I want you to observe, that it remains open. Follow your being, your message, your word, your group, what I represent. What is it? It's a knot, a point of contraction in a bundle of meanings, whether acquired by the subject or not. If the subject hasn't acquired it, he will hear tu es celui qui me suivra par tout, thou art the one who will follow me everywhere, what the other has said to him suivras, will follow, that is, in quite a different sense, which changes even the significance of the thou. The presence of the thou, in the will follow, affects the personization of the subject to whom one is addressing oneself. When I say, in a tangible example, thou art the woman who will not abandon me, I display a much greater certainty concerning the conduct of my partner than when I say thou art the woman who wilt not abandon me. To make you feel the difference which in French isn't heard, in the first case I exhibit a much greater certainty and in the second a much greater trust. This trust presupposes precisely a looser link between the person who appears in the thou of the first part of the sentence and the one who appears in the relative. It's precisely because this link is loose that it appears in a special form of originality with respect to the signifier, and because it presupposes that the person knows what sort of signifier is at issue in this to follow, that she assumes it. This also means that she may not follow. I am going to select a reference that touches on the most radical characteristic of the relations between the I and the signifier. In the old Indo-European languages, and in certain remnants in living languages, there is what is called the middle voice. The middle voice is distinguished from the active and the passive in that, this is an approximation one learns at school, the subject performs the action in question for himself. There are, for example, two different forms for saying I sacrifice, according as one performs the sacrifice or offers the sacrifice. Let's not enter into the nuances of the middle voice concerning verbs that have the three voices, because, not using it ourselves, our feel for it will always be poor. What is instructive is the verbs that have only a middle voice. Selecting them from an article by M. Benveniste on this subject in the journal de Psychologie Normale et Pathologique of January, March 1950, dedicated entirely to language, the following are middle verbs: to be born, to die, to follow or embrace a movement, to be master, to be lying down, to return to a familiar state, to enjoy or benefit, to suffer, to be patient, to be mentally agitated, to take measures, which is the meter that is invested in you as doctors, to speak. Point 24. In short, this is the entire register at work precisely in analytic experience. These verbs exist only in the middle voice in a number of languages. What do they have in common? It emerges on investigation that what they have in common is that the subject is constituted as such in the process or the state expressed by the verb. Don't attach any importance to the terms process or state, the verbal function isn't easily apprehended in a category. The verb is a function in the sentence, nothing else. There is no difference between the name and the verb other than their function within the sentence. Substantives are able to express a process or state also. The implication of the subject is absolutely unchanged by the fact that the process or state concerned is expressed in verbal form. If it's expressed in verbal form, this is because it is the support of a number of signifying accents that place the sentence as a whole in a temporal mode. The existence of distinct forms for the verbs in which the subject is constituted as such, as I, like the Latin sequor which, by virtue of the full sense of the verb to follow, implies the presence of the I in the secution, gives us a clue to what is involved in the fact that in French the verb in the relative clause agrees or doesn't agree with the thou of the main clause. It will agree or not agree with the thou, depending on the way in which the I in question is involved, captivated, pinned down, caught up in the quilting I spoke of the other day, depending on the way in which, in the subject's total relationship to the discourse, the signifier latches on. The entire context of thou art the one who wilt follow me changes according to the accent placed on the signifier, according to the implications of the wilt follow, according to the mode of being that lies behind this wilt follow, according to the meanings the subject has coupled to a certain signifying register, according to the baggage with which the subject departs into the intermination of the what am I. And it matters little whether this baggage is primordial, acquired, secondary, defensive, fundamental, its origin matters little. We live with a number of responses, in general highly suspect, to what am I. I am a father has a sense, it's a problematic sense. If it is common usage to tell oneself, I am a professor, this leaves completely open the question professor of what. If one tells oneself, among 1,000 other identifications, I am a Frenchman, this presupposes the bracketing of everything the notion of belonging to France may represent. If you say I am a Cartesian, in most cases you haven't got a clue about what M. Descartes said because you have probably never opened him. When you say I am the one who has clear ideas, one has to ascertain why. When you say I am the one who has character, the whole world may rightly ask which one. And when you say I always tell the truth, well then, you're not afraid. It's this relation to the signifier that determines the accent that the first part of the sentence, thou art the one who, will have for the subject according as the signifying part has been conquered and assumed, or on the contrary verworfen, rejected by him. I still want to give you some more examples before I leave you. If I say to someone tu es celui qui dois venir, thou art the one who must come, the background of signifiers that this presupposes is no longer there. If I say tu es celui qui doit arriver, thou art the one who must arrive, since this is simply to say that you will arrive, and this leaves it to be supposed, yes, but in what state? 25. Tuesday celui qui veut ce tu il veut, thou art the one who wants what he wants, means you are an obstinate little person. Tu es celui qui veut ce tu il veut, thou art the one who wants what he wants, means you are the one who knows how to want. It is not necessarily a question of being the one who wilt follow me or not follow me, thou art the one who will follow his path to the end. Tu es celui qui sait ce tu il did, thou art the one who knows what he is saying, isn't the one who will follow his path to the end. The importance of these distinctions is to show that the change of emphasis, the fullness that thou confers on the other, which is also what he gets back, is essentially linked to the signifier. 4. What happens when the signifier in question, the organizing center, the point of significant convergence that it constitutes, is evoked but fails to appear fait défaut? We can both deduce this from this approach and see it confirmed in our experience. It's enough to situate our formula on the schema I have given you as being that of speech. Point 26. Thou art the one who wilt follow me everywhere. Naturally, the S and the O are always reciprocal, and insofar as the message we receive is that of the other that founds us, the O is at the level of the thou, the little o at the level of who, me, and the S at the level of wilt follow. What happens if the signifier which gives the sentence its weight and the thou its emphasis is lacking? If this signifier is heard, but nothing in the subject is able to respond to it, the function of the sentence is then reduced solely to the significance of the thou, a free signifier that is nowhere pinned down. There is no elective thou. The thou is precisely he to whom I address myself, nothing else. If I say thou art, the thou is the one who dies. Point 27. This is exactly what one observes in Schreber's interrupted sentences, which stop precisely at the moment at which a signifier that remains problematic is on the point of emerging, charged with a definite meaning, but one doesn't know which, a paltry, derisory meaning, which indicates the gap, the hole, where nothing meaningful is able to respond in the subject. It is precisely insofar as the signifier is interpellated, evoked, involved, that there emerges around it the pure and simple apparatus of the relation to the other, the empty muttering, thou art the one who. This is the very model of the interrupted sentence of President Schreber, who, of course, produces the other's presence, made all the more radical, all the more radically other, by the fact that there is nothing that places him at a level of the signifier with which the subject would in any way be in harmony. Schreber states it, if the other abandons him for one instant, drops him, a veritable decomposition occurs. This decomposition of the signifier occurs around a point of interpellation constituted by the lack, the disappearance, the absence of a certain signifier to the extent that at a given moment it is interpellated as such. Let's suppose that it's a question of wilt follow me. All meanings nearby will be evoked, there will be I shall be ready, I shall be obedient, I shall be dominated, I shall be frustrated, I shall be whisked away, I shall be alienated, I shall be influenced. But the wilt follow in the full sense won't be there. Which meaning is it that, in the case of President Schreber, has been drawn near to like this? Which signifier has thus been interpellated, the lack of which has produced such an upheaval in a man who till then had come to terms with the apparatus of language perfectly well, insofar as he establishes a normal relation with his fellows. Which is the signifier whose absence can explain how this constant repetition of speech becomes for him the elective mode of relating to another, how otherness is reduced to the unique register of absolute otherness, breaking, dissipating the otherness of all the other beings in his surroundings. This is the question we shall stop at today. I point out to you here and now, so as not to leave you completely up in the air, the direction in which we shall be looking. The key words, the signifying words of Schreber's delusion, soul murder, nerve contact, voluptuousness, blessedness, and 1,000 other terms, revolve around a fundamental signifier, which is never mentioned and whose presence is in command, is determinant. He says it himself. I shall give you an indication and, to reassure you by showing you that we are in our own domain, I shall tell you that in Schreber's entire work his father is cited only once. This is on the subject of his most well-known, if not his most important, work, which is called Manual of Bedroom Gymnastics. 28. It's a book that I did everything to obtain, full of little diagrams. The only time Schreber mentions his father by name is when he goes and looks in this book to see whether what the voices tell him about the typical position of men and women when they make love really is true. You will admit that it is an amusing idea to go in search of this in a manual of bedroom gymnastics. Everyone knows that love is an ideal sport, but all the same, however amusing this way of approaching it may be, this must nevertheless put you on the track of what, after having approached, from the direction of the coherence of the sentence, the problem of what results from a certain lack at the level of the signifier, I shall bring along for you next time. June 13, 1956. XXIII. The highway and the signifier being a father. Thou art the one who followest me the best. Thou art the one who follows me like a little dog. Thou art the one who did follow me that day. Thou art the one who didst follow me through trials. Thou art the one who follows the law, the text. Thou art the one who follows the mob. Thou art the one who didst follow me. Thou art the one who did follow me. Thou art the one who art. Thou art the one who is. 1. Your trade of psychoanalyst is well worth your pausing for a moment at what speaking means. 2. Though it's of a slightly different nature, this is an exercise that borders on mathematical games, which are never given enough attention, for they have always been used for training the mind. Here, this goes beyond a bit of entertainment. This isn't something that can be totally objectified, formalized. This is at the level of what conceals itself. It's here that you pause the least willingly, and yet it's here that is found the essential in what happens when you are in a relationship with the discourse of another. Let's pick up from where we had got to last time, with the future tense of the verb to follow. Thou art the one who wilt follow me, thou art the one who will follow me. We began to punctuate the genuine double senses that arise according as one passes through the screen of the one who or not. The demonstrative is nothing other than the famous third person. In all languages this person is made out of demonstratives, and this is the reason it's not a person of the verb. There remain the two other persons, the thou to whom I address myself, and in the background the presence of an ego more or less presenced, I would even say invoked, provided we give this term its full sense. I emphasized the opposition that exists between the character of inevitability, the simple observation, of thou art the one who will follow me in the third person, and the mandate, the delegation, the interpellation, that can be heard in thou art the one who wilt follow me. I could equally have contrasted prediction and foresight, a difference that is perceptible only in a sentence embodying the message. If we abstractify, prediction becomes something different. Thou art the one who didst follow me and thou art the one who did follow me offer an analogous divergence. The tense of the verb isn't solely reducible to the consideration of past, present, and future, it's involved in quite a different way when the second person is there. I should say that in the former case, where the didst follow me is in the second person, an action in time is involved, a temporalized action, considered in the act of being accomplished. In the other, thou art the one who did follow me, it's a perfect tense, a completed thing, so much so that one may even say that it borders on a definition, of the others, thou art the one who did follow me. There is without any doubt a rule here, but one needs to give numerous examples of it if one is to succeed in grasping it. The difference between thou art the one who follows me the best and thou art the one who follows me like a little dog is there to enable you to have a go at the exercises that follow, what it is appropriate to put in the spaces. Thou art the one who did follow me that day. Thou art the one who, at one time, didst follow me through trials. Between these two expressions there is all the difference that there is between constancy and faithfulness. Let's even say, if the word constancy is perhaps ambiguous, all the difference between permanence and faithfulness. The me doesn't need to be there. Thou art the one who follows the law, thou art the one who follows the text seem to me to be inscribed differently from thou art the one who follows the mob, while being perfectly valid sentences from the point of view of the signifier, that is, as organic groups whose significant value is organized from the beginning to the conclusion. Mr. Pugil, they're not identified phonetically, but only orthographically. These grouped examples don't seem to me to be too contrived to be valid. These differences don't exist without a reason. M. Pugil, in tu es celui qui ms suivi, thou art the one who didst follow me, it's the other who inserts the s, it's not the speaker. Here you've come to the heart of the matter, in taking up what I've just indicated, that this thou to whom I address myself from the place I myself am in as other with a big O is in no way my pure and simple correlate. These examples demonstrate that there is something else beyond the thou, which is the ego that sustains the discourse of the one who follows me when he follows my speech, for example. It's precisely the greater or lesser intensity, the greater or lesser presence of this ego, that decides between the two forms. Of course, it's he who sanctions, and it's because the sanctioning depends on him that we're applying ourselves to these examples. This ego is beyond this thou art the one, which is the mode in which he is called to orientate himself. In one case it's he who is going to follow, and in effect the words the one becomes null and void, he will follow, it's he who will follow. In the other, it's not he who is in question, it's I. In a word, it's a matter of showing you that the support of this you, whatever form it takes in my experience, is an ego, the ego expressing it, but that the ego can never be taken to sustain it completely. Whenever I make an appeal to the other via this message, this delegation, whenever I explicitly designate him as the one who must act, the one who is to act, but even more, as the one to whom I announce what he is going to be, no doubt I sustain him, but there remains something completely uncertain and problematic in this fundamental communication, which is the announcement, not to say the enunciation. The I is essentially fleeting in nature and never entirely sustains the thou. 2. Indeed, it's one of the most profound characteristics of the mental foundation of the Judeo-Christian tradition that against its speech clearly profiles the being of the I as its ultimate ground. On all the essential questions the subject always finds himself in a position, summoned, to justify himself as I. The I who says, I am the one who am, this I, absolutely alone, is the one who radically sustains the thou in his interpellation. That's all the difference there is between the God of the tradition we come from and the God of the Greek tradition. I wondered whether the Greek God is capable of proffering himself in the mode of any I would he say, I am the one who is. This is out of the question, however. The superattenuated form of the Greek God isn't something that there is any reason to laugh at, or to believe that it's situated on the path to the atheistic disappearance of God. It's rather the God Voltaire was interested in to the point of regarding Diderot as a cretin, the God of deism, who is of the half-flesh, half-fish order of the I am the one who is. Your minds won't readily dwell on the God of Aristotle, because this has become unthinkable for us. But still, try to get yourselves to meditate, a mode of this meter I was speaking to you about last time, and which is the original verb of your medical function, for a second on what the relationship to the world might have been for a disciple of Aristotle's for whom God was the most immutable sphere in the sky. He isn't a God who announces himself through the word, like the one we were evoking a second ago. He is that part of the starry sphere that includes the fixed stars, he is that sphere in the world that doesn't move. This obviously involves a relationship to the other that to us is foreign and unthinkable and much more distant than the one put into play, for example, in the punitive phantasm La Fantaisie punitive. Nobody dwells on this. It's because at the heart of the religious thought that has formed us there is the idea of making us live in fear and trembling, that the coloration of guilt is so fundamental in our psychological experience of the neuroses, without its being possible for all that to prejudge what they are in another cultural sphere. This coloration is even so fundamental that it was by its means that we explored the neuroses and noticed that they were structured in a subjective and intersubjective mode. This is why there is every reason to wonder whether the tradition that announces itself in the expression which is, we're told, flanked by a little tree on fire, I am the one who am, doesn't fundamentally bear upon our relationship to the other. We're not so far from our subject matter. It's a question of this in President Schreiber, of a mode of constructing the other God. The word atheism has quite a different sense for us from that which it could have had in a reference to the Aristotelian divinity, for example, where it's a question of a relationship to a superior entity atent, to the supreme entity. Our own atheism is located in another perspective, it's linked to this always elusive aspect of the I of the other. An other who announces himself as I am the one who am is by virtue of this sole fact a God beyond, a hidden God, and a God who under no circumstances unveils his face. Precisely from the Aristotelian perspective it could be said that our own point of departure is already atheistic. This is an error, but from that perspective it's strictly true, and in our experience it's no less so. Whatever announces itself as I am the one who am is totally problematic, not sustained, and almost unsustainable, or only sustainable by an idiot. Think about the I am the one who am. This is what makes for the problematic nature of the relation to the other in our own tradition. It's also what in its own right characterizes our relationship to entities, to objects, and our own science, much more profoundly than its so-called experimental nature. The ancients didn't experiment any less than we do, they experimented on what interested them. This isn't the issue. It's in the way in which we place others, little others, in the light of the ultimate, absolute other that we are distinctive in the way we fragment the world, break it down into pieces. The ancients on the other hand approached it as something that was graded on a scale of consistency of entities. Our position radically calls into question the very being of what announces itself as being, and not as an entity. Point 3. We are no longer in a position to reply to him who says, I am the one who am. What are we to be able to reply to the one who am? We know only too well. A bird brain, in fact we get lots of flights of these bird brains coming in from the other side of the Atlantic, whom I met recently remarked to me, but still, all the same, I am me. To him that seemed to be the ultimate certainty. I assure you that I didn't instigate this, and that I wasn't there to make anti-psychological propaganda. As a matter of fact, if there is one minimal thing that is obvious in experience, I won't say analytic experience, but simply in anyone's internal experience, it's that we are certainly even less the ones who are for being well aware what a racket, what frightful chaos permeated by various objurgations, we experience within ourselves at every turn, at every instant. I've guided you by the hand long enough for you to perceive that speech, and especially this essential form of speech in which we announce ourselves as a thou, is a complex mode that is far from reducible to the intuition of two centers exchanging signals. As the relation of subject to subject is structured in a complex mode by the properties of language, the specific role the signifier plays in it has to be located therein. I would like to return to some simple properties of the said signifier. The radicalism I showed you on the subject of the relation of subject to subject extends to an investigation proceeding in the direction of the other as such, which shows that strictly speaking it cannot be grasped, it doesn't sustain, it can never totally sustain, the wager that we offer it. Inversely, the point of view I am trying to maintain before you involves a certain materialism of the elements in question, in the sense that the signifiers are well and truly embodied, materialized. They are words that wander about, and as such they play their role of fastening together. To give you a rest, I shall now offer an analogy. An analogy is not an argument 5, but the examples I have used have been of a rigorous quality, like this first scene of Athaliah, where I showed you that the development consisted in substituting for the interlocutor, Abner, the fear of God, which has no more of a relationship to the fears and the voice of Abner than has the didst follow me. An aside. I recently happened to read an article in English on Racine which defines the originality of his tragedy by the claim that he had the art, the skill, to introduce into the setting, almost without his public's knowledge, characters of high whoredom. 6 You see the distance between Anglo-Saxon culture and our own. The fundamental mark of Andromache, Iphigenie, etc. is whoredom. It is pointed out in passing that Freudians have made an extraordinary discovery in Racine's tragedies. I haven't yet noticed this, I'm sorry to say. It's true that in the wake of Freud one has sought exemplification of a certain number of analytic relations in the plays of Shakespeare, and not without some self-satisfaction. But as for our own cultural references, they have been slow to appear. It may be time to start. One might perhaps find something to illustrate, as I did last time, the problems that have arisen over the use of the signifier. Let's turn to an example I want to give you to get you to understand the gravity, the inertia specific to the signifier in the field of relations with the other. 3. The road. Now there's a signifier worth taking as such, the road, the highway you travel down in your various means of locomotion, the road that goes from Mantes to Rouen, for example. I won't say Paris, which is a special case. The existence of a highway between Mantes and Rouen is a fact that all on its own presents itself to the researcher's meditation. Suppose that, as happens in the south of England, where you have these highways only in an exceedingly parsimonious way, to get from Mantes to Rouen you have to go via a series of minor roads, such as the one that goes from Mantes to Vernon, then from Vernon to wherever. Having had this experience is enough to make one aware that a succession of minor roads and a highway are not at all the same thing. Not only does it slow you down in practice, but it completely changes the meaning of your behavior concerning what happens between the point of departure and the point of arrival, a fortiori, if you imagine an entire region covered by a network of minor roads without a highway anywhere. The highway is something that exists in itself and is immediately recognizable. When you emerge from a path, a thicket, a shoulder, or a minor local road, you know immediately that you have come to a highway. The highway isn't something that extends from one point to another, it's a dimension spread out in space, the presencing of an original reality. If I take the highway as an example, it's because, as Monsieur de la Palace would say, it's a path of communication. 7. You may get the impression that there is a banal metaphor here, that the highway is only a means of going from one point to another. Mistake. A highway is not at all the same as the track made by the movement of elephants through an equatorial forest. As important, so it seems, as these tracks are, they are nothing other than the passage of elephants. Undoubtedly this isn't nothing, since it's supported by the physical reality of elephantine migrations. Moreover, this passage has a direction. I don't know whether these pathways lead, as is sometimes claimed, to cemeteries, which appear to be quite mythical. It seems that they're rather bone depots, but the elephants certainly don't languish about their roads. The difference between the highway and the elephant track is that we stop along ours, and the Parisian experience comes to the foreground. We stop along the way to the point of forming agglomerations and rendering these places of passage so viscous as to be virtually impassable. A great many other things occur on highways. It sometimes happens that we take a trip down the highway intentionally and on purpose so as then to turn around and come back again. This movement of departure and return is also quite essential, and it puts us on the track of the evident fact that the highway is a site around which not only all sorts of dwellings, of places of abode, agglomerate, but which also, qua signifier, polarizes meanings. Houses are built alongside the highway, and they rise up and spread out with no other function than to be looking out at the highway. It's precisely because the highway is an undeniable signifier in human experience that it marks a stage in history. The Roman road, the road taken and named as such, has in human experience quite a different consistency from those paths, those trails, even the ones with staging posts, of rapid communication, that in the East succeeded for a time in holding empires together. Everything touched by the Roman road adopted a style that goes much further than what is immediately accessible as an effect of the highway. Wherever it went, it left traces that are practically irremovable. Roman imprints, with everything that developed around them, are essential, as are, moreover, interhuman relationships of law, the mode of transmitting the written thing, as well as the mode of promoting the human appearance, statues. M. Malraux may rightly say that there is nothing to retain in Roman sculpture from the point of view of the Eternal Art Museum. It remains no less true that the very notion of a human being is linked to the vast diffusion of statues in Roman sites. The highway is thus a particularly tangible example of what I'm saying when I speak of the function of the signifier insofar as it polarizes meanings, hooks onto them, groups them in bundles. There is a real antinomy between the function of the signifier and the induction it exerts on the grouping of meanings. The signifier polarizes. It's the signifier that creates the field of meanings. Compare three maps in a large atlas. On a map of the physical world you will see things inscribed in nature, ready to play a role, certainly, but still in their natural state. Compare a political map, there you will find, in the form of traces, of alluvion, of sediments, the entire history of human meanings maintaining themselves in a kind of equilibrium and tracing out these enigmatic lines that are the political boundaries of lands. Take a map of the major paths of communication and see how a road that runs through countries linking one river basin to another, one plain to another, crossing a mountain chain, crossing bridges, organizing itself, has been traced out from south to north. You will notice that it's this map that best expresses the role of the signifier in man's relationship to the land. Don't act like the person who marveled at the fact that water courses pass precisely through towns. It would be proof of analogous foolishness not to see that towns have formed, crystallized, been established at road junctions. It's where they cross, with a bit of fluctuation moreover, that what becomes a center of meanings, a human agglomeration, a town, comes about historically, with all that is imposed upon it by this dominance of the signifier. What happens when we don't have a highway and we are forced to combine minor paths, more or less separate modes of grouping meaning, with one another when we go from one point to another? To go from this point to that point we shall have a choice between different components of the network. We can take this route, or that route, for various reasons, for the sake of convenience, in order to roam, or simply because of a mistake at a crossroads. Several things can be deduced from this, which explain Schreber's delusion to us. Which signifier is it that is in abeyance in his inaugural crisis? It's the signifier procreation in its most problematic form, the one that Freud himself evokes in relation to obsessionals, which isn't the form being a mother but the form being a father. This is an appropriate place to pause for a moment to think about the fact that the function of being a father is absolutely unthinkable in human experience without the category of the signifier. What can it mean to be a father? You are familiar with the learned discussions, ethnological or other, one immediately enters into to establish whether primitives who say that women conceive when they're placed in such and such a spot possess the scientific notion that women become fertilized once they have duly copulated. These inquiries have nevertheless seemed to some to be perfectly foolish, since it's difficult to conceive of human animals stupid enough to fail to notice that when one wants to have kids one has to copulate. This is not the point. The point is that the sum of these facts, of copulating with a woman, that she then carries something within her womb for a certain period, that this product is finally expelled, will never lead one to constitute the notion of what it is to be a father. I'm not even speaking about the entire cultural cluster implied in the term being a father, I'm simply speaking of what it is to be a father in the sense of procreation. A rebound effect is necessary for the fact that man copulates to receive the sense it really has, but to which no imaginary access is possible, that the child is as much his as the mother's. And for this effect of action in return to occur, the elaboration of the notion of being a father must have been raised by work that has taken place through an entire cluster of cultural exchanges to the state of major signifier, and this signifier must have its own consistency and status. The subject may well know that copulating is really at the origin of procreation, but the function of procreation as a signifier is something else. I grant you that I haven't yet completely lifted the veil. I'll leave that for next time. In order for procreation to have its full sense, there must also be, in both sexes, an apprehension, a relation with the experience of death, which gives the term to procreate its full sense. Moreover, paternity and death are two signifiers that Freud links in relation to obsessionals. The signifier being a father is what creates the highway in sexual relations with a woman. If the highway doesn't exist, one finds oneself faced with a number of elementary minor paths, copulation, and then the woman's pregnancy. To all appearances, President Schreiber lacks this fundamental signifier called being a father. This is why he had to make a mistake, become confused, to the point of thinking of acting like a woman. He had to imagine himself a woman and bring about in pregnancy the second part of the path that, when the two were added together, was necessary for the function of being a father to be realized. The experience of the kavod, as problematic as it seems to us, may be located as an uncertain, incomplete assimilation of the function of being a father. It does effectively answer to a need imaginarily, or ritually or otherwise, to realize the second part of the path. To take my metaphor a little bit further, I shall say to you, what do those who are called road users do when there is no highway and it's a question of taking minor roads to go from one point to another? They follow the signs erected by the side of the road. That is, where the signifier isn't functioning, it starts speaking on its own, at the edge of the highway. Where there is no road, written words appear on signs. This, perhaps, is the verbal function of auditory verbal hallucinations. They are the signs along their little path. If we suppose that the signifier continues on its way alone whether we pay attention to it or not, we must admit that within us, more or less eluded by the maintenance of the meanings that interest us, there is a kind of buzzing, a veritable pandemonium, which we have been bewildered by ever since childhood. Why not imagine that, at the precise moment at which the link between what Saussure calls the amorphous mass of the signifier and the amorphous mass of meanings and interests comes apart and is revealed to be deficient, the continuous current of the signifier once again assumes its independence. And then, in this buzzing that people who are hallucinating so often depict to you on this occasion, in this continuous murmur of these sentences, of these commentaries, which are nothing but the infinity of these minor paths, the signifiers begin to talk, to sing on their own. The continuous murmur of these sentences, of these commentaries, is nothing other than the infinity of these minor paths. There's still a chance that they will vaguely indicate the right direction. Next time I shall try to show how everything that in delusion is orchestrated and organized according to different spoken registers reveals, in its layering and in its texture, the fundamental polarization of the suddenly encountered, suddenly observed, lack of a signifier. June 20, 1956. XXIV. Thou art. Forms of gaps: the verb to be from the thou to the other, the tortoise and the two ducks, the onset of psychosis. I shall begin my little weekly discourse by telling you off, but when all is said and done, when I see you there, all so kindly lined up so late in the year, it's rather this verse that comes to mind: it's you who are the faithful ones. I shall nevertheless resume my plan again, which is related to the last meeting of the Société Française de Psychanalyse. It's clear that while the paths I take you down lead somewhere, they're not so well beaten that you have no difficulty in showing that you recognize the place where someone is moving along. Nevertheless, this is no reason to keep quiet, even if it were only to show that you have some idea of the question. By speaking you might display some confusion, but you gain nothing from remaining silent. You will tell me that what you gain from it is that it's as a group that you act like duffers, and that when all is said and done it's much more bearable in this form. On this subject one can't but be struck by what certain philosophers, who are precisely those of the moment and to whom from time to time I discreetly refer, have formulated, that man, of all entities, is an open entity. The openness of being fascinates anyone who begins to think. This kind of panic statement that defines our time cannot fail to appear at certain moments as a balance to and a compensation for what the colloquial term bouche, duffer, expresses, namely, as is sententiously observed, a divorce between the prejudices of science where man is concerned and the experience of man in what is supposed to be his authenticity. These people strive to rediscover that surely what is at the bottom of thought isn't the privilege of thinkers, but that in the slightest act of his existence the human being, however much he may err as to his own existence, nevertheless remains, precisely when he wishes to articulate something, an open being. This is the level at which those who really think, who say it, are said to maintain themselves. Rest assured in any case that I'm not at this level, even though certain people try to circulate the contrary idea. At the very least, this isn't the level at which the reality in question is situated and conceptualized when we are exploring analytic matters. No doubt it's impossible to say anything sensible about this, unless one resituates it in what we shall call the gaps of being. But these gaps have assumed certain forms, and this is where there is something valuable in analytic experience. It's surely in no way close to the radically questioning and questionable side of the human position, but it contributes some determinants. Of course, to take these determinants as determined is to propel psychoanalysis down the path of the prejudices of science, which lets the entire essence of human reality escape. But by simply maintaining things at this level, and not placing them too high, either, it is possible to give our experience the right tone of what I call mediocre reason. Next year, François Perrier's lecture propelled me into this. As I wasn't sure what I would do, I shall take as the theme of the seminar the object relation or purported relation. Perhaps I shall introduce this by a comparison between the objects of phobia and fetishes, two series of objects. You can already see straight off how different they are in their catalogue. For today we shall pick things up again where we left them last time. 1. Regarding the way I have introduced these lessons on the signifier, someone said to me, "You start from a long way off, no doubt, it's tiring, one doesn't properly see what it is that you're driving at, but still, retrospectively, one can see that there was some relationship between what you started with and where you ended up." This way of putting things proves that nothing is lost in going back over the same ground one more time. The question is restricted. I'm not claiming to be covering the entire subject of a thing as enormous as the case of President Schreiber, or, a fortiori, the field of paranoia in its entirety. I claim to be throwing light on only a small field. I'm applying myself to certain phenomena without reducing them to a mechanism foreign to them, without forcing them into the categories currently in use, into the psychology chapter of the philosophy program. I'm trying to refer them to slightly more elaborate notions concerning the reality of language. I claim that this effort is of a kind to allow the question of origins, in the precise sense of the determinism of or of the occasion for the onset of psychosis, to be raised otherwise, which will ultimately include entirely etiological determinations. I ask the question, what is required in order that it speak à parole? This is in effect one of the most essential phenomena of psychosis. Expressing it thus is already of a kind to remove some false problems, namely those that are raised when one says that in psychosis the IDLECA is conscious. We increasingly dispense with this reference, about which Freud always said that, literally, no one knew where to place it. From the economic point of view, nothing is more uncertain than its effect, it's entirely contingent. We are therefore placing ourselves squarely in the Freudian tradition in saying that after all the only thing that we have to think through is that it speaks. It speaks. But why does it speak? Why is it that, for the subject himself, it speaks? Why is it that it presents itself as speech, and that it, not he, is this speech? We've already raised this question at the level of the thou, of the distant thou, as someone pointed out to me, which I was getting at in trying to symbolize the signifier through the example of the highway. We shall return to this thou point once again, since it was also upon this that the progress we made last time, as well as certain of the objections that were made to me, were centered. Let's pause at this thou, if there is any truth whatsoever in my claim that the originary apprehension of what I am leading you towards and asking you to give some reflection to must be located around a thorough study of its function. Last time someone made the grammatical objection to me that there was something arbitrary in bringing together thou art the one who wilt follow me and thou art the one who will follow me, the elements not being homologous. It's not the same the one in question in the two cases, since the former could also be elided, leaving thou wilt follow me. One may make the initial observation that thou wilt follow me is a commandment. Thou art the one who wilt follow me, if we understand it in its full sense, isn't a commandment but a mandate. It implies, in the presence of the other, something expanded that presumes presence. An entire universe instituted by discourse is presumed here, within which thou art the one who wilt follow me. Let's begin by pausing first at this thou, making the remark, which looks self-evident but is rather rare, that the said thou has no literal meaning. This isn't merely because I address it indifferently to everyone. As a matter of fact I address it to myself as well as to you, and virtually to all kinds of things. I may thou something that is as foreign as is possible to me, I can say thou to an animal, I can say thou to an inanimate object. This isn't the point. Look closely at the formal, grammatical aspect of the tiling. This is, moreover, what every kind of usage of the signifier comes down to for you. You will place meanings there despite yourselves. One may say that you believe in grammar. Your entire schooling amounts, as intellectual gain, to your having been made to believe in grammar. To be sure, you weren't told as much, since the aim would not have been achieved. Let's therefore pause at some sentences like the following: if you poke your nose outside you'll get shot down. Or again, when you see the bridge you turn right. Point 1 here the you doesn't have the subjective value of any reality of the other whatsoever. It's entirely equivalent to a site or a point, it introduces a condition or temporality, it has the value of a conjunction. This may seem rash to you, but I assure you that if you spoke a bit of Chinese you would be convinced of it. One can have a lot of fun with Chinese characters, with this one for example, which is the sign for a woman and the sign for a mouth. The you is someone one addresses oneself to in giving him an order, that is, as befits speaking to women. One may say 1,000 other things, so let's not delay, and let's stay with the you. The you may be used in this form to formulate the expression as if, and in another form it's used unambiguously to formulate a when or an if, introducing a conditional. If this thing is less apparent in our languages, and if we have some resistance to understanding it and to acknowledging it in the examples I've just given, this is solely a function of the prejudices of grammar, which prevent you from hearing. The artifices of etymological and grammatical analysis force you to insert the second person singular into this you. Of course, it is the second person singular, but it's a matter of knowing what it's used for. In other words, our you is related to elements existing in languages that are described as having no inflection and that for us have the advantage of serving to open up our minds a bit. They do in fact have particles at their disposal, which are the curious signifiers whose usage, like that of our you, is singularly multiple and sometimes so broad as to create a degree of confusion in our descriptive grammars. Moreover, one would only need to write the least bit phonetically to observe that differences in tonality or accent of the signifier you have effects that go entirely beyond the identification of the person and are completely different from this from the point of view of meaning. Attributing autonomy to the you as signified isn't without its difficulties. Let's say that in general it has the value of an introduction, of a protasis as we say, that which is placed before. This is the most general way of designating what precedes the statement announce of what it is that gives the sentence its importance. There would be many other things to say about this if we went into the details. Much use would have to be made of expressions like this "you've only got to," which we use to get rid of our interlocutor. It's something that has so little to do with only that the lapsus quite spontaneously slides into to do this. It's turned into something that declines, that is inflected. The "you've only got to" does not have the value of reducing this something that allowed some very enlightening semantic remarks. What's important is that you grasp that the you is a long way from having a univocal value and is therefore a long way from permitting us to hypostatize the other. The you is in the signifier what I call a way of hooking the other, of hooking him in discourse, of fastening meaning to him. It should in no way be confused with the allocutor, that is, he to whom one is speaking. This is obvious, as it's very often absent. In imperatives, where the allocutor is implied in the most manifest of ways, and around which a certain register of language known as the simple locutory has been defined, the you doesn't appear. There is a sort of limit that begins at the signal, I mean the articulated signal. Fire is undeniably a sentence, and one only has to utter it to appreciate that this is something that provokes a reaction. Then there is the imperative come here, which necessitates nothing. One stage further on and the you is implicated, for example, in that order in the future tense I was speaking about before, this you which is a hooking up a croakage in discourse, a way of situating it in the curve of meaning that Saussure represents for us, parallel to this curve of the signifier. Point 230 is the hooking of the other in the waters of meaning. In the final analysis, if we pursue our apprehension, or our metaphor, to its radical end, this term that is used to identify the other at a point in these waters is a form of punctuation. Reflect on this fact, which is made particularly evident in unsectioned languages, that punctuation is what plays the most decisive role of hooking up, so much so that a classical text may vary in its entirety according as you place it at one point or another. I would even say that this variability is used to increase the richness of interpretation, the variety in the sense of a text. All those interventions known as commentaries in relation to traditional texts play precisely upon the way punctuation is apprehended or fixed in any given case. The question is this: if the you is a signifier, a punctuation by which the other is secured at a point of meaning, what is required to elevate it to subjectivity? This you, unsecured in the substratum of discourse, in its pure carriage, this you, which by itself isn't so much what designates the other as what enables us to act upon him, but which also is always present in us in a state of suspension, comparable in every way to these otoliths I spoke about the other day, which enable us, with a bit of guile, to conduct little crustaceans about at will with an electromagnet. 3. This you which for us, insofar as we leave it free and in suspension within our own discourse, is always liable to exercise this conduction about which we can do nothing but oppose it and respond to it. What is required to elevate this you to subjectivity so that, in its form as signifier, present in discourse, it becomes the supposed support of something that is comparable to our ego and yet isn't our ego, that is to say, the myth of an other? This is the question that interests us, since it isn't so astonishing to hear people speaking their internal discourse out loud in the manner of psychotics, a little bit more than we do ourselves. The phenomena of flight of ideas were observed long ago. They're comparable to the testimony we gather from a psychotic in every way, except that the subject doesn't believe himself to be under the influence of a scrambling device. We shall simply say that this you presupposes an other who, in short, is beyond him. How does this come about? Our next step should be situated around an analysis of the verb to be. Point 4. 2. We can't exhaust everything proposed to us concerning the analysis of this verb to be by the philosophers who have centered their meditation on the question of Dasein, and especially Mr. Heidegger, who has begun to consider it from the grammatical and etymological angle in texts that are quite faithfully expounded in several articles that Monsieur Jean Wall has recently devoted to them. Mr. Heidegger attaches a great deal of importance to the signifier at the level of the analysis of the word and of conjugation, as it's usually called, let us more accurately say declension. In German as in French, this famous verb to be is far from being a simple verb and even from being one single verb. It's evident that the form suis, am, doesn't come from the same root as es, art, est, is, it's, you are, and as fuit, it was, nor is there any strict equivalence to the form it, been. Whereas fuit has an equivalent in Latin, as does sui and the series of est, it comes from another source, from stare. The distribution is equally different in German where sind, they are, is grouped with bist, art, whereas in French the second person is grouped with the third. Three roots have been more or less uncovered for all the European languages, those that correspond to psalms, we are, est and fuit, which has been compared with the root physis in Greek, which is related to the idea of life and growth. As to the others, Mr. Heidegger insists upon the two aspects, sten which would be closer to stare, to stand alone, and verbahen, to last, to endure, this sense being nevertheless attached to the source physis. According to Mr. Heidegger, the idea of standing erect, the idea of life and the idea of lasting, enduring, is therefore what an etymological analysis combined with a grammatical analysis yields, and it's out of a kind of reduction or of intermination cast over these senses as a whole that the notion of being emerges. I summarize, so as to give you some idea of the thing. I must say that an analysis of this order is rather inclined to elide, to mask, what Mr. Heidegger is trying to initiate us into, namely that which is absolutely irreducible in the function of the verb to be, the copulatory function pure and simple. One would be mistaken to think that this function is disclosed through a gradual shift in direction of these various terms. We raise this question, at what moment and by what mechanism does the u, such as we have defined it as a form of punctuation, as an indeterminate signifying mode of hooking on, achieve subjectivity? Well then, I believe that it's essentially when it's taken in the copulatory function in pure form and in the ostensive function. And it's for this reason that I chose the exemplary sentences that we started with, thou art the one who. Which element is it that, elevating the you, makes it go beyond its indeterminate function of boredom and begins to turn it, if not into subjectivity, then at least into something that constitutes a first step towards the thou art the one who wilt follow me. It is thou who will follow me. This is Ausensein, which in fact implies the presence of the assembly of all those who, whether or not united into a community, are supposed to form its body, to be the support of the discourse in which Ausensein is inscribed. This it is thou corresponds to the second formula, namely, thou art the one who will follow me. Thou art the one who will follow me presupposes, I am saying, the imaginary assembly of those who are the supports of the discourse, the presence of witnesses, indeed, of the tribunal before which the subject receives the warning or the opinion that he is called upon to reply to. As a matter of fact, unless he replies I follow you, that is, unless he complies, there is at this level no other response open to the subject than to maintain the message in the very state in which it was sent to him, at the very most modifying the person, than to inscribe it as an element of his internal discourse, which whether he likes it or not is what he has to reply to in order not to follow it. It would strictly speaking be necessary that he precisely not follow this indication at all onto the terrain where it calls on him to reply, that is, that he refuse to hear. He is taken there as soon as he hears. The refusal to hear is a force that no subject, without special gymnastic training, is really capable of. It's in this register that the particular force of discourse becomes apparent. In other words, at the level we have come to the you is the other such as I cause him to be seen l'effeuvoir by means of my discourse, such as I designate him or denounce him, he is the other insofar as he is captured in Ausensein in relation to this everybody that the universe of discourse presupposes. But by the same token I bring the other out of this universe, I objectify him within it, I may even designate his object relations for him, should he so much as ask me to, as is characteristic of the neurotic. That may go quite a long way. Notice that it's not entirely useless to give people what they ask for. It's just a question of whether it's beneficial. In fact, if this has any incidental effect, it's insofar as it helps him to complete his vocabulary. Those who operate with object relations believe they are actually designating them, and consequently it's only rarely, and then by pure chance, that any beneficial effect is produced. Completing his vocabulary may enable the subject to extract himself from the signifying entanglement that constitutes the symptomatology of his neurosis. This is why things worked better whenever this addition to the vocabulary, this nirvananhang, to use the vocabulary of our delusional, had still retained some of its freshness. Since then, what we have at our disposal in our little exercise books as nirvananhang has greatly fallen in value and doesn't quite fill the function that one might hope for concerning the resubjectification of the subject, by which I designate the operation of extracting oneself from this signifying entanglement in which we have outlined the essence and very forms of the neurotic phenomenon. To handle this object relation correctly, one would need to understand that in this relation it's the neurotic who is ultimately the object. It's even for this reason that he got lost as subject and seeks himself as an object. We have come to the point at which there is no common measure between ourselves and this you such as we have brought it out. There is Ausensein necessarily followed by reabsorption, injunction followed by disjunction. In order to have an authentic relationship with the other at this level and on this plane, he must answer, "Thou art the one whom I follow." Here we are on his wavelength, and it's he who guides our desire. 2es Seloikje Sui lends itself to a play on words. Point 5 It's the relationship of identification with the other that is involved, but if we in fact guide one another in our reciprocal identification towards our desire, we shall necessarily encounter one another there, and we shall encounter one another in an incomparable way, since it's insofar as I am you that I am. Here the ambiguity is complete. Je suis isn't only to follow, it's also je suis, et toi, 2es, I am and thou art, and also, toi, celui qui, thou, the one who, to the point of encountering, me tueras, wilt kill me. When the other is captured as an object in the relation of Ausensein, we can only encounter this relation as a subjectivity equivalent to our own on the imaginary plane, the plane of the moi ou toi, I or thou, one or the other. All confusion is possible concerning the object relation. The object of our love is only ourselves, it's the 2es celui qui me Tuesday, thou art the one who killst me. Observe the fortunate opportunity that the signifier offers us in French, with the different ways of understanding 2es.6 one can make use of it indefinitely. If I were to say to you that we do this all day long, instead of saying, to be or not, to be or, 7 one may say, 2es celui qui me, 2es, thou art the one who, me, thou art, etc. This is the foundation of the relationship with the other. In all imaginary identification, the 2es, thou art, ends in the destruction of the other, and vice versa, because this destruction is simply there in the form of transference and hides itself in what we shall call thou-ness. In this respect I could have brought you a particularly disheartening and stupid analysis of the type to be found in the famous Meaning of Meaning, which elevates this kind of drivel to giddy heights. Point 8 Similarly for this famous passage in which it's a matter of urging people who have the beginnings of virtue to have at least the consistency to finish the job. One of them says something like this, Toi qui ne per supporter le2, Tuesday moi, thou who canst not bear the thou, killst me. This is a reasonable idea. If you can't bear the truth of the thou, you can always be designated for what you are, namely a scoundrel. If you want your neighbor's respect, raise yourself to the notion of normal distances, that is, to a general notion of the other, the order of the world, and the law. This thou seems to have disconcerted commentators, and as a matter of fact I think that today's thou-ness will familiarize you with the register in question. Let's take the next step. It concerns the others being recognized as an other. What, then, is required for the other to be recognized as an other? What is this other? He is the other insofar as he figures in a sentence of mandate. We have to pause at this for a moment. Recognition of the other doesn't constitute an unattainable limit, since we have also seen that the disappearing otherness of the ego's imaginary identification only encounters the you at an extreme point at which neither is able to subsist together with the other. The other, with a big O, has to be recognized beyond this relationship, even reciprocal relationship, of exclusion. It has to be recognized in this disappearing relation as being just as elusive as I. In other words, it must be invoked as what it is unaware of about itself. This is indeed the sense of thou art the one who wilt follow me. If you examine this closely, if thou art the one who wilt follow me is a delegation, indeed a consecration, then it's insofar as the response isn't a play on words but an I follow you, I am 9 I am what thou hast just said. There is a usage of the third person that is absolutely essential to discourse in that it designates what its very subject matter is, that is, what has been said. Jele sui, cek 2 de dire, I am it, what thou hast just said, which as it happens means exactly, I am very precisely what I am ignorant of, since what thou hast just said is absolutely indeterminate, I don't know where thou wilt lead me. The full response to the thou art the one who wilt follow me is I am it. You know the fable of the tortoise and the two ducks. 10 The tortoise turns up at the crucial moment when the ducks have offered to take him with them to America, and everybody is waiting to see this little tortoise stuck onto the traveler's staff. The queen? Says the tortoise, oui, vraiment, je la suis, yes, really, I am she. Pichon asks himself huge questions to discover whether it's a question of a queen in the abstract or a concrete queen, and speculates, in a disconcerting way for someone who had a bit of finesse in grammatical and linguistic matters, on the question of whether she ought not to have said, je suis elle. Had the tortoise been speaking of an existing queen, she could have said any number of things, for example, je suis la reine, I am the queen, but since she says je la suis, in referring to what you have just spoken of, there is no distinction to be made, it suffices to know that this la, her, concerns what is implied in the discourse. What is implied in the discourse is indeed what is at issue. We must pause for a moment at this inaugural speech of the dialogue and take stock of the enormity of the thou art the one who wilt follow me. It's to the thou itself, as the unknown, that we address ourselves. This is what gives it its naturalness, and its force as well, and also what makes it pass from thou art into the wilt follow of the second part, where it persists. It persists there precisely because in the meantime it may decline there. In this formula it's therefore not an I, insofar as I cause it to be seen, that I address myself to, but all the signifiers that make up the subject opposite me. I say all the signifiers he possesses, his symptoms included. We address ourselves both to his gods and to his demons, and for this reason this way of stating the sentence I have until now been calling the mandate I shall now call the invocation, with this term's religious connotations. An invocation isn't an inert formula. It's that by which I get that faith which is mine to pass into the other. In good authors, perhaps in Cicero, an invocation in its original religious form is a verbal formula by means of which, before combat, one tries to make favorable to oneself what I was just calling the gods and demons, the enemy's gods, the signifiers. It's to them that the invocation is addressed, and this is why I think that the term invocation is suited to designate the most elevated form of the sentence, where all the words I pronounce are true words, evocative voices to which each of these sentences must reply, the insignia of the veritable other. You have just seen how it is that the you depends upon the signifier as such. It's on the level of the vociferated signifier that depend the quality and the nature of the thou that is interpellated to respond. Henceforth, when the latter lacks the signifier that carries the sentence, the I am the one that replies to you can only play the part of an eternal interrogation. Thou art the one who, what? The limiting case is the reduction to the preceding signifier, thou art the one who, etc., thou art the one who, killst me. 11 The thou reappears indefinitely. This is how it is whenever, in the appeal proffered to the other, the signifier falls into the field which for the other is excluded, verwerfen, unattainable. The signifier at this point produces a reduction, but an intensified one, to the pure imaginary relation. 3. This is precisely the point at which this so singular phenomenon is located that has had all the commentators on President Schreiber scratching their heads, the puzzling soul murder, as he calls it. This phenomenon, which for him is the signal of the onset of psychosis, may for the rest of us, the commentator-analysts, adopt all sorts of meanings, but it cannot be placed anywhere else than in the imaginary field. It relates to the short-circuiting of the affective relation, which makes the other a being of pure desire who henceforth can only be, in the register of the human imaginary, a being of pure interdestruction. There is a purely dual relation here, which is the most radical source of the very register of aggressiveness. Freud didn't miss this, moreover, but he discussed it in the homosexual register. This text offers us 1,000 proofs of what I am putting forward, and this is perfectly coherent with our definition of the source of aggressiveness and its emergence when the triangular, Oedipal relation finds itself to be short-circuited, when reduced to its dual simplification. Undoubtedly we lack the elements in the text that would enable us to get a better grasp of Schreber's relations with his father, with a certain presumed brother, whom Freud also makes a great deal of. But we don't need anything more to understand that it's necessarily via the purely imaginary relation that the register of the you must pass at the moment at which it's evoked, invoked, interpellated from the other, from the field of the other, by the emergence of a signifier that is primordial but excluded for the subject. I named this signifier last time, thou art the one who is, or who will be, a father. As a signifier it can in no way be received, insofar as the signifier represents an indeterminate support around which there is grouped and condensed a number, not even of meanings, but of series of meanings, which come and converge by means of and starting from the existence of the signifier. Before the name of the father there was no father, there were all sorts of other things. If Freud wrote totem and taboo, it was because he thought he could glimpse what there was, but before the term father was instituted in a certain register historically there was certainly no father. I am only giving you this perspective as a pure concession, for it interests me in no manner or degree. I'm not interested in prehistory, except to indicate that it's fairly likely that Neanderthal man lacked a certain number of essential signifiers. There's no point in searching so far back, for we can observe this lack in subjects within our reach. Observe this crucial moment carefully and you will be able to pick out this passage in the onset of every psychosis. It's the moment at which from the other as such, from the field of the other, there comes the interpellation of an essential signifier that is unable to be received. In one of my case presentations I happened to show a West Indian whose family history brought out the problematics of the original ancestor. This was a Frenchman who had gone and introduced himself over there, a sort of pioneer, who had led an extraordinarily heroic life, involving all sorts of high points and low points in his fortunes, and who had become an ideal for the entire family. Our West Indian, extremely deracinated from the region of Detroit where he had been leading quite a comfortable life as a craftsman, found himself one day in possession of a woman who announced to him that she was going to have a baby. It wasn't known whether it was his or not, but nevertheless within several days his first hallucinations declared themselves. Barely had it been announced to him, "You are going to be a father," when a character appeared to him telling him, "You are St. Thomas." It must have been, I think, St. Thomas the Doubter and not St. Thomas Aquinas. The annunciations that followed leave no room for doubt. They came from Elizabeth, the one to whom it was announced very late in life that she was going to bear a child. In short, this case demonstrates very well the connection between the register of paternity and the blossoming of revelations, of annunciations regarding generation, namely, precisely what the subject is literally unable to conceive, and it's not by chance that I use this word. The question of generation, a term of alchemical speculation, is always there ready to emerge as a response by detour, as an attempt to reconstitute what isn't receivable for the psychotic subject, for the ego whose power is invoked without his being strictly speaking capable of a response. Henceforth, beyond every signifier able to be significant for the subject, the only response can be the permanent and, I would say, constantly sensitized employment of the signifier as a whole. We can in fact observe that the memorizing commentary accompanying all human acts immediately finds itself revived, spoken out loud in the emptiest and the most neutral of forms, and becomes the ordinary mode of relation of an ego unable to find its respondent in the signifier at the level from which it's interpellated. Precisely because he is interpellated on terrain where he is unable to respond, The only way to react that can reattach him to the humanization he is tending to lose is to make himself permanently present in this slender commentary on the stream of life that constitutes the text of mental automatism. The subject who has crossed this limit no longer has the customary significant security, except through the accompaniment of a constant commentary on his gestures and acts. These phenomena present an exceedingly rich character in the case of President Schreiber, but they are not specific to him since they enter into the very definition of mental automatism. This justifies the use of the word automatism, of which so much use has been made in mental pathology without one's really knowing what one was saying. The term has a fairly precise sense in neurology where it characterizes certain phenomena of liberation, but its employment by analogy in psychiatry remains problematic at the very least. It's nevertheless the most appropriate word in de Cléramble's theory if you think of the distinction, completely forgotten today, that Aristotle makes between automaton and fortune. 12 If we go straight to the signifier, that is to say on this occasion with all the reservations that such a reference comprises, straight to etymology, we see that automaton is what really thinks by itself without any link to that beyond, the ego, which gives thought its subject. If language speaks all alone, the occasion to use the term automatism is now or never, and this is what gives the term de Clérambault used its resonance of authenticity, its satisfying side for us. What we have just been emphasizing will enable us next time to see what is lacking in each of the 2 points of view developed by Freud and Mrs. Ida McAlpine. Freud posits a latent homosexuality that is supposed to imply a feminine position. This is where the leap is. He speaks of a fantasy of fertilizing impregnation, as if the thing were self-evident, as if every acceptance of the feminine position implied in addition this register that is so developed in Schreiber's delusion and that ends up making him into the wife of God. Freud's theory is that the only way for Schreiber to avoid what results from the fear of castration is Entmannung, unmanning, or simply emasculation, transformation into a woman, but after all, as Schreiber himself observes somewhere, isn't it better to be a spirited woman than a poor unfortunate man, oppressed, or even castrated? 13 In short, the solution to the conflict introduced by latent homosexuality is found in an enlargement to the size of the universe. On the whole, Freud's theory is the one that best respects the balance of the psychosis's progress. It's nevertheless certain that Mrs. McAlpine's objections are a worthy reply to Freud, even a worthy complement to a part of his theory. 14 She emphasizes, as being determinant in the process of psychosis, a fantasy of pregnancy, thus evoking a rigorous symmetry between the two great lacks that can manifest themselves as neuroticizing in each sex. She goes a long way in this direction and says some very amusing things to which the text lends support, including in the background the evocation of a Heliolithic civilization where the sun, regarded as feminine and incarnated in stones, is said to be the fundamental symbol matching the promotion of the phallus in classical theory. There is a correspondence in the very name of the town in which Schreiber is hospitalized, Sonnenstein. 15. In the concrete analyses of the least neurotic of people we are constantly encountering this mischievous mockery by the signifier, where unusual homonyms from all the corners of the horizon strangely intersect and appear to give a unity, sometimes ungraspable by any other means, both to the entire destiny of a subject and to his symptoms. It's surely less appropriate here than elsewhere to retreat from this investigation where the moment of onset of psychosis is concerned. Before I finish, I would like to draw your attention to the significant, indeed unfortunate, words that Flechsig said to Schreiber on the occasion of his relapse when the latter arrived for his consultation in an extremely disturbed state. Flechsig had already been elevated for him to the value of an eminent paternal character. The function of paternity had previously already been put on alert or in suspension. We know from his testimony that he had hoped to become a father, that over the period of 8 years separating the first from the second crisis his wife had had several spontaneous abortions. Now, Flechsig said to him that since the previous occasion enormous progress has been made in psychiatry and that they are going to give him one of those short sleeps that will be very fertile. 16. Perhaps this was just the thing not to say. From this moment our Schreiber no longer slept and that night he tried to hang himself. The relation of procreation is in fact implicated in the subject's relationship to death. I shall keep this for next time. June 21, 1956. XXV. The Phallus and the Meteor. Prevalence of castration. Ida McAlpine. Natural symbolization and sublimation. The rainbow inserted in the father. I'm not sure what to begin with to end this course. On the off chance, I put two small schemas on the board for you. The first is an old one. It's a sort of grid which I used at the start of this year to try to show you how the problem of delusion is raised if we want to structure it insofar as it appears to be a relation in some way linked to speech. The second of these schemas is entirely new and I will have occasion to refer to it shortly. 1. What I have put forward this year has been centrally concerned with placing the emphasis back upon the structure of delusion. Delusion may be regarded as a disturbance of the object relation and is therefore linked to a transference mechanism. But I wanted to show you that all its phenomena, and I even think I can say its dynamics, would be clarified in reference to the functions and structure of speech. This will also free this transference mechanism from all kinds of confused and diffuse object relations. By hypothesis, whenever one deals with a disturbance regarded overall as immature, one refers to a linear developmental series derived from the immaturity of the object relation. Now, experience shows that this unilinearity leads to impasses, to inadequate, unmotivated explanations that superimpose themselves on one another in a way that does not enable cases to be differentiated and, first and foremost, obliterates the difference between neurosis and psychosis. The mere experience of partial delusion mitigates against speaking of immaturity, or even of regression or simple modification of the object relation. The same thing goes if one refers to the neuroses alone. Next year we shall see that the notion of object relation isn't univocal, when I begin by contrasting the object of phobias with the object of perversions. This will be to take up again, at the level of the category of object, the problem of the relations between the subject and the other, two terms which, regarding the psychoses, are opposed. I left you last time with two opposed descriptions, Freud's and that of a psychoanalyst who is far from being without merit and, while representing the most modern tendencies, has at least the advantage of doing so very intelligently. Let's briefly summarize Freud's position on the subject of Schreber's delusion and the objections brought against him, and let's see if anything like a better solution has even begun to be outlined. For Freud, we're told, Schreber's delusion is linked to the eruption of a homosexual tendency. The subject negates it, defends himself against it. In his case, which isn't the case of a neurotic, this negation ends in what we might call divine erotomania. You know how Freud divides up the various denials denegations of the homosexual tendency. He starts from a sentence that symbolizes the situation, I love him, a man. 1 There is more than one way of introducing denial into the sentence. One may say, for example, it's not I who love him, or, it's not him I love, or again, for me there's no question of love, I hate him. Moreover, he tells us, the situation is never simple and isn't limited to a simple symbolic reversal. For reasons that he takes to be implied sufficiently, but upon which as a matter of fact he doesn't insist, an imaginary reversal of the situation occurs in only a part of the three terms, namely I hate him is for example transformed through projection into he hates me. In our case, it's not him I love, it's someone else, a big he, God himself, is inverted into he loves me, as in all erotomania. It is clear that Freud is indicating that the final result of defense against the homosexual tendency can't be understood in the absence of a very advanced reversal of the symbolic apparatus. Everything may therefore appear to revolve around defense. It must undoubtedly be very intense indeed to propel the subject into trials that extend to nothing less than the derealization, not only of the external world in general, but of the very people around him, even those he is closest to, including the other as such. This necessitates an entire delusional reconstruction, following which the subject gradually resituates, though in a profoundly disturbed way, a world in which he is able to recognize himself, in an equally disturbed way, as destined, at a time projected into the uncertainty of the future, at a date that is indeterminate but that certainly cannot be delayed, to become the subject par excellence of a divine miracle, that is, to be the support and feminine receptacle of the recreation of all humanity. Schreber's delusion in its final state presents with all the megalomaniacal characteristics of delusions of redemption in their most highly developed form. How do we account for the intensity of the defense? Freud's explanation looks like it is contained entirely within the reference to narcissism. The defense against the homosexual tendency begins with the narcissism under threat. The megalomania represents that by which the narcissistic fear expresses itself. The ego's enlargement to the dimensions of the world is a fact of libidinal economy which is apparently located entirely on the imaginary level. Making himself the supreme being's love object, the subject can henceforth abandon that which, of all that he was going to save, initially seemed most precious to him, namely the mark of his virility. But ultimately, and I stress this, the pivot, the point of convergence of the libidinal dialectic that the mechanism and development of neurosis refer to in Freud, is the theme of castration. It's castration that conditions the narcissistic fear. To accept castration, the subject must pay as elevated a price as this reworking of the whole of reality. Freud stuck by this prevalence. In the material, explanatory order of Freudian theory, from beginning to end, this is an invariable, a prevalent invariable. He never subordinated or even relativized its place in the theoretical conditioning of the subjective interplay in which the history of any psychoanalytic phenomenon whatsoever is inscribed. It was around Freud, within the analytic community, that one wanted to give it symmetrical or equivalent things. But in his work the phallic object occupies the central place in libidinal economy, in both man and woman. This is an altogether essential fact, characteristic of all the theorizing given and maintained by Freud, whatever reworking he brought to his theorizing, throughout all the phases of the schematization he was able to give of psychic life, the prevalence of the phallic center was never modified. If there is some truth in Mrs. McAlpine's remarks, and this is however the only thing that she doesn't really make evident, it's that, effectively, in Schreber castration is never an issue. The Latin term that is used in German, Everatio, Entmannung, means in the text transformation, with all that this word conveys of transition, into a woman. It's not castration at all. Point 2 This doesn't matter. Freud's analysis makes the entire dynamics of the subject Schreber revolve around the theme of castration, of the loss of the phallic object. We must remark that despite certain weaknesses in his argument, which are due to the use of terms that only have their place in the imaginary dialectic of narcissism, the virile object is the essential element at play in the conflict. It alone enables us to make sense of and to understand the different stages of the delusion's evolution, its phases, and its final construction. Furthermore, we may note in passing all sorts of subtleties that have not been developed or completely explored. Freud shows us, for example, that projection alone cannot explain delusion, that it is not a matter of a mirror image of the subject's feeling, but that it is indispensable to determine stages in it and, at a certain moment as it were, a loss of the tendency, which ages. Over the course of the year I have greatly insisted upon the fact that what has been repressed within reappears without, re-emerges in the background, and not in a simple structure but in a position that is, as it were, internal, which makes the subject himself, who in the present case happens to be the agent of persecution, ambiguous, problematic. He is initially only the representative of another subject who not only permits but undoubtedly acts, in the final analysis. In short, the otherness of the other is spread out. It's one of the problems to which as a matter of fact Freud does lead us, but he stops there. Ida McAlpine, after others, but in a much more coherent way than others, objects that nothing permits us to think that this delusion presupposes the genital maturity, if I may call it that would explain the fear of castration. The homosexual tendency is far from manifesting itself as primary. What we see from the start are symptoms, initially hypochondriacal, which are psychotic symptoms. At the outset one finds this particular something which is at the heart of the psychotic relation, such as the psychosomatic phenomena that this clinician has especially worked on, and which certainly for her are the means of access to the phenomenology of this case. It is here that she might have directly apprehended phenomena that are structured quite differently from what takes place in the neuroses, namely, where there is some sort of direct imprint or inscription of a characteristic and even, in certain cases, of a conflict upon what may be called the material picture that the subject presents as a corporeal being. A symptom such as a facial eruption, which can be variously characterized dermatologically, will be mobilized in response to a given anniversary, for example, directly, without any intermediary, without any dialectic, without any interpretations being able to indicate any correspondence with anything from the subject's past. This is no doubt what drove Ida McAlpine to raise the most unusual problem of direct correspondences between the symbol and the symptom. The apparatus of the symbol is so absent from the mental categories of the contemporary psychoanalyst that the sole way such relations can be conceived is through the intermediary of a fantasy. Furthermore, her entire argument consists in relating the development of the delusion to a phantasmatic theme, to an original originel according to the usual word today, preoedipal fixation, emphasizing that what sustains desire is essentially a theme of procreation, but one that is pursued for its own sake, is asexual in form, and only induces conditions of devirilization, of feminization, as a sort of a posteriori consequence of the requirement in question. The subject is conceived as born into the sole child-mother relation, prior to any constitution of a triangular situation. This is when he would have seen a fantasy of desire born within himself, a desire to equal the mother in her ability to create a child. This is Mrs. McAlpine's entire argument, which I have no reason to pursue here in all the richness of its detail, since it is within your reach in the substantial preface and postface to the English edition of Schreber's text she has done. It is important to see that this construction is connected with a certain reorientation of the entire analytic dialectic which tends to make the imaginary economy of fantasy, the various phantasmatic reorganizations, disorganizations, restructurations, and destructurations, the hub of all comprehensive progress as well as of all therapeutic progress. The schema that is currently so widely accepted, frustration, aggressiveness, regression, is at the base of everything in this delusion that Mrs. McAlpine thinks she can explain. She goes a long way in this direction. There is, she says, a decline, a twilight of the world, and at one point a quasi-confusional disorder of the apprehensions of reality, only because the world has to be recreated. Point 3. She thus introduces, at the most profound stage of the mental confusion, a sort of teleology. The entire myth was only constructed because it is the only way for the subject Schreber to satisfy himself in his imaginary requirement of childbirth. Ida McAlpine's point of view can no doubt enable us to understand the putting into play, the imaginary impregnation, of the subject to be reborn. I'm copying here one of Schreber's themes, which is, as you know, the picturing. Point 4. But from such a point of view, in which only imaginary fantasies are involved, what enables us to understand the prevalence that Freud gives to the function of the father? Whatever certain of the weaknesses in Freud's argument concerning psychosis may be, it is undeniable that the function of the father is so exalted in Schreber that nothing less than God the Father, in a subject for whom up to this point this has had no sense, is necessary for the delusion to attain its culminating point, its point of equilibrium. The prevalence, in the entire evolution of Schreber's psychosis, of paternal characters who replace one another, grow larger and envelop one another to the point of becoming identified with the Divine Father himself, a divinity marked by the properly paternal accent, is undeniable, unshakable, and destined to make us raise the question once again, how come something that confirms that Freud is so right is only investigated by him in certain modes that leave a lot to be desired? In reality, everything in him is balanced, and everything remains inadequate in Mrs. McAlpine's rectification. It's not only the vastness of the phantasmatic character of the father that prevents us from being in any way satisfied with the dynamics founded on the eruption of a pre-Oedipal fantasy. There are many more things, including what in both cases remains enigmatic. Freud, much more than Mrs. McAlpine, comes close to the preponderant, crushing, proliferating aspect of the phenomena of verbal auditivation, the formidable captivation of the subject in the world of speech, which is not only co-present with his existence, which constitutes not only what last time I called a spoken accompaniment of acts, but also a perpetual intimation, solicitation, summation even, to manifest itself on this plane. Not for one instant must the subject cease testifying, at the constant inducement of the speech that accompanies him, that he is there present, capable of responding, or of not responding, because perhaps, he says, one wants to compel him to say something silly. By his response, as by his non-response, he has to testify that he is always awake to this internal dialogue. Not to be so any longer would be the signal of what he calls a verwachsung, that is, as it has been correctly translated, a decomposition. This is what we have drawn attention to this year and what we have insisted upon, in order to say that it's what gives the pure Freudian position its value. Despite the paradox presented by certain manifestations of psychosis if one refers them to the dynamics that Freud recognized in neurosis, psychosis nevertheless happens to be explored in a more satisfactory manner from his point of view. His point of view. Freud never completely elucidated it, but it's what makes his position tenable in relation to this kind of leveling off, as it were, of instinctual signs that psychoanalytic dynamics have tended to be reduced to since Freud. I am speaking of the terms that he never abandoned, that he requires for any possible analytic understanding, even where it hangs together only approximately, for it hangs together all the better in this way, namely, the function of the father and the castration complex. It can't be a question purely and simply of imaginary elements. What one finds in the imaginary in the form of the phallic mother isn't homogeneous, as you are all aware, with the castration complex, insofar as the latter is integrated into the triangular situation of the Oedipus complex. This situation is not completely elucidated by Freud, but by virtue of the sole fact that it is always maintained it is there ready to lend itself to elucidation, which is only possible if we recognize that the third element, central for Freud, which is the father, has a signifying element that is irreducible to any type of imaginary conditioning. 2. I'm not saying that the name of the father is the only one of which we can say this. We can uncover this element whenever we apprehend something that is of the symbolic order properly so called. On this subject I reread, once again, Ernest Jones's article on Symbolism. 5. I shall take up one of the most notorious examples in which this master's brat tries to grasp the phenomenon of the symbol. It concerns the ring. A ring, he tells us, doesn't enter into play as an analytic symbol insofar as it represents marriage, with all that is cultural and developed, even sublimated, since this is how he expresses himself, that this conveys. 6. The ring as a symbol of marriage is to be sought somewhere in sublimation, we couldn't care less about all that, it drives us up the wall, we're not people to speak to about analogies. If a ring signifies something it's because it is a symbol of the female sexual organ. Doesn't this kind of declaration give you cause to wonder, when we know that the putting into play of the signifier in the symptom has no link with anything of the order of a tendency? You would really have to have the oddest idea of natural symbolization to believe that a ring is the natural symbolization of the female sexual organ. You are all familiar with the theme of the Ring of Hans Carvel, a fine story from the Middle Ages of which La Fontaine made a tale and which Balzac used again in his Contes Drôlatiques. This fellow, who is colorfully depicted and is sometimes said to be a priest, dreams that he has a ring on his finger and on waking finds that he has his finger inside the vagina of his companion. To put this in a way that dots the Is and crosses the Ts, how could the experience of penetrating this orifice, since it is an orifice that is in question, resemble in any way at all that of putting on a ring, if one didn't already know in advance what a ring is? A ring isn't an object one encounters in nature. If there is anything in the order of penetration that resembles the more or less tight-fitting penetration of a finger inside a ring, it is certainly not, I appeal, as Marie Antoinette used to say, not to all mothers, but to all those who have ever put their finger in a certain place, it's certainly not penetrating this place which is, my God, more like a mollusk than anything else. If something in nature is designed to suggest certain of the properties of a ring and to us, it is restricted to what language has dedicated the term anus to, which in Latin is spelt with one n, and which in their modesty ancient dictionaries designated as the ring that can be found behind. But to confuse one with the other on the basis of the fact that it may be a question of natural symbolization, one must really have had in the order of these cogitative perceptions. Freud himself must have really despaired of you not to have taught you the difference between the two, and regarded you as irredeemable little idiots. Mr. Jones's lucubration is designed to show us that a ring is introduced into a dream, indeed a dream that culminates in a sexual action, only because we thereby signify something primitive. Cultural connotations frighten him, and this is where he is mistaken. He doesn't imagine that the ring already exists as a signifier, independently of its connotations, that it's already one of the essential signifiers by which man in his presence in the world is capable of crystallizing many things other than marriage. A ring isn't a hole with something around it, as Mr. Jones seems to think, in the manner of these people who think that to make macaroni one takes a hole and surrounds it with flour. A ring above all has a signifying value. How else can we explain that a man is able to understand something, what is called understanding, of the simplest formulation to be inscribed in language, the most elementary utterance, that's it, say cella. For a man, this expression nevertheless has an explanatory sense. He has seen something, anything, which is there, and that's it. Whatever the thing is he is in the presence of, whether it be a question of the most unusual, the most bizarre, or even the most ambiguous, that's it. It is now located somewhere other than where it was beforehand, which was nowhere. Now that's it. I would for a moment like deliberately to take a phenomenon that is exemplary because it's the most inconsistent of that which can present itself to man, the meteor. Point 7. By definition the meteor is that cella, it's real and at the same time it's illusory. It would be quite wrong to say that it's imaginary. The rainbow, that's it. You say that the rainbow is that, and then you search. People racked their brains for some time until M. Descartes came along and completely reduced the whole affair. There is a region that becomes iridized in little drops of water in suspension, etc. Fine. And so what? There is the ray on one side and the condensed drops on the other. That's it? It was only an appearance, that's it? Notice that the question is not at all settled. A ray of light is, as you know, a wave or a corpuscle, and a little drop of water is a curious thing, since ultimately it's not really in gaseous form, it's condensation which is falling in a liquid state, but in a suspended fall, between the two, in the state of an expansive pool, as water. When we say, then, that's it, we imply that that's all it is, or that that's not what it is, namely, the appearance that we had stopped at. But this proves to us that everything that has subsequently emerged, the that's all it is as well as the that's not what it is, was already implied in the that's it at the beginning. A rainbow is a phenomenon that has no kind of imaginary interest. You will have never seen an animal pay one any attention, and as a matter of fact man pays no attention to an incredible number of related manifestations. Various iridizations are exceedingly widespread in nature and, gifts of observation or some special research aside, nobody pauses at them. If on the contrary rainbows exist, it's precisely in relation to the that's it. That's why we have named them rainbows, and why when one speaks of them to someone who hasn't yet seen one there is a point at which one says to him, that's what a rainbow is. And this that's what it is presupposes the implication that we are going to carry on until we have run out of breath, to discover what lies hidden behind it, what its cause is, to which we shall be able to reduce it. Notice that what has characterized the rainbow and the meteor from the beginning, and everybody knows this since this is why it's called a meteor, is precisely that nothing is hidden behind it. It exists entirely in this appearance. What makes it nevertheless subsist for us, to the point where we do not stop asking ourselves questions about it, stems uniquely from the original that's it, that is, the naming as such of the rainbow. There is nothing besides this name. In other words, to pursue this further, this rainbow doesn't speak, but one could speak in its place. Nobody ever speaks to it. This is quite striking. The aurora is interpellated, and so are all sorts of other things. The rainbow retains the privilege, along with a number of other manifestations of the same kind, that nobody speaks to it. No doubt there are reasons for this, namely that it is quite particularly insubstantial. But let's say that one speaks to it. If one speaks to it, one can make it speak. One can make it speak to whomever one wants. This could be to the lake. If the rainbow has no name, or if it doesn't want to hear anything of its name, if it doesn't know that it's called the rainbow, the only resource this lake has is to show it the thousand little mirages of the sunshine upon its waves and the rising vapor. It may well attempt to join up with the rainbow, but it will never join up with it, for the simple reason that the little fragments of sun that dance on the surface of the lake, like the vapor that wafts away, have nothing to do with producing the rainbow, which begins at a certain angle of inclination of the sun and at a certain density of the droplets in question. There is no reason to search for either the inclination of the sun or for any of the indices that determine the phenomenon of the rainbow, so long as it is not named as such. If I've just carried out this lengthy study concerning something that has the characteristic of a spherical belt, able to be unfolded and refolded, it's because the imaginary dialectic in psychoanalysis is of exactly the same kind. Why are the mother-child relationships, to which there is a tendency to limit it more and more, inadequate? There is really no reason. We're told that a mother's requirement is to equip herself with an imaginary phallus, and it's very clearly explained to us how she uses her child as a quite adequate real support for this imaginary prolongation. As to the child, there's not a shadow of doubt, whether male or female, it locates the phallus very early on and, we're told, generously grants it to the mother, whether or not in a mirror image, or in a double mirror image. The couple should harmonize symmetrically very well around this common illusion of reciprocal phallicization. Everything should take place at the level of a mediating function of the phallus. Now, the couple finds itself on the contrary in a situation of conflict, even of respective internal alienation. Why? Because the phallus is, as it were, a wanderer. It is elsewhere. Everyone knows where analytic theory places it. It's the father who is supposed to be its vehicle. It's around him that in the child the fear of the loss of the phallus and, in the mother, the claim for, the privation of, or the worry over, the nostalgia for, the phallus is established. Now, if effective, imaginary exchanges between mother and child are established around the imaginary lack of the phallus, then that which makes it the essential element of intersubjective cooptation in the Freudian dialectic, the father, has his own, and that's that, he neither exchanges it nor gives it. There is no circulation. The father has no function in the trio, except to represent the vehicle, the holder, of the phallus. The father, as father, has the phallus, full stop. In other words, he is that which in the imaginary dialectic must exist in order for the phallus to be something other than a meteor. 3. So fundamental is this that if we try to situate on a schema what it is that makes the Freudian conception of the Oedipus complex cohere, it is not a question of a father-mother-child triangle, but of a triangle, father, phallus, mother-child. Where is the father in this? He is in the ring that holds all this together. The notion of father can only be supposed as provided with an entire series of signifying connotations which give it existence and consistency, and which are a very long way indeed from merging with those of the genital, from which it is semantically different across all the linguistic traditions. I shan't start quoting Homer and St. Paul to tell you that invoking the father, whether it be Zeus or someone else, is entirely different from purely and simply referring to the generative function. An indefinite number of beings can issue from a woman. They could all be women. Moreover, we shall soon reach this point, since every day the newspapers tell us that parthenogenesis is on the way and that soon women will beget daughters without anyone's assistance. Well then, notice that if any masculine elements intervene here, they will play a role of fecundation without being anything other than an indispensable lateral circuit, as in animals. There will be the begetting of women by women, with the aid of lateral aberties that can be used to set the process off again but will not structure it. It's only when we seek to inscribe descendants as a function of males that any innovation in the structure intervenes. It's only when we speak of descendants from male to male that a cut intervenes, which is the difference between generations. The introduction of the signifier of the father introduces henceforth an ordering in the descendants, the series of generations. We're not here to develop all the facets of this function of the father, but I am pointing out one of the most striking of them, which is the introduction of an order, of a mathematical order, whose structure is different from the natural order. We've been trained in analysis through the experience of the neuroses. The imaginary dialectic may suffice if, within the framework of this dialectic that we have sketched out, there already exists this implied signifying relation for the practical use one wants to put it to. In 2 or 3 generations no doubt no one will understand it at all anymore, a cat won't be able to find its kittens, but for the moment, on the whole, the continued presence of the theme of the Oedipus complex preserves the notion of signifying structure, which is so essential for finding one's way about the neuroses. But where the psychoses are concerned, things are different. It's not a question of the subject's relation to a link signified within existing signifying structures, but of his encounter under elective conditions with the signifier as such, which marks the onset of psychosis. Look at the point in his life at which President Schreber's psychosis declares itself. On more than one occasion he was in the situation of expecting to become a father. Here he is, all of a sudden, invested with a socially eminent function, one that has great value for him, he becomes president of the Court of Appeal. I should say that within the administrative structure in question it is something like the Concile d'État. 8 Here he is admitted to the top of the legislative hierarchy, among men who make laws and are all 20 years older than he is, a disturbance in the order of generations. Following what? Following an explicit call from the ministers. This promotion of his nominal existence solicits a renewing integration from him. Ultimately the question is whether or not the subject will become a father. The question of the father centers all Freud's research, all the points of view he has introduced into subjective experience. This is entirely forgotten, I'm well aware. Recent analytic technique is clouded by the object relation. The supreme experience that is described, this famous distance taken in the object relation, ultimately consists in fantasizing the sexual organ of the analyst and imaginarily absorbing it. Make filiation the equivalent of fellatio. Indeed there is an etymological relationship between these two terms, but this isn't a sufficient reason for deciding that analytic experience is a sort of obscene chain that consists in the imaginary absorption of an object that has finally been extracted from fantasies. In any case, it is impossible in the phenomenology of psychosis to misunderstand the originality of the signifier as such. What is perceptible in the phenomenon of everything that takes place in psychosis is that it is a question of the subject's access to a signifier as such and of the impossibility of that access. I shan't go back over the notion of Verwerfung I began with, and for which, having thought it through, I propose to you definitively to adopt this translation which I believe is the best, foreclosure. There follows a process whose first stage we have called an imaginary cataclysm, namely that no longer can anything in the mortal relation, which is in itself the relation with the imaginary other, be held on lease. Then there is the separate deployment and bringing into play of the entire signifying apparatus, dissociation, fragmentation, mobilization of the signifier as speech, ejaculatory speech that is insignificant or too significant, laden with non-meaningfulness, the decomposition of internal discourse, which marks the entire structure of psychosis. After the encounter, the collision, with the inassimilable signifier, it has to be reconstituted, since this father cannot be simply a father, a rounded-out father, the ring of just before, the father who is the father for everybody. And President Schreber does in fact reconstitute him. Nobody is aware of being inserted into the father. Nevertheless, I would like to point out to you before leaving you this year that to be doctors you may be innocent, but that to be psychoanalysts you should nevertheless meditate from time to time on a theme such as this, even though neither the sun nor death can look itself in the face. I shan't say that the slightest little gesture to arouse an evil creates possibilities for a greater evil, it always entails a greater evil. This is something that a psychoanalyst should become accustomed to, because I believe that he is absolutely incapable in all conscience of conducting his professional life without it. Having said this, it won't take you very far. The newspapers are always saying that God only knows whether the progress of science is dangerous, etc., but for us this is neither here nor there. Why not? Because you are all, myself included, inserted into this major signifier called Father Christmas. With Father Christmas things always work out and, I would add, they work out well. What is at issue in the psychotic? Suppose someone unthinkable for us, one of these gentlemen who, we are told, if indeed any have ever existed, don't believe I attribute any importance to such hearsay, was capable of such self-discipline that he no longer believed in Father Christmas and was able to convince himself that everything good that one does entails an equivalent evil and that consequently one mustn't do it. Admitting this, even for an instant, is sufficient for you to understand that all sorts of things which are fundamental at the level of the signifier may depend on it. Well then, compared to you the psychotic has this disadvantage, but also this privilege, of finding himself a little bit at odds with, askew in relation to, the signifier. Once he is summoned to harmonize with these signifiers, he has to make a considerable effort of retrospection, which culminates in these extraordinarily bizarre things that constitute what is called the development of a psychosis. This development is quite particularly rich and exemplary in the case of President Schreiber, but I have shown you in my case presentations that things become a bit clearer once one possesses this point of view, even in the most common illnesses. The most recent case I have shown you was of someone who was very, very strange, on the verge of mental automatism, though not quite there. For him everyone was suspended in an artificial state whose coordinates he defined well. He had observed that the signifier dominates the existence of beings, and his own existence appeared to him to be much less certain than anything that presented itself with a certain signifying structure. He stated it quite crudely. You notice that I put this question to him: when did all this begin? During your wife's pregnancy? He was a bit astonished for a moment, then answered me, yes, that's true, adding that it had never occurred to him. From the imaginary point of view, what we say in passing, in analysis, has strictly no importance, since it's solely a question of frustration or of no frustration. One frustrates him, he is aggressive, he regresses, and we continue like that until the most primordial fantasies emerge. Unfortunately, this isn't the correct theory. One has to know what one's saying. It isn't sufficient to bring signifiers into play in this way: I tap you on the shoulder. You're really a nice person. You had a bad daddy. Things will work out. One has to use them in full knowledge, make them resonate otherwise, and at least know how not to employ certain of them. The negative indications concerning certain contents of interpretation are highlighted by such a point of view. I leave these questions open. The year ends in dialect, why should it end in any other way? In conclusion, I would like to move to a different genre of style from my own. Several weeks back I promised myself to end on a very pretty page by an admirable poet called Guillaume Apollinaire. It comes from the Enchanteur Puissant. At the end of one of the chapters there is the enchanter who is rotting away in his tomb, and who, like any good cadaver, I won't say speaks drivel, as Bars would say, but enchants and speaks very well. There is also the Lady of the Lake seated on her tomb. It was she who had got him to enter the tomb by telling him that he could get out again easily, but she, too, had her tricks, and the enchanter is there, rotting away, and from time to time speaks. This is where we are when a number of madmen appear in the middle of various funeral processions, along with a monster whom I hope you are going to recognize. This monster is the one who found the analytic key, the active force of men, and especially in the relation of the father-child to the mother. I mewed, said the monster, I encountered only owls who assured me that he was dead. I shall never be prolific. However, those who are have qualities. I confess that I do not recognize any in me. I am alone. I am hungry, I am hungry. Here I discover a quality of my own, I am famished. Let's look for something to eat. He who eats is no longer alone. 9. July 4, 1956.